Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all the ships at sea. And this is the day that none of us has been waiting for. And I could either be referring to what I'm going to be doing for the next amount of hours with some breaks, or the Stupor Bawl. And that's right, that is not first in the ballpark is Big Clue. And that is not a typo. It is the Stupor Bawl. We don't need no balling and whatever. So today is going to be an absolute train wreck. It's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Big Clues, first of all, says, suck it, Castro. So yeah, I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be baseball. It's going to be hopefully folks coming on mic and talking, lots of fun interacting in the chat, mostly baseball, but a few non-baseball games here and there. And this is for those of you that don't want to get caught up in the debauchery. There is a reason, Big Clue says, that they call it a pigskin. That sport is not kosher. And I couldn't agree more. And where do they get the temerity to even call it a ball? It's not a ball, is it? It's like this waddling, sad sort of thing with shoelaces. And probably can never meet any birds at parties. So there you are. So to kick things off, we're going to do a little crossover into the Fields of Dreams League, which is going on to just a lot of people are having fun with it. And our thanks to Steve Tate and Big Clue for making it happen. 24 owners in it. People are invested. It's just a lot of fun. Steve and Big Clue announced the next two draft seasons, or the next three draft seasons. So 1917, 1969, the summer 69, and 1994. So I thought it'd be fun to kind of kick off and play a game, or a series, actually, best of 7, between the 1917 Chicago White Sox and the 1969 Amazins Mets. We're going to be using World Series rosters. So it should be fun, I'm hoping. And later on, we're going to, it's the shape of Mike Silva's head, says Big Clue. Oh, man. So later on, we're going to do some MLB The Show, some Ernie Harwell, some strategy baseball, Pure Sim, Diamond Mind, Diablo 4, Warhammer Inquisitor, Talisman, Stellaris, and back to baseball and whatever. And Bernie Strum is going to be doing a 1914 game today. Probably going to do a couple Field of Dreams games leagues and our team games. There we go. Told you, it's just a train wreck already. It's beautiful. Later on. And so while I'd hoped originally to break Dwayne Martz's 9-hour and 50-minute stream record, it is not going to happen. Hey, Buckshot. There he is. So Buckshot is in here. Guys, please, and I'm going to be repeating this all through the day and the evening. BBN Sports Replay. That is our friend Buckshot. Excellent voice, excellent broadcaster. He is the newest kid on the block. Not to be, of course, confused with Clue's second favorite band, New Kids on the Block. So subscribe to the channel. A lot of fun. Buckshot is amazing. And wow. Big Clue says, I'd say strap in, fellas, but that would give MV the wrong idea. So here we go. So I hope it's a lot of fun. I'm going to be putting in fact, I'll start now and going to put the link occasionally in the chat for anybody that wants to come on the mic and into the broadcast, because this is not about me. It is about the community and about resisting the panis extricensis of the Stupor Ball. So those of you who know your Roman history know what I mean by that. All right, the 1917 White Sox, buoyed by the pitching of Eddie Cicotte and the hitting of Joe Jackson plus Eddie Collins, the Chicago White Sox won 100 games and cruised to an American League pennant. Similarly, the New York Giants paced the National League with 98 wins and were not threatened in a pennant race. In the World Series, the teams traded home wins for the first 4 games before Chicago closed out the final 2 games to defeat the Giants in 6 games for the championship. Cincinnati's Ed Roush won his first of 2 batting crowns with a .341 average, while Ty Cobb batted .383 to pace the American League yet again. Phillies pitcher Grover Cleveland Alexander, who went 30-13 with a 1.83 under an average and 200 strikeouts, led the league in wins, innings pitched, and strikeouts for a 4th straight year. And if you look on Baseball Reference and you look at Alexander's WAR compared to everybody else on that team, and there were some good players, on that Philadelphia Phillies squad. Alexander, just pure class. And he's one of the monsters that are going to be joining the Field of Dreams for season 2. That'll be coming up, the draft later on. I mean, we're still in August, but, or no, what August I think it is. But anyhow, there's going to be a playoffs, World Series, all that stuff. So if you're interested, please let somebody know. Big Clue, Steve Tate, myself, anybody. We'll get you hooked into the Baseball Geek Squad Discord, which is the sister Discord to the Ned McGreevy one. And we'll get to the Mets, and then we'll talk about McGreevy then for a minute and what's going on with that. So baseball expanded by 4 teams in 1969, adding the Seattle Pilots and the Kansas City Royals to the American League and the Montreal Expos and San Diego Padres to the National League. Each league was also split into East and West divisions, bringing about the League Championship Series to decide the winner of each league pennant and World Series participants. On the field, the story of 1969 was the Miracle Mets, who came from 9.5 games behind the Cubs in August to win the National League East. New York continued its hot streak in the playoffs, losing just one postseason game en route to the World Series title. 1969 was the first time the Mets finished above 9th in the National League in their brief 9-year history. New York was led by outfielder Cleon Jones, who had .340 that year with 12 home runs, 75 runs batted in, and starter Tom Terrific Seaver, who went 25-7 and a 2.21 earned run average, and Jerry Koosman, 17-9 and a 2.28 earned run average. And they also had the youngsters, the great Tug McGraw, and of course Nolan Ryan on the staff. In Earl Weaver's first full season at the helm, Baltimore won 109 games in the regular season and took the American League pennant before running into the Mets into the World Series. Minnesota's Harmon Killebrew led the league with 49 home runs, 140 runs batted in, and 145 walks to win the American League MVP award. San Francisco first baseman Willie Stretch McCovey hit .320 that year, 45 home runs, 126 runs batted in, won the award for the senior circuit. So, guys, let's have some fun. And I know that there are going to be some folks that are going to have the Stupor Bawl in the background, and that's all good. And you might have me muted and the Stupor Bawl on for sound. So one thing I cannot offer is cheerleaders. Wish I could. Of course, if you want to take a break for the Puppy Bowl, it is completely cool to do that. Joe Murdy, welcome to the ballpark. Welcome to Shea Stadium. He says, I have to say I've seen some improvements in my team during the season so far, but looking for more consistency into the next season. Well, with the 3 seasons, Joe, that are coming into the draft, 1917, 1969, and 1994, you just go into Baseball Reference and look at the there are some titans coming into Fields of Dreams for season 2. It's going to be a wild ride. So, it's going to have it. As Buckshot, BBN Sports Replay says that he will not pollute his screen today with the Stupor Ball, and that is good to know. All right, let's get this exhibition created, best of 7, and let's have fun. Let's kick it off with some baseball. Will we do the best of 7 series? Probably. Why the hell not? As David Lando told me, got 8 hours or more to fill. So see how long this goes. Again, I want to remind you, I'm not going to be trying to beat Dwayne's record. I have to run out and do stuff today. Plus, I've got Bernie. Bernie wants to do a game on here, a 1914 Red Sox game. So we'll see Ty Cobb today, which will be awesome. So it's going to be back and forth. There'll be breaks in the stream where I switch from PC to PS5 as we're going to do some MLB The Show today as well. Not Legend style. I'm not going to call those games because I'm no broadcaster. All right. Looks like we're ready to rock here. Let's just check lineups. And everything looking pretty good. Pretty good. Let's look at the amazing Mets here. Yep, looking nice. All right, let's do this. All right, so game 1 today is in Shea Stadium, and we have a marquee matchup between Eddie Cicotte and Tom Seaver. Cicotte 28-12 with a 1.53 earned run average. Tom Seaver 25-7 and a 2.21 earned run average. Looking forward to a good battle here in this 7-game series between 2 great baseball teams. And welcome in Clee baseball fan 879, who, again, up there, Tim, you want to come on, you want to say hi, you want to talk, whatever. Tim is with us, one of the most knowledgeable people in our community. Good to see you, Tim. And he says that he will not be polluting his screen either. Arnold Hunter says he got logged out of the Discord by mistake and you forgot your password. The system will not let you reset the password. Yikes. Guys, I got to go on mute for a second. I'm sorry. All right, thanks, guys. Back. I'm wondering if we can. That's really weird that it doesn't let you reset the password. So I wonder. So I guess sending a re-invite wouldn't work. I wish John DFW was here because he knows this Discord stuff. Anybody, if you know how we can do that, so we can get Arnold back into both the Discords, would be awesome. All right, let's do this. Lower viewership, but it's for people resisting the debauchery, the Penicillin circensis. All right. As it's chugging. All right, here we are. I just want to change up the views. So the initial camera view, I kind of like it. And for the action view, we're just going to go overview. All right, here we go. All right, as Eddie Collins steps in, Eddie Collins in the 1917 season, 289 with 67 runs batted in. Seaver finishing his warm-up pitches. We'll take a quick fly around Shea Stadium in Flushing. Tom Terrific, ready to go. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Collins. Collins swings and high fly ball out into right field and angling under it and pulling it down, making the catch for out number one is Art Shamsky. And boy, that's a really high view up there. Let's see if we can get something a little bit better. I don't know if wide camera is going to work. Let's try that and see what happens. All right, stepping in now, Chick Gandil. Gandil, 57 runs batted in, 273 in 1917. Seaver deals. Gandil cuts on the first pitch, and this one scorched to third, diving stop and dropping the ball. Unable to get to it. It's Garrett. So let's see. They're going to score it, an infield hit. All right. So with a runner on and one down, here's another one of the Titans joining the Fields Dreams League in the next season. Shoeless Joe Jackson, 301 average, 75 runs batted in, 5 home runs for him. Seaver checks the runner at first. The wind and the delivery to Shoeless Joe. The runner goes. The throw down by Grody will not be in time. Chick Gandil picking up the stolen base here in this matchup between the 1969 Mets and the 1917 White Sox. Jackson back in, the count 0-2. Shoeless Joe swings this one, a little dribbler out to second, and up with it is Boswell, and he will go to first for the second out. Chick Gandil advances to third into play, and here's Hap Felsch. Felsch hit 102 in 1917, 6 home runs and a 308 average. Grody sets the target for Tom Seaver, the 0-1 pitch. And Felsch, just a harmless little grounder out to second base. Boswell up with it onto first, and that is it. The Chicago White Sox leave one 90 feet away. We go to the bottom of the first. It's the White Sox nothing, and the Mets coming to bat. Tommy Agee will lead things off here against Eddie Cicotte. So Tommy Agee in 1969 with a 271 average, 76 runs batted in, 26 home runs. And if Agee gets on, he can get around the bases quickly. So the White Sox need to try to keep him off. Cicotte delivers the full count to Tommy Agee. Agee lays off, ball 4. So Cicotte walks the first runner. And of course, any of you know your history. In 2 years, Eddie Cicotte would start the World Series by hitting Maury Rath, signaling gamblers that the fix was on. But many baseball historians argue that this 1917 White Sox squad was actually more formidable. So we'll see how that works out against these Mets. Mike Silva joining us here at the ballpark. Sean, World's Worst Gamer, joining us. Good to have you. As always, let me, I'm going to go ahead and do a invite. And again, just occasionally, I'm going to put this link in the chat. Anybody that wants to join in, please feel free. It's about our community. All right, back to game action. And Ken Boswell now batting and Tommy Agee aboard. So Cicotte and Ray Schalk need to keep a close eye on the speedy Tommy Agee. Boswell in 1969. A 279 average, 32 runs batted in, including 3 round trippers. Cicotte deals 1-1 pitch. Boswell shows bunt. The count goes to 1-2. Tommy Agee stays put at first. Cicotte twirling the ball behind his back, has the sign from Cracker Shock. The 1-2 pitch. And Boswell swings, and this one scores to short, and they're going to turn the 6-4-3 double play. Doff of the cap there from Eddie to Risberg and Collins and Gandil. All right, here is Art Shamsky now. Shamsky, an even 300 in 1969 with 47 ribbies, 14 home runs. Tim is backstage. So, guys, one of the luminaries here in our community. Tim, how you doing, man?
Oh, ready to see how long I can go without knowing the result of tonight's game.
All right. Well, welcome in, man. How are things going on your projects and things like that? I'm so behind on everybody, so please don't take it personally.
Don't worry. I've been null and void for the last about week and a half, 2 weeks. So,
well, it's good to see you, Tim. You feel like calling part of the game here, or just hanging out?
Let's do this. We have Art Shamsky facing Eddie Cicotte, and here's the pitch. And drives one to right field, going back, and it is gone. Home run for Art Shamsky, and the Mets take a 1-0 lead.
He got his money's worth there, didn't he? Wow.
Yes, he did. All the right fielder could do is look up and watch it go.
Let's look at a replay of that one. I think he got that one was just down the middle of the plate, and Shamsky getting down there a little bit and getting to it. Nice one. Let's have a look at that again. And there she blows.
Yep. He got it over the tall right, just over the tall right field wall.
Goodbye, Mr. Spalding. All right.
All right, and here's Cleon Jones facing Cicotte. And that's popped up in the infield. And calling for it is the shortstop, and he will make the catch, 1 down. Oh, sorry, that retires the side. My bad. We go to the top of the second. Mets lead 1-0. Here's Tom Terrific facing Buck Weaver.
So Bucky with a 284 average, 32 ribbies, 3 home runs. Back to you, Tim.
And here's the pitch by Seaver. And he gets him looking, strike 3. And here's Ray Schalk facing Seaver. And here's the pitch. And there's a pop-up or fly ball to center field, but underneath it is the center fielder. And making the catch is Tommy Agee, former Indian, makes the catch for the second out. And here's Shane Collins facing Seaver with 2 down and nobody on here in the top of the second. And it's a ground ball back to Seaver. Easily throws to first, and that will retire the side. So we go to the bottom of the second. Mets with the 1-0 lead. Here's Wayne Garrett facing Seacott. And it's a low ball 4, and Garrett with the leadoff walk.
Seacott having trouble with the strike zone today and not going to the floater as much as I would expect.
And here's Jerry Grody, the catcher, facing Seacott. He tries to bunt, but whiffs at it. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. And he drops it down. Oh, hard bunt, but not. It still gets the runner to second, and Grody is out at first. So good sacrifice. We'll call that 6-3. And
welcome Bernie Strom into the chat.
What's up, Bernie? It brings up Bud Harrelson, the shortstop, just recently passed away.
Memory eternal.
Yep. And it's ground ball to short. Looks the runner back to second and throws to first, and that will retire Harrelson 2 away. With the runner on second. That brings up Ed Kranepool. And Kranepool swings and drives one to right field, but underneath it and making the catch is
Eddie Collins.
And that will retire the side. So the Mets strand a runner, and we go to the top of the third. 1-0 Mets lead. And here's Swede Reisberg facing Seaver. And that ball's hitting the left field, but underneath it is the left fielder, Cleon Jones. He's under it and puts it away, 1 down. And here's Eddie Seacott batting for himself. Here's facing Seaver. And Seacott lifts one into center field or left field, and Jones again puts it away, 2 down.
See if Cleon Jones goes for the trifecta here, Tim.
Let's see. Back to the top of the order. Here's Eddie Collins. And swung on and missed, struck him out, and that will retire the side. Going to the bottom of the third, Mets lead 1-0. And Seaver leading off, batting 121, and he feebly swings and misses, struck him out. Seaver heads back, and back to the top of the order, Tommy Agee facing Seacott. And a little weak grounder to between get off the mound. A tough play, and he will beat it out. So a little swinging bunt there that caught everybody by surprise. And
Tommy Agee with his second infield hit. Or no, he didn't get an infield hit. That wasn't Agee. That was Agee walked. Somebody else. So second infield hit for the Mets, though.
And here's Ken Boswell. Late call up in my 1967 replay I did with the Mets. And he drives one into the gap, and then a one hop to the wall. And are they going to hold it third? No, he's going to round third. And looks like he will score easily. An RBI double for Ken Boswell. And the Mets lead 2-0. And here's Art Shamsky, who solo home run put the Mets up 1-0. And stealing third, and he's a dead duck. Don't know what was going on there. You got all the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
But they tried it and failed. So bases empty, 2 down for Shamsky. And Shamsky fly ball to the left. Can of corn there for the left fielder. And he makes the catch to retire the side. But the Mets do score on the RBI double by Boswell and lead 2-0 going to the top of the fourth.
So to remind everybody, this ballpark, once again, courtesy of Mike Silva and his fantastic work.
Thank you. And here's Chick Gandil, I believe, facing Tom Seaver. And that's ripped down to third, and Garrett throws to first, and that retires Gandil. And here's shoeless Joe Jackson facing Tom Seaver, another former Indian. Sorry, I will be mentioning former Indians playing in this game if I can.
No worries at all, Tim.
Jackson strikes out for the second out.
This is your broadcast.
And here's Happy Felsch again, facing Seaver. And he drives one into center field, racing back, but plenty of time to get under it as the center fielder, Agee. He makes the catch to retire the side. A little easier plays than some of them he had to make in the 69 World Series.
Absolutely.
Based on the little highlights that I've ever seen. And now batting is Cleon Jones, facing Seacott. And a little blooper in the foul territory, and making the catch is the right fielder, Collins, one away. Here's Wayne Garrett, the third baseman. And he puts one into right field.
Oh, what
nice
a catch.
Diving catch by Collins.
Shane Collins. Yeah, let's take a look at that one again. Guys, just little hint on in the league, don't sleep on Shane Collins. If you get the 1917 White Sox, you're getting a hell of a team. Let's have a look at that one again.
And he gets a great jump on it, and those are always the toughest ones that you have to rush in on. Known having played the outfield myself. And here's Jerry Grody. And he rips one into left field, but right at the left fielder, shoeless Joe Jackson. And the Mets are retired 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the fourth. We go to the fifth. Mets lead 2-0. And Buck Weaver now steps in. And that's a fly ball to center. And once again, Agee makes the catch to retire Weaver. And here's Ray Schalk. Swung on and missed, struck him out.
MV, good to see you.
Receiver.
So Seaver has 4 Ks in the game so far, Tim.
Okay. And you can see right underneath his name. Okay, so 4th strikeout for Seaver, and here's Shane Collins. And ground ball in the hole. Oh, bobbled by the second baseman, and he'll just put it in his back pocket. And they'll call it an error and see if the White Sox can maybe get something out of this. Here's Reisberg. I don't know how you say his last name.
This is so MV. This is Tim. This is Clee baseball fan on with us.
And swung on and missed, struck him out. And that will retire the side. 5th strikeout for Seaver, and that will take care of the White Sox in the top of the 5th. And Bud Harrelson will lead off the bottom of the 5th. The Mets leading 2-0.
So welcome in, guys. This is Tim, Clee Baseball Fan 879, calling the game. This is a best of 7 featuring 2 teams that are coming into the Fields of Dreams League. So the 1969 Mets, 1917 White Sox.
And here's the pitch to
Bud Harrelson.
And fly to center. And the one hop, it'll play it on the bounce. And Harrelson's in with a leadoff single.
Mets are seeing Seacott well here today, Tim.
Yeah, they're getting some good swings off of him. Here's a cream pool. However, it's only led to 2 Mets runs. And off with the pitch. And once again, the Mets base running has not been great today, as that's the second caught stealing. And now it's 1-0 count to cream pool. Now it's a 2-2 count. And he lifts this one into center field, but racing in and making the catch is Felsch, 2 away. Here's Tom Seaver. He is 0 for 1 today, I believe. And Seaver ground ball, but right to the second baseman. And that will throws him out and retires the side. So through 5, Mets lead 2-0. And here's Eddie Collins. And he's hitless so far and shows bunt, but misses it. And he'll get another chance. And there's a ground ball to third. And making the play is Garrett over to Cranepool, 1 away. And that brings up
So you had Eddie Seacott. Yeah, you had Eddie Seacott. Yeah, so now we got Collins. Cocky Collins.
Now it's Collins. Yeah.
So called because he was a great player. So confident that he would not hesitate to tell anybody how great he is. I think he was a prototypical Ricky Henderson in that way.
Just Eddie being Eddie.
Eddie being Eddie, exactly.
I had to tell somebody newspapers weren't going to cover him elsewise.
Right.
And hot shot, and he gets by Garrett at third and into second with a 1-out double. Will he hold there? No, he's going to.
Collins got speed,
and he'll be in with a dive. So 1-out triple gives the White Sox their best opportunity of the day. And let's see if Gandil can drive home Collins here. So they're playing in field normal. They'll give up the out for the run. And there's a weak ground ball to second. And that's exactly what they do. That's a good fundamental baseball there. But the Mets will give up an out for a run, and the White Sox cut the deficit in half. Here's Joe Jackson, bases empty, 2 outs, but the White Sox get a run on the board, and here's the pitch by Seaver. And jammed them a little bit. Weak ground ball to first, and taking it to the bag himself is first baseman Kranepool, and that will retire the sides. So bottom of the 6th, the Mets now lead 2-1. And Seacott will come back out. Walked 2 and struck out 1 in his 5 innings of work. And here's Tommy Agee. And Agee lifts this one to right field, coming in and making the catch. Boy, it's hard to get one past Collins here in right field.
It sure is.
And so that's 1 away, and here's Ken Boswell. And he had an RBI double his last time up. And swinging a drive to right field, and that ball is gone. So Boswell continuing his good day, a double and now a home run, and the Mets get the run back and lead 3-1. 403 feet on that bomb by Boswell.
Let's give it another look. So 101 exit velocity.
He smoked that, and there was enough couple of back-backs, and that hit the back end of the bullpen. Wow. Curveball that must have hung, and Boswell got it to his liking. Now here's
you're right, Tim. He got it. You're right. If you look up here, he got it up in the zone.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was top. He got around on that.
And it was a hanging curve. You called it properly. Look at that. Yeah. Nice call.
Yep. Shamsky up. He homered as well today. So the Mets have brought their hitting shoes. 3 runs on 5 hits. And Shamsky drives one to deep center field. But racing back as the center fielder, Felsch, and makes a nice catch. And here's Cleon Jones. But the Mets are not getting fooled in this inning so far. And struck him out, and that's the second strikeout for Seacott. Retires the side, but the Mets get a run and lead 3-1 going to the top of the 7th. Here's Happy Felsch facing Seaver. And struck him out.
That was just a sick pitch. Oh my.
Oh, got him out in the outside corner.
Yep.
And 6 strikeouts for Seaver. And here's Buck Weaver. And ground ball right to the second baseman. And Boswell throws out Weaver, 2 down. And here's Ray Schalk facing Seaver. 0 for 2 is Schalk. And there's a fly ball to right. Racing over a few steps and underneath it is the right fielder Shamsky. And he makes the catch to retire the side. Stretch time here at Shea Stadium. Mets lead 3-1.
So, guys, do subscribe to Clee Baseball Fan 879's channel. Excellent baseball mind. He's been doing his 2007 project. You're doing Strat Advanced, Tim? Is that right?
Yes.
Or Super Advanced?
Just Advanced.
Advanced. Tim says just advanced.
Actually, it's advanced with a couple super advanced rules brought in. I don't do the ground ball A+ thing where if you're holding him on, he gets a single. I don't do that.
Okay.
And then I do the super advanced ground ball advancement chart.
So Tim, I'm curious, you're a big Strat fan, and I mean, I love Strat game. I hate the company, but I love the cards and dice game. And I know you can't talk about it. I was just wondering though, have you tried Strat Max? I'm just curious if you've tried it.
Have not tried it, and I don't think I really want to.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how long the embargo is going to go on, but I'm itching to just see what the game looks like. And I know that Bernie's been playing it, but no one's allowed to talk about it. So driving me nuts.
It's almost as big a secret as the Manhattan Project.
Exactly, and I think it's going to bomb the same way. But anyhow,
well, that project did not bomb. Well, it depends on who you talk to, whether it
right. Or not. Yeah. If you're hanging out in Hiroshima, yeah, right.
Hiroshima or Nagasaki, yes, those two cities it definitely bombed.
So Joe Murdy says here, offering some commentary at the ballpark, Tim, he says, I get the feeling here the Mets are leaving runs on the table. They really want to get to Cicotte when they can. They may come to regret this in the long run of this game one. What do you think about that, Tim?
Well, I mean, they've only had 5 hits, but they have taken advantage of they've had 2 home runs. They had it's about 3 out of their 5 hits have been extra bases. So, I mean, one of them was it a 1-out double or a 2-out double? But then again, the White Sox left an RBI, or actually they did score on that RBI triple. So they've only had 1 runner in scoring position. So
yeah, just 1 extra base hit for them. So we'll see. First of 7 here. Some of the pre-game talk, I've heard that the White Sox favored in this series to win it in 6. So we'll see.
Yes, and here's Wayne Garrett 0 for 1 so far. And that's a fly ball into shallow left, and making the catch is Jackson, 1 away. And here's Jerry Grody facing Cicotte. Grody
nice pitch.
Takes a fastball on the outside corner, looking strike 3. And that was a little questionable call, in my opinion, but here's Bud Harrelson. And Harrelson lifts this one into left field, but right at Jackson, and that will retire the side. So we're through 7 here at, I guess it should be Shea Stadium. Yes.
Yeah. So I forgot to tell you, Angel Hernandez is the home plate umpire today.
Him or Eric Gregg.
Oh, my God. Whoa.
Yeah, let's just say he had a little bit of a payoff from Levon Hernandez in the 97.
I was at work yesterday during break. I was watching that, and that was just insane. Oh my God.
Also, whoever was calling the game 6 of the 95 World Series, thank you for an extra white strike zone for Tom Levin, as if he needed it.
Right.
All right, here is Shane Collins playing a good defensive right field today, now facing Seaver. Shane Collins. And that's jam job. He lifts it in the right field, but underneath it is Shamsky. He makes the catch. Retires. Leadoff batter, and here's Riesberg. And that's a hot shot down to first and past the first baseman Kranepool, and that's a base hit, only the 3rd hit for the White Sox today. And I'm guessing the White Sox may be looking to run here. We have a pinch hitter for Cicotte.
Nemo Leibold.
It's now hitting for Cicotte. So Cicotte's day will be done, giving up 3 runs on 5 hits. And here's the pitch to Leibold. Swung on and missed, and close play at second, but he did steal. So, but there are 2 down as the White Sox look to get a clutch hit from Eddie Collins.
As Buckshot says, Seaver just found Nemo. I was waiting when it was going to happen.
Fish are friends, not food, right?
Fish are friends, not food. As pancreases implode all over Shea Stadium.
Here's the pitch to Eddie Collins. And Collins hits one to center field. AG racing back. And no, actually, that will get to him on a hop. And holding at first. Actually, no, he's on second base. That's RBI double for Collins. And the White Sox have cut this to a 3-2 deficit. Here's Eddie Murphy. Or he's on first base. Okay, so he did not make it to second. Here's Eddie Murphy. And that's a weak ground ball to second, and he will just throw to first to retire the side. But the White Sox get a run closer, as the White Sox will be bringing in a new pitcher for the bottom of the eighth.
Legend Sports Universe joining us here at Chase Stadium. Hey, Legends.
Hey, what's going on, Legends? And now pitching is Joe Benz. He would not go make a car later on.
With his girlfriend Mercedes. So right. Benz in 1917, 7 wins, 3 losses, 94 2/3 worked, 26 earned runs, 23 walks, 25 strikeouts, 2.47 earned run average. Pretty good movement on the fastball, pitches to contact.
Looks like he was primarily reliever, but 10 decisions, I guess, would be, talk about all the pitchers going deep, but yet it seems the relievers got a lot of decisions back then.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Ed Kranepool to lead off the bottom of the eighth. And here's the pitch by Benz. And there's a ground ball, and the ball gets past the second baseman. Oh, boy, you wonder if they're going to call that one an error. Oh, actually, it was a diving Collins. So nice attempt by Collins, but just gets past him, and the leadoff single for Kranepool.
And not a lot of balls got past Eddie Collins. So I think Kranepool could have thrown it in a good position. That was
we
great.
have a pinch hitter for Seaver. They're going to pull him after 7 innings as well, and that brings up the glider, Ed Charles. And there's a fly ball racing in, and making the catch is the center fielder, Felsch, and that will retire Charles. And back to the top of the order, here's Tommy Agee. And struck him out. And Benz fires it past him. 2 down. Runner on first, and here is Ken Boswell. And it gets by the catcher and into second on the. Well, they call that a pass ball. It sure feels like it. Oh, the wild pitch, they're calling it. Okay. And now runner in scoring position for Boswell. See if the Mets can take advantage. Boswell 2 for 3.
Oh, that one almost went away.
Oh, they get him swung. I believe they called him that he swung. But anyway, that retires the side. We go to the top of the 9th. Yes, this is gimmick infringement. Will there be some 9th inning magic? RJL, you're the man.
Heart of the order here for the White Sox. They're making it a ball game here, but.
Yeah, and this is the first time that they scored that the Mets did not respond. So Ron Taylor now here to finish up the game. Yes, I've noticed a lot of these people. A bunch of them were on my 1967 Mets replay that I did. And here's Shoeless Joe Jackson face Taylor. And that ball has hit the left field, but underneath it is Leon Jones, 1 away. Here's Happy Felsch facing Taylor. And ground ball right back up the middle. So, wow, single for the White Sox. And that brings up Buck Weaver. Yet to collect the hit today. And there's a fly ball to center field, racing back, and no. Will get played on the hop.
Base
no.
run. Oh, no. They get a gift.
And that go in the dugout?
White Sox tie it up.
Yes, it does. And scoring from third is Weaver. He looked dead to rights, but a bad throw by the center fielder ties the game.
Oh, we got to look at that train wreck again. We'll just do a regular play-by-play on this one.
So, And that ball was hit to center field and not able to get over there. And wow, that looked like just misplayed by by the third baseman Garrett. Got to the dugout and allowed the run to score. So here's Ray Shaw, go ahead run at second base with 1 out. Shaw looking his first, and he gets bumped. Oh boy! So Taylor throwing gas on the fire. First and second with 1 out. Here's Shano Collins. Oh for 3 today, and that ball is hit into right field and played on the bounce. Play at the plate and sliding in ahead, and the White Sox take the lead. So RBI single for Shano Collins. First and second, and Taylor has not been relief so far. And here's Swede Reisberg. And Reisberg lifts it into right field, and underneath it is Shamsky, puts it away, and all the runners will hold. And Benz looks like he'll be pitching the bottom of the 9th. They're not going to pull him for a pinch hitter.
Surprised to see that, really. You would think that Chicago would want to go for an insurance run here. I realize 2 down, but we'll see.
Yeah. See if they know what they're doing here. So here's the pitch to Benz. Benz gets the bat on the ball, but ground ball back up the middle, and he'll just take it to the bag himself for the final out. But the White Sox get 2, and the Mets, looking for some 9th inning magic of their own, trail 4-3 in a game that they had control of after 6 innings. And Benz will face Shamsky, Jones, and Taylor. Well, probably a pinch hitter for Taylor. They pulled a double switch in the top of the 9th with Charles and Taylor. So, all right, here's the pitch to Shamsky. And Shamsky.
Here we go.
Yeah, that will drop for a hit. And swinging at first is Shamsky. Leadoff single. Here's Cleon Jones. And, checked his swing, but they said he went around, struck him out. And Don Clendenin, the MVP in the 1969 World Series, now hitting for Taylor, former Bucko himself. Ground ball to second. Will this be a Taylor-made double play? Yes, it is.
The White Sox steal it.
3.
Wow. Great game. Great call, Tim. Let's see what we got here in our recap. So the White Sox edged the Mets 4-3 to open the quote-unquote World Series. 1969 Mets got a strong 7 2/3 innings from right-hand Seaver today, but failed to take Game 1 of the World Series from the White Sox of 1917. Seaver held the White Sox to 2 runs on 7.2 strong innings, but Chicago took the game by a score of 4-3, now lead the best of 7, 1-0. The White Sox used the time of the hit of Shano Collins to seize the win. The right fielder stroked a run-scoring single in the top of the 9th to put the White Sox in top 4-3. It was his only hit in 4 at-bats, but it was a game changer. So good stuff here. So wow. So we'll take a little breather here, all of us, and kind of just check in on the chat. So MV asking Legends if he picked up. I think the boxing game is undisputed. So MV says that he can't wait to create some boxers. So I'd like to pick that up, but I thought it was like just kind of like a PvP type thing. And I know Legends says that I guess the update comes out tomorrow, and hence the price goes up on Undisputed. So I guess if you want to grab it now on Steam, I think it's $29.99. It's going to go up to like 50 something. So boxing fans, there you go. Crazy game here, huh, Tim? A little bit of a. I really thought that early part of the game, it just seemed like the White Sox didn't show up, and then it just fell apart for the Mets and the White Sox capitalizing. I thought it was a gutsy move to leave Joe Benz in there. I would have gone for the insurance run. I mean, they won, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise to me, but he was probably their best pitcher that they had felt comfortable with out of the bullpen. So,
right,
with 2 outs, I guess you let him hit.
All right, let's look at this matchup here for game 2. We're going to have Reb Russell versus Nolan Ryan, a very young Nolan Ryan. So
And this is still Rick Vaughn version of Nolan Ryan.
Right. All right, let's get into it. So, guys, this is a day of baseball, the universe, and everything, just as it says on the tin. I expect it to be an absolute train wreck, although Tim is preventing the train wreck right now with his great call and just everything like that. But it's a Beatles eternally thing, so it's gonna blow up and it'll be great. And 30 people will come in and just gawk at the carnage. It'll be wonderful.
By game 5, the game will malfunction by itself, and
right, exactly. So Joe Murdy proves. I guess he comes out on top here. He says, and this is what I was saying earlier. Should have gotten more to Seacott when the opportunities present themselves. Mm-hmm. A really key ninth inning presenting itself for the White Sox. Good stuff. I've got to give. I mean, this game too should be interesting. We'll see what Ryan can do against Reb Russell. So Tim, you in the mood to hang out for a little while longer?
Let's go for it. Yeah.
All right. So Clee baseball fan is going to be calling this from first to last. Here we go. Let's get to Shay and we'll look at the lineups here. Pretty much unchanged, it looks like.
Yeah. So I was kind of looking here. Yep. Looks pretty much unchanged from even the batting order itself looks unchanged.
All right. And let's go back to Shay. Big Clue channeling Major League is give him the heater, Ricky.
Forget about the hearts. Forget about the curveball. Give him the heater.
I wonder if Lou ever sold those white walls before he went to manage Cleveland. Oh, I love that line. Oh my God! And I think
I'm looking for some white walls.
Excellent stuff. All right, we'll turn it over to you, Tim. It's all yours.
All right, so we have Eddie Collins leading off against Nolan Ryan. Be Collins, Gandillo, and Jackson leading off here in the top of the first.
No, David, it's Tim. It's Clee baseball fan. It's not. Everybody thinks you're Mike Silva. Does he sound like he's from New England? Oh my God, poor Tim.
Hit that wicked hard.
Now we're not sure.
Pulled us short, and Harrelson throws across, and that will retire Collins 1 away.
Now, when Mike Silva does come on, Mike, this is the people. What is that, Tim? Really? Oh, God.
Here's Chick Gandillo facing Nolan Ryan. And there's a ground ball, but right to the second baseman. And Boswell throws out. And Gandillo 2 down. And here's Joe Jackson, 2 down, nobody on. 1-1 pitch to Jackson. And fly ball to right field. And playing on the hop is the right fielder, Shamsky. And the White Sox have a 2-out base runner. And Happy Felsch due up. And Felsch lazy fly ball in the center field that'll drop, and going on the crack of the bat is the runner, and he makes it in the third with a dive. And so runners on the corners with 2 down, and Buck Weaver with the chance to give the White Sox an early lead. And got him in on his fist, but grounds at the second, and that will retire the side. So the White Sox stray in 2 on 2 hits, but come up empty. And after a half inning, it's the White Sox nothing, and the Mets coming to bat. Boswell, Jones, and Shamsky due up here on the bottom of the first.
Let's give you some stats to work with here too, Tim, if you want.
Boswell hitting 500 after game 1. Of course, he had one of the 2 Mets home runs in a losing cause. And here's the pitch to Boswell. And there's a fly ball to right, going back on it, and that will one-hop the wall. And heading into second, and in with the slide is Boswell, continuing his good play so far. Leadoff double. And here's Cleon Jones. Did not get a hit in game 1. And it's inside on the 3-1 pitch. So first walk of the day for Russell. And here's Art Shamsky, homered in the first game. And ground ball. Oh, can they turn two? Second for one on the first double play. Big play there for the White Sox defense. Runner on third with 2 down for Tommy Agee. Agee went 1 for 3 in game 1. And it's a ground ball to short, and they throw out Agee. So the Mets stranded a golden opportunity here in the bottom of the first, and after one complete, it is scoreless. So Ray Schalk now up for the White Sox facing Ryan.
Just looking at Ryan's record here in 1969, he went 6-3 with a save and 89 1/3 work. Struck out 92, walked 53. Sounds like Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, sounds like an early Nolan Ryan, season. And Schalk will face Ryan.
Yeah, this is a rookie Ryan, Joe Murray. You got it right.
Mm-hmm. Probably fresh off of his card with Jerry Kuzman.
Yeah.
And there's a ground ball to short, and Harrelson gets it and throws the first to retire Schalk 1 away. And
so the winner of this series will go on later today to play the 1994 Montreal Expos. Just wanted to put that out there. Yep.
All right, Shane O'Collins now up to face Nolan Ryan. Collins 1 for 4 on game 1. And that's a ground ball right to the first baseman. Crane pulled right by the bag, steps on the bag himself to retire. Collins 2 down, and that brings up Riceberg. And swung on and missed. He did go too far, and that's the first strikeout for Nolan Ryan. That retires the White Sox here in the top of the second.
Mike pops in and says, "Who sounds like me?"
And here's Jerry Grody, the catcher. Grody, Harrelson, and that's inside ball 4, second walk for Russell. And here's Harrelson with Wayne Garrett on deck. 1 for 3 for Harrelson. And ground ball down to third. The second for 1 on to first. And in 2 back-to-back innings, the White Sox have turned double plays. So nice around the horn double play. Here's Wayne Garrett. Garrett did not get a hit in game 1. And that's a fly ball to the left, and playing it on the hop is the left fielder, Jackson, and a wide turn at first, but decides to hold at first. And here's Ed Cranepool. And Cranepool, little dribbler back to the mound, and Russell will throw to first, and that's, retire the side. The Mets strand 1, and going to the bottom of the second, scoreless game. And here's Russell, the pitcher, facing Ryan. And swung on and missed, struck him out. Second strikeout for Ryan. And back to the top of the order, Collins. Batting .400 so far in the series. And outside ball 4. So first walk for Ryan as the White Sox get a 1-out base runner and see if Collins will be on the move or not.
So Mike, this is Mike is asking who's on the mic. This is Clee baseball fan 879, affectionately known as Tim. Excellent, longtime member of the community, super, super deep, not only baseball knowledge, but I think that Tim should be the community's representative on Jeopardy. So he should. This guy knows
Jeopardy, yes, but not as long as they throw up composers and art, that will be a train wreck for me.
Oh, so if we ever play Trivial Pursuit, I'm going to remember that, Tim.
Yes, I will not be a good person for art or classical music.
So, when I used to play Trivial Pursuit, it would always have, so I would do geography, history, whatever. It would get down to getting that last bit, and it would be a sports question, and I'm like praying, please be, and it was always football. And so I would just always answer Terry Bradshaw and always lose.
Like golf or auto racing.
Right. Yeah. Oh my God. Golf. Yeah. So who was the, no, so I know about Bobby Jones and Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. But yeah, it was always football. And it was like the Trivial Pursuit gods just knew that was the Achilles heel. Hey, Yoko is in here. All right. What's this? Someone named Beatles Eternally isn't great at recognizing good quote unquote art either. Bite me, Clue. I've said that 5 times today. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, it's Cooney. How you doing, man? So it's Cooney 007 doing and this is a mammoth project with cards and dice. He is doing the entire 2008 season, every team, every game. So, yeah.
That would be at least a 10-year project.
Oh, yeah. Whew. But more power to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he is using the PC game to roll the dice, but he is
right.
Cards, but still, that's a lengthy project.
Whew. Okay, using the PC game, it's still playing every game of every team. Oh my God! Yeah. So we're proud of you, bud. Keep soldiering on.
Yep. And here's Gandeal.
Oh wait a minute, big clue, bringing out. This is fighting words. He says, I mean, they're not even as good as the Beach Boys. Where's my hammer? How do I do this? Clue, the baseball season hasn't even started yet. We're supposed to hate each other on opening day. But all right, I'll remember this. Oh, man. All right. Back to you, Tim.
There's Gandeal, not waiting until 5 o'clock after the solar eclipse to start the home opener. And it's a ground ball at the middle and throwing to first to get the runner. I don't know if he bobbled that or not. That couldn't go to second, but okay. Collins will be at second.
Let's see what happened there. Yeah, oops. Yeah, I've only been playing this game since 1999. I'll figure it out. There we go.
Okay, this ground ball. It looked like he fielded it clean, but must have not thought he had to play it second.
Oh, like you guys had a big pickup in Harrison there, Big Clue. Come on. Tim, seriously, what do I do with this guy? What do I do with this guy? This Big Clue guy? I don't know.
I guess.
You can't. Ignoring him is like it's yeah.
Hey, Beatles, you could take that trip to Kokomo. You know.
There you go.
Oh, here's Shoeless Joe Jackson, who might have gone to Kokomo, Indiana, after his stint with the league. And he looks at strike 3, third strikeout for Ryan, and that will retire the side. Going to the top of the third, still scoreless. And Ryan, hitter himself, has 1 career home run, I believe, in his lengthy 27-year career.
Let's check that. I love these little bits of ephemera. And you, Tim, he had two home runs. One in 87 and one in 1971. No, one in 1980. I'm sorry.
Actually, they don't even have his whole career because he should have another 4 or 5 years.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Those are just hitting stats.
Right. Yeah. So let's view. Let's view his pitching stats here. Boink. Come on. Wait, real life stats. I've got to. What am I looking for? How do I get his damn? Oh, real life pitching. Duh. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, because 89 he went to the Rangers, so yeah, they would end his hitting stats in 88.
So your opinion, Nolan Ryan was his strongest. What would you say with the Angels?
Yes, I would probably give that as his strongest. Yes. If he'd have made the if they would have made the playoffs in 80, I would have been deferential to him, and if they would have got past the Mets in 86.
Fantastic pitcher. You can't take. I mean, he walked a lot of batters, but he struck out a hell of a lot of batters, and the no hitters and everything. The Ryan Express can't take anything away from him. Great
also
pitcher.
one of the hardest working pitchers. You'd see him either running in the outfield or on the bikes after the game. Didn't matter. He knew he had to get his work in to maintain longevity.
Yeah, and had a pretty good left hook too.
Robin Ventura sure knows how that felt when the ball was rushing down his face.
Yep.
So here's Nolan Ryan finishing his practice swings against Reb Russell. And swung on and missed, struck him out. Actually, went too far after an appeal. And the leadoff batter is retired. Here's back to the top of the order, Boswell. Had a leadoff double, led off the game with a double, but swung on and missed. And the first two have gone down on strikes here in the bottom of the third. Here's Cleon Jones with 2 out and nobody on. And ripped down to third, and backing up on it is the third baseman, and that will throws him out by a step and a half, and that will retire the side.
But I think key for the Mets is getting Jones' bat to heat up. He's nothing for 5 in the series now.
Seems like it. Well, and that bring up Felsch, Weaver, and Schulk. Felsch is 2 for 5 so far in the series. 1 for 1 today. And got him in on the hands, but that will drop for a hit. And a leadoff single for Happy. And that brings up Buck Weaver. And that's lifted into center field. And that will be played on a bounce. And good play to get it in, holding Felsch to second base. And that will bring up Ray Schulk. And he's looking to bunt. Misses it. It looks like they'll probably try again here. Yep. And he gets it down. Good bunt, fielded by the third baseman. And Garrett throws him out. And good sacrifice, second and third, while the Mets bring the infield in. And here's the pitch. Oh, swung on and missed. That's a big strikeout there for Ryan.
Definitely is. Carlos Yaz, welcome to Shea.
And here's Swede Riceberg here. Runners on second and third, trying to give the White Sox the lead. Go ahead,
Sox
Beals.
need to capitalize here.
Yes, they do. Best opportunity they've had all game.
Oh.
And outside, so I don't know if that was intentional, but...
Yeah, it looks like they gave him the free pass, Tim.
Okay. And that will bring up the... Yeah, probably did with the pitcher coming up, so be up to Russell to help himself. And that's hit the third and going the long way to first, though. Retire Russell, and the White Sox leave him loaded. Big opportunity wasted there for the White Sox as we go to the bottom of the fourth. And here's Don Clendenin getting, I guess, wow, did something happen with the, who is that? The left fielder? Or sorry, the right fielder? Shamsky?
I think so, yeah, he's out.
So they're replacing Clendenin for Shamsky here. We'll have to see what happened with Shamsky there, or whether they just liked the match, didn't like Shamsky being out there. So Clendenin pinch hitting. Let's see if he stays in the game and plays, or if they pull a switch here. All right, so here's the pitch to Clendenin. And he grounds the third, and making the play is Weaver. 1 away. And here's Tommy Agee. Agee fists one into the right field, but can of corn for the right fielder, Liebold, 2 down. And Jerry Grody now up. That's a ground ball to third, ranging over nicely. The third baseman Weaver throws to first, and that will retire the side. We'll see what defensive changes were made for the Mets going into the top of the fifth.
Let's check the box score. Maybe that'll give us a little clue here. Nope. Just says Clendenin pinch hit for Shamsky in the fourth. So I think you're right. They just Mets wanted to go with what they felt was a better matchup, perhaps.
Right.
And Gaspar coming in now for Clendenin in the fifth.
Right. So Gaspar will now play right field.
So I don't know. I think I would have. I don't know. I think I would have left Clendenin's bat in there. What do you think?
Right, because he's the power bat you want later in the game, in case you need that big 3-run homer.
Yeah.
I mean, well, then again, you have Al Weiss and who else is on the bench for the Mets? It's not really very good.
I was trying to get this just down to bench, but you got Al Weiss, you got Ed Charles,
Duffy Dyer. Let's see. Scroll down a little bit because that will give the position players. And Ron Swoboda.
Right.
So, and then again, do you waste Swoboda now, or do you leave him for defensive replacement late in the game?
Right. Whew. Good tight ball game. I love this. I didn't expect a pitcher's duel.
We expect a lot of walks. There have been four so far, 2 by each pitcher, but Ryan has struck out 4 and walked 2 through 4 innings. So here's Eddie Collins. And that's a low ball 4, so third walk for Ryan on a 3-1 pitch. And that's his second walk of the day for Collins. And here is Chick.
Oh, there goes the runner, and they're not going to get him.
They'll steal that one easily. And Gandil facing, and he looks to bunt, gets it out in front of home plate, and that will move the runner to third with 1 out. See if the White Sox can take advantage. And here's shoeless Joe Jackson. And, got him looking. Not what he was looking for in that part of the plate. So big strikeout again for Ryan. See if they can leave another runner stranded in scoring position. Here's Happy Felsch. Batting .500 so far. Singled in his first time, singled in the fourth. And that's a fly ball to right field, but underneath it is the right fielder, Gaspar, and he will make the catch to retire the side. So another runner stranded. That's probably, 4 or 5 left on for the White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
And we go to the bottom of the fifth in a scoreless pitching duel. Reb Russell, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts in 4 innings pitched so far. Here's Bud Harrelson. And ripped down the left field line and heading for second and in with a stand-up double or sliding double, I guess. So one hops it back into the infield. So Mets get their best opportunity so far today. And here's Wayne Garrett playing third. And Garrett rips this one into right field. And making the catch and tagging up and bluffing going to third as Liebold makes a strong throw back to the infield. And here's Ed Kranepool, first baseman. And Kranepool lifts this one to left field and playing it safe and stopping at third is Boswell. I guess he had to do that. Was right at him, but didn't know if he was going to catch it. So runners on the corners with 1 out and see if looks like the White Sox are going to play normal, playing double play depth, trying to get out. Well, with Ryan up, you're not. I might play the infield in here if it was me with the pitcher batting. All right. Here's Ryan, swung on and missed. 2 away. And now here's Ken Boswell. And
Oh.
Boswell, it gets by him. And safe at the plate. And the Mets take a lead on the wild pitch. So moving up to second base is Kranepool. And 3-1 count to Boswell. And that's into center field. Well, oh no, that's a shallow pop-up. The shortstop will take care of that. And that will retire the side, but the Mets take the lead on the wild pitch, and we go to the top of the sixth. As Buck Weaver leads off for the White Sox, it'd be Weaver, Schalk, and Liebold here in the top of the sixth. And switch hitter Benning, left-handed, rips this one into right field for a base hit. So I believe he is 2 for 3 now on the day. So let's see if the White Sox get something started. Here's Ray Schalk. Schalk hitless so far in 2 games and squares around and misses it. 0-2 count. Looks like he'll be swinging away here. Yep, and lifts this one into left field. Racing in is the left fielder and making the catches, Agee. Actually, Jones calls him off, calls Agee off and makes the catch. 1 down. Here's Nemo Liebold. And Nemo takes and throw to second and out by plenty. So good throw by Grody. And 2 outs, nobody on. 0-1 count to Liebold. And got him in on his hands. Weak ground ball to second. And throws out Liebold to retire the side. So we go to the bottom of the sixth. Mets lead 1-0. See if they can maybe add some more runs here. Cleon Jones, Gaspar, and Agee do up here in the bottom of the sixth. Russell still strong after 5 innings here. And ground ball to third, ranging over is the third baseman. And making the play is Weaver, 1 down. And here's Rod Gaspar. I believe this is his first at-bat of this series. Pinch hit or he came as a defensive replacement for Shamsky. And that's a lazy fly ball to right field and can of corn there for Liebold. 2 down. And here's Tommy Agee. And that's ripped into the hole. Nice play by Weaver. Throws to first, and that retires the side. And so we go to the top of the seventh. Quick moving game here. Both pitchers not messing around. Riceberg, Russell probably hit, and Collins do up here for the White Sox. And that's a fly ball center field, but back to make the catch is Agee. Right in front of the warning track, makes the catch to retire. Leadoff batter. And Fred McMullen is pinch hitting for the White Sox.
So McMullen, one of the Black Sox, and McMullen was just a utility player, barely used, but won it in on the conspiracy in 1919, and look what he got for his efforts. So McMullen will have 3 seasons left of baseball. He'll get thrown out in 1920. Riceberg already out of, or Gandil, already out of baseball in the 1920 season. But Fred McMullen, I wonder if he can get his little 15 seconds of fame here to balance the infamy, I suppose.
That's true. All right, so McMullen be facing Nolan Ryan.
So Joe Murdy says in the chat here, he says he's been quietly lobbying DKS, so Action PC, to include exit velocity the way Out of the Park is doing. It's amazing to me that exit velocity isn't already a part of Action PC, he says. Good. That's nice. I think it adds a nice little touch to the game.
Yeah, and then Joe Murdy also bringing up with Nolan Ryan, but we'll bring this up after this at bat here. And we ground ball to short and on to first 2 down. He says that he might have gotten more credit, possibly Ryan could have gotten himself to the World Series in '79, but the Angels faced a tall task with the Orioles that year with their pitching staff, with McGregor and Palmer and probably Dobson would have been gone by then, maybe.
So, I mean, that Orioles team was tough because, I mean, the Pirates faced them and came back and beat them in 1971. It was a deficit in that World Series. And, I mean, as everybody knows, in 1969, I mean, the Orioles were heavily favored to win that World Series. And, well, we know what happened, right?
Yes, we do.
But what a rotation those Orioles teams had, huh?
Yeah, it's 69 Orioles are definitely one that have been used in a lot of tabletop tournaments to win a lot of tournaments, because baseball demos used them as part of his Made Madness and what got me to start buying strat sets.
Oh, cool. Yes, Sakuni, this is the 1969 Amazons. Yep.
Amazons. Yep. And so what do you call the Cubs? The chokers, I guess?
Yeah. Oh, my God, right? Yeah. Sucked big time to be a Cubs fan in 1969. But then again, many people would argue it just sucked to be a Cubs fan for a long time. 1908, right? What a span. Of course, the White Sox had a similar long drought. Nobody talked about that, but right. Imagine, right? I mean, and I like the Cubs, but I mean, right. So your last World Series win is 1908. So 2 world wars, a moon landing, literally so many geopolitical changes, just legions and legions of things just marching by, and the Cubs were being the Cubs, right?
Years before between playoff series, like, no, that was so when the Cubs made the playoffs in '84.
Mm-hmm.
How long had it been since they had made the playoffs before that?
Well, so if memory serves, so if we're talking about playoffs, did they even make the right when the playoffs? I don't think they would, right? Because when you go back, so
they lost to the Padres,
right? Was that 84, right? 84, yeah.
Leon Durham, ball between his legs,
right? Well, so 1945, Carlos, right? They made it to the postseason, but so I guess I'm kind of picking nits here, because when playoffs didn't exist in 1945. It was just the best 2 met in the World Series. So yeah, bit of a drought. I mean, the Cubs had some great teams in the 1930s. That 1938 race was a good one. The Pirates came close, but it's always a season that that was the year of Gabby Hartnett's famous homer in the Gloamin'. And then the game, right? It was after he hit the home run. It was called because of impending darkness or something. Kind of a wild story there.
Play those playoff games at 11 a.m. possibly.
Charlie Root, right? Who apparently pitched Babe Ruth's called shot, and Charlie Root famously said that if Ruth had done that, he would have stuck it in Ruth's ear. Charlie Root was a nasty dude. So, I think that's a story that with the ages just grows more amazing. We're never going to know the truth, right?
Yeah, because there wasn't 50,000 people with their cell phone cameras there.
Exactly. If you look at that picture, and I mean, some people have said that I guess so the Cubs were riding Ruth like mercilessly during that World Series, and people were arguing that he's not pointing to center field, but he's pointing, because in those days, it was pretty much customary that the home team dugout was in the third base side, and they were arguing that Ruth was actually pointing back, answering somebody in the Cubs dugout, that he wasn't pointing to center, and that lone picture that has survived the 1932 World Series, it's really hard to tell if Ruth is pointing what he's doing, right? Because I mean, of course, in Major League they kind of play off with that, with right,
Jake Taylor,
right, making the big point, but and of course that terrible Babe Ruth story that they subjected the real Babe Ruth to literally 2 months before he died, with William Bendix, and Bendix pointing to center field. We're never going to know, because they asked Lou Gehrig, and Gehrig said, well, you saw it. And Charlie Root coming and Babe Ruth, and I pointed and I said out to Charlie Root, I'm going to hit the next pitch into the center field. And the things I've read about Charlie Root, you just wouldn't say that because, Charlie Root's going to go headhunting. So will we ever know?
Was missing the cabbage underneath his hat that day.
Yeah. But you know what? I mean, we got to give some, for Babe Ruth, when he did it big. And you know what? If he was bullshitting us, it's still wonderful. I love it. I just love it.
Yeah. I mean, and then again, with the passage of time, it's all we have is the stories.
Absolutely.
All right. So a little bit of delay here, but we'll get back to the action. Here's Eddie Collins facing Nolan Ryan. And swung on and missed, struck him out. And that retires the side. Stretch time, and going to take a little bit here, get some refreshment here. And
yeah, please do while you're doing that. I'll let people know. So what this is about, again, today is about community, getting together, having some fun with some baseball, a few non-baseball games. And, for those of you, and I will borrow from Buckshot and from Tim, for those of you not wishing to pollute your television screens with the Stupor Bawl, hopefully, you hang out here. And I know some people will be doing some other things. So resist, and enjoy. So hope you guys have fun later on, not only with baseball, but we're going to be doing some stuff like be showing Talisman today, which is one of the greatest fantasy board games you could ever play. And hopefully get some people interested and maybe start doing like a Talisman night on the Ned McGreevy Discord. Going to be showing Warhammer Inquisitor Martyr, and if we have time, some Diablo 4, maybe Stellaris for a little bit, and then back to baseball, some MLB The Show. Just going to mix it up. And anybody, while we do have this little break, I do want to put the invite back in the chat. Anybody that wants to come on and talk, whatever, this is just about having fun today, guys. So there's the link. Click it, and if you're in the green room, we'll get you on the broadcast. And Tim, so kindly doing this, calling these games. This is awesome. So Tim, back to you if you're back.
I'm back.
All right.
Jerry Grody leading off the bottom of the seventh. Will be Grody, Harrelson, and Garrett here in the bottom of the seventh. As Joe Benz still looking to fire that ignition here. Actually, he's coming to the game now. The pitch for...
And a strike three called coming in, huh?
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it. I did hear the little thing before the pitch. But all right, here's Bud Harrelson. Looks like 2 for 5 on the series. 1 for 2 today with a double. And he fists one down the first base line, and there is the first baseman... Gandil takes it to the bag himself, and there's 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the seventh. As Wayne Garrett up now. Garrett has 1 hit so far in this series. Swung on and missed, struck him out, and that will retire the side. So we go to the top of the 8th, the prime scoring inning so far for the White Sox. Let's hold on. It'll be Gandil, Jackson, and Felsch here in the inning. And here's the pitch from Ryan.
Welcome in, Night Raven.
Hello, Night Raven. And there's a ground ball to second. And easy play there for second baseman Boswell to green pull, 1 down. And here's Shoeless Joe Jackson facing Ryan.
Want to see Shoeless Joe do something. Not this time.
Not this time. Fly ball to center field. And underneath it is AG. Makes the catch, 2 down.
Great range out there in center field.
Yep. And here's Happy Felsch. Of course, he was part of the Frank Trader Lane series for the Indians when he was part of them. Worst executive the Indians have ever had. And there's a fly ball to right field, and ranging over and making the catch is Gaspar, and that will retire the side. Of course, Frank Trader Lane also traded Roger Maris. Yeah. He's always had these players when they were young players and didn't know what they really had until they traded them. Then again, there was the odyssey of Chris Chambliss and Greg Nettles, and both of them knew the management was awful and wanted out. So, of course, those players were there before I was ever born. So
the Pirates have done that so many times too. We kind of, threw in the towel in Tim Wakefield. He goes to Boston and has a stellar career. Drives me nuts.
So, yeah. And then, of course, you traded Moises Alou for. Then again, you also bring up Jeff Bagwell got traded from what I hear. Jeff Bagwell was a struggling minor league player before he got traded to the Astros. So you never know when that switch goes off and finally it's like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. Just some people, it happens sooner or later, and you just hope you're still in baseball by the time it happens. So
exactly.
All right, here's Ed Kranepool. I believe he was a Mets original, right, from '62.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tim. Yeah.
All right, so here's Joe Benz in his second inning of work, facing Kranepool. And Kranepool lists this one to right field, but coming in a few steps now is Leibold. He will make the catch and retire Kranepool. One away. And wow, okay, so they're not gonna make the same mistake twice in letting reliever come in. Ryan will hit for himself here in the 8th inning. And once again, swung on and missed, struck him out. 2 down. And back to the top of the order for Boswell. Betting 420 here in this series. And weak ground ball to short. And Riceberg throws out Boswell. And we go to the 9th. 1-0 game here. And see if some 9th inning magic for the White Sox.
Well, they did it in the 9th inning in game 1, so.
Looks like Weaver, Schulk, and Leibold. Don't be surprised if they go to the bench here with Schulk and Leibold not having a hit so far here in this series. But Ryan trying to finish this off. And swung on and missed. Made him look foolish on that inside fastball, or inside curveball. And 1 away. 7th strikeout for Ryan. And here's Eddie. So we do have a pinch hitter, Eddie Murphy. He just doesn't want to party all the time.
Hoping to be the golden child. Oh.
And doesn't want to be a donkey here.
Oh. Aaron Reed, welcome to the ballpark. Good to see you. Oh, my goodness. This is
donkey. All right, here's the pitch to Eddie Murphy. And there's a ground ball down to first. Kranepool take it to the bag himself. 2 up, 2 down here in the 9th. And will the White Sox go to the bullpen, go to the bench? No, they'll stick with Leibold here.
RJL Network joining us at Chase Stadium.
With his LFGM message, probably. And ground ball to third in the hole, ranging over. And will they get the runner?
Oh,
yes, they do. Banger at first, and they call him out. So Ryan goes the distance in a 1-0 victory.
So they'll go to Comiskey Park, tied at 1. Here we go. Nolan Ryan picked a good time to have a career day in game 2 of this series. Ryan dominated the overmatched White Sox to help his club move into a 1-1 tie. The right-handed Ryan threw 9 innings of shutout ball in the 1-0 victory. 9 innings in the win at Shea Stadium. The Mets and White Sox playing a best of 7. Ryan was in the zone all game, frustrated Chicago hitters while giving the Mets 9 innings of quality work. Ryan threw 118 pitches, allowing 5 hits and 7 strikeouts. So, good outing, a good ball game. This was a fun ball. They both have been good, but this one I didn't expect a 1-0 game, and this one I really thought. I expected Ryan to shut him down, but I expected a little bit more offense from the Mets. But it's 1 hit. So credit to Joe Benz for a pretty good game coming in relief. He's getting a lot of work in this series.
Yeah, it looks like he's first out of the bullpen for both games. You wonder if he'll be first out of the bullpen again.
Right. So Night Raven saying demanding a video replay for that last out. So with when you set up, as you know, when you set up a season, you can set up for highlights, but I don't think you can do that in like a tournament type thing like this. I think it'd be great to see that, but I don't know how to do that. I don't think you can, which is a bit of a drag. But that was close. That was close. I thought he was safe at first.
All right, Beatles, I'm going to step out for a couple minutes here. If you want, I don't know if you want to
Yeah,
start.
Tim.
The next game, go ahead and call it maybe the first inning or two, and then I'll be back in.
All right. Be looking forward to you, Tim. Thank you. All right, guys. So we're going to travel on to Chicago, a little travel day. And today we're going to see what I think will be a pretty good matchup here. Jerry Kuzman versus Red Faber. Again, anybody who wants to come on and, have a little chin wag here, whatever. And Stupor Bawl Sunday. Everybody except Big Clue. No, Big Clue, of course. We talk about Big Clue, who I think has done 99% of the trades in the Fields of Dreams. The reason we're doing these two teams, by the way, so for those of you who didn't catch it in the Discord, the next 3 seasons coming up in the Fields of Dreams League, run by Big Clue and Steve Tate, 1917, 1969, and 1994. So I thought it'd be fun to kick off the festivities today to have a game between the 1917 White Sox and the 1969 Mets. The winner of the series later today will face the 1994 Montreal Expos. So Big Clue is going to be doing all these pirate mistakes all day. I guess I'm going to have to fire back with some Reds here and stuff. Get on the mic here, Big Clue. All right. So we're going back to a very old Comiskey. And let's see what we have here. Looks like lineups are pretty much staying consistent through all this whole thing. So Jerry Kuzman in the 1969 season, 17 wins, 9 losses, a 2.28 earned run average, a whip of 1.06. He struck out 6.7 batters per 9 innings. For Red Faber, a 16-13 record with a 1.92 earned run average, a 1.25 whip, only 3 strikeouts per 9 innings and 3.1 walks. So let's get to old Comiskey Park, a very old Comiskey Park. Again, courtesy of Mike Silva, 2 great mods, the uniform mod and the ballpark mod. All right, make sure that we've got our views set up. And there we go. We got the nice keyhole here. Love that. I love that look in ballparks. Let's see what we have. As far as our initial, again, we're going home plate TV, and wide. Okay, nice. All right, as Tommy Agee steps in, Agee is 1 for 6 in this series, hitting just 167 as we do a quick fly around here. Comiskey Park, 1917, home of a great White Sox team. This series tied at 1 game apiece. Faber deals. Agee swings, and that little bouncer back through the box. Faber not even moving, and Agee with great speed. That's going to be an infield hit. So the Mets open it up in interesting fashion, and Agee with incredible speed at first. Here's Ken Boswell. Boswell having a good series thus far, hitting .375, 2 runs batted in, including a home run back in Game 1. So the lefty stands in. Faber has the sign from Cracker Schalk. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Big curveball coming in there from Red Faber. So 1 down. Agee stays at first. Here's Art Shamsky. Shamsky with a solo dinger back in Game 1 of the series. He's hitting .400. Faber winds and fires the 1-0 pitch. This one a grounder hopper to short, and that is going to be an inning-ending 6-4-3 double play. So the Mets empty bases after that double play. We go to the bottom of the first. It's the New York Mets 0, and the Chicago White Sox come into bat. Leading off here, Hall of Famer Jason Bay. And hang on, I'm getting some sort of weird thing yelling at me. We don't need it. Okay, anyhow, back to it. All right. As Carlos Yas said, he always liked Jerry Kuzman. All right. So Kuzman peers in, has the sign from Jerry Grody. Oh, we got Robert. Oh, my goodness. He's back there in the green room. Let's get RGO Network, guys. Robert, how you doing today, bud?
Happy Super Bowl Sunday, my good man.
How you doing, my friend? You doing well?
Oh, are you kidding me? It's a Super Bowl Sunday. How can you not do well after having a pizza and maybe a couple of beers? You're usually doing pretty good for the day as we get ready for a little football tonight. I'm actually, be honest, I'm so happy that this is the Super Bowl because it's the last game of the football season and I'm all footballed out.
You're footballed out. So do you have a horse? Do you have a horse in this race, Robert? I know your Dolphins aren't in it,
I think the Kansas City Swifties will beat the 49ers only because I think it's already been scripted since mid-November. So I'm expecting the Chiefs to win this game tonight because you want Taylor Swift on the podium with Travis Kelce accepting the trophy. So of course that's what I'm expecting. So
that might not be the only thing that Taylor Swift is accepting by the end of the night.
Oh man!
Like I said, she's gonna be there.
Not
so
in that sense.
It's a big money maker for the NFL. And when the NFL found out that Kelce was dating Taylor Swift, somebody in the marketing department said, "Okay, how can we market this?" Trust me, the NFL knows exactly what it's doing. So, you're getting the Swiftie ratings today. There's going to be people today that don't even watch the NFL, that watch football, that are just going to be there just because Taylor's going to be on TV. So,
yeah, well, there's probably also little girls watching that. The only reason that they're watching is to see if Taylor shows up.
But I got to say this for Taylor Swift, though. I think she has better legs than like every player on both teams.
That's
Kansas City and San Francisco. You got to give her that. Good legs.
That's for sure. Travis Kelce right now is a lucky guy. So I think that's awesome for him. I'm mad at you there, Beatles Eternally. You did not show up for my All-Star game last night.
I know, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, work. It sucks. And then so I just did a 6-day work week, Robert. I'm so behind on everybody's broadcast. I haven't broadcasted in like days and days.
I only do 2 All-Star games a year, one for each current season I'm doing. That was the 1972 game last night. It was a lot of fun. I did a few weird things with it because the All-Star game is an exhibition game, so I change a few rules here and there to make it more interesting. And you did not show up. I am so mad.
I suck.
You do.
I know.
You suck.
I suck, man. I suck.
You suck.
I have to own it, Robert. I do. Oh my God, I'm terrible. I got to ask you though, how are my Bucks doing right now in your replay?
The Bucks are in first place in the National League. They're looking pretty strong.
And how about those disgusting Reds? What are they doing?
Oh, those Reds? Oh, they're unfortunately, they're still leading the National League West, and it looks like no one's going to catch them. Pretty much right now. But remember, though, I have expanded playoffs. So just because you win the division doesn't mean you automatically go to the LCS. So right now the Reds are 55-33. The Astros are right behind them at 47-45. The Reds are going to probably the Reds and the Pirates will probably win their divisions. My Mets are right there. They're in third. They're actually tied with the Cubs in percentage points. The Cubs are in second. Believe it or not, the funny thing is right now is the surprising thing is the New York Yankees, at least at this time, at the All-Star break, the Yankees lead the American League East.
That is a bit of a surprise.
But that division, but the Yankees, Baltimore, Detroit, Boston, and Cleveland, all very much alive. So we're going to have a pretty interesting final week when we get there, I think.
It's going to be fun. Are you doing a game tomorrow night? Or are you still doing? Are you still on All-Star break?
No game today because it's the second day of my All-Star break.
But tomorrow night.
We'll do tomorrow night. I have the Twins and the Athletics. Tomorrow night we have Burt Blyleven, who's in the Hall of Fame, against Ida Blue, who should be
in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, exactly. Well, if you guys want to do some play-by-play and color, I'm going to turn it back over to Tim here as we go to the bottom of the first. So we are tied, the 1917 White Sox and 1969 Mets, as a kind of little sneak preview of 2 of the teams from 3 of the seasons coming in for season 2 of Fields of Dreams.
All right, and here's Eddie Collins facing one half of the best Topps card ever created, Jerry Koosman.
Jerry Koosman. Excellent pitcher.
And there's a line drive right to the first baseman, Ed Kranepool. 1 down. Did Kranepool ever show up on Seinfeld? I don't think he did.
I don't think he ever did, no. I don't remember him on that.
Okay.
This is the 1917 White Sox. This isn't the Black Sox, apparently.
Right. This is the better team, actually.
Better team.
Yep.
And
that
here's
Buckshot and I want in the next season, and somebody else is going to grab him. We already know it. Although my team sucks badly enough, I might have an outside chance.
and here is Arnold Chick Gandil now up. Yes, I will be using some of their government names from and that's a ground ball to first, throwing to Kuzman, covering two down.
Oh, shoeless Joe Jackson, who should be in the friggin' Hall of Fame.
Damn right.
Joe Jackson. He was the best at that time. He was the best. Who was better? I mean, Babe Ruth learned from him.
And Ty Cobb talked about. Jackson and Rose. I think there's nobody that would dispute that. They need to be in there.
Only because and the thing was, well, Jackson was part of the scandal, but he had a great World Series.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you can't hit what he hit 374 and 2 home runs in that.
Yeah, no, they didn't lose the series because of him.
No.
They I just shoeless. I mean, like I said, these days, everyone's still talking about, all the people down the Jews, Clemens, Bonds, Palmeiro, Sosa. You know what? I'm sick and tired of it. Put them all.
Still gotta hit a freaking round ball with a round bat.
Just put them all in, okay, and make sure the ghost of shoeless Joe Jackson is waiting for them at the front door.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Who knows? Maybe when I don't know. Look how long it took him to get certain things legalized. That probably should have been a long time ago.
Oh, got to fix this angle.
And that's a fly ball to center, and AG makes the catch to retire the side. The White Sox.
And yes, Keith Hernandez also belongs in the Hall of Fame there, Aaron.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does, along with Don Mattingly. How do you not put in Donnie Baseball? Come on.
And here's Urban. This is actually his real name, Urban Clarence Faber.
I'm just trying to find a nice. Okay, so overview, we're probably going to get a little bit of vertigo, but we're going to go for overview for the action camera. All right.
And here's Cleon Jones.
Cleon Jones, a cold bat in this series.
1969 Mets, the year of my birth.
And he swings and misses, strike 3.
And there's one for Mike Silva, says, and bada bing, he's out. Because Mike and I are big gangster movie aficionados. So.
And here's Wayne Garrett. He is not really swung a great bat so far. And it's a high chopper off the plate. And
that's not going to come down until next year.
No, it's not. Well, that's right. There's a pop-up. Oh, wow. He popped it up. I thought he had hit the ground first. It sounded like it, but nope.
Just for a couple bats, what we'll do here, just because I love showing off these. If I can get this behind home plate, let me see. I want to get a better view of this park. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Look at that, Mike Silva's superb work here.
The Baggett's Company whiskey and the Brockman's tonic.
I had some Brookman's malt tonic this morning, actually, and there we go.
Well, Penzo and Texas.
Very grody. Was he an underrated catcher?
Underrated defensively, I would say.
Yeah, I think that the thing with Grody, Robert, I think is Johnny Bench in so many ways, right? In that like redefines catcher again after great catchers like Campanella, Mickey Cochran, whatever. And I think I think that was the thing with Grody. I think he was a fine defensive catcher.
I know Seaver loved him.
Oh yeah.
I know Seaver loved Grody.
He was one of the better players on my. I did do the 60s. For those that have heard me talk about it, unfortunately there are no videos because I was not videoing games at the time, but I did replay the entire 1967 Mets season. So yes, he was one of the bright spots in that replay. And one of the reasons I got the app because you had Ken Boswell and Amos Otis and all of them coming in, and I did not have them carded. And I was like, I am not putting in 5 defensive replacements for them. I'll get the app and we'll play as they had them carded. So, and here's the pitch to Grody, and in on the fifth, he grounds it to first, and
nice play.
Take it to the bag. Nope.
Nice play
Faber threw the recovery. There was a little bit of a glitch there, and I didn't see it. So, all right, so we're through 1, and we are scoreless.
Now, the funny thing there, Beatles, is even though I go ahead and I haven't played much out of the park, out of the park baseball, I will always pick up a copy of it every single year. So remember, we're in February, so don't be surprised. We're going to see advertisements for Out of the Park 25 very shortly.
Well, I'm one of the beta testers for it. So
I heard about. I almost wanted to become one, but I said I don't have time. So to beta test, what do you think of so far? What do you see? If you can say anything.
So I think there's nothing wrong with saying that I like it, and there's a really cool new feature in it that you guys are going to like. That's all I can say.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Now, Out of the Park 25, I've been buying a copy of that game since Out of the Park 4. So
nice.
Back in the day. So no, I'll always support Marcus. I always will support that man.
Hey, Mike in the truck is with us. Hey, Mike.
Mike in the truck.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Felsh up, and it's back to you, Tim and Robert.
And here is Happy Felsh facing Jerry Kuzman. And there's a ground ball to short. And firing over the first.
Play by Bud Harrelson. May he rest in peace.
Yeah, memory eternal.
Mm-hmm. And here is Jerry Kuzman to face Buck Weaver. Had a great game too, but had nothing to show for it for runs. And ground ball, hot shot to third. Good play by Garrett. Throws to first.
And Garrett can move. He's got some speed over there. Got some good range. 69 Mets were a pretty decent baseball team.
He was late arriver in my 67 replay, but he was probably a full-on starter by 69. And now here is Ray Schalk to face Kuzman. And there's a ground ball through the hole between first and second, and that's a 2-out base hit. First hit for the White Sox. And now here's Sean Collins facing Jerry Kuzman. And ground ball to third. Good play there by Garrett. Throws to Kringle, and that will retire the side.
Old Comiskey Park. You know, I look at new Comiskey Park, or in this case, Guaranteed Rate Field, and I kind of say the same thing about Guaranteed Rate Field and Comerica Park for the Tigers. For some reason, no personality is in either one of those ballparks. I just don't know why.
I definitely agree with you with Guaranteed Rate. Because old Comiskey was like just oozing personality.
Old Comiskey Park had so much personality, absolutely. Yeah. But Guaranteed Rate, I look at it. There's just no personality, and I'll be honest. Comerica Park for the Tigers, there's no personality either in that ballpark either. They're bland. I just don't know what it is about those two. I just like somebody decided to build a ballpark and say, okay, here it is. All right, well, fine, but you would think they would have taken a page from Camden Yards, which is a beautiful ballpark. Camden Yards has got there are so many ballparks that have personality. Camden Yards has got it. My Park City Field has got it.
Yep.
Wrigley Field, of course, has got it. Fenway Park has got it.
PNC.
PNC. Yes, PNC Park has got it. Oracle Park for the Giants has got it. There's just. Why is it some ballparks just have no personality?
Well, of course, nothing could be as bad though as the Homer Dome. Let's face it. It was like you'd watch a game there, and it was like a bunch of like hefty garbage bags out there, and those were the football seats, right?
Nothing like hitting in the Homer Dome where you got up against the hefty. He's up against the hefty. Oh, he makes the catch. All right.
All right. And here's a pitch. Looks like he's a sidewinder. Oh, deep into the hole. Great play by the second baseman, Collins.
Eddie Collins makes it all look easy, showing why he's a Hall of Famer.
And now here's Claypool to face Fisher.
So, guys, just to stop for a second, and I mean, accepting this, because it doesn't read the XML files from Mike's mod perfectly when you're going into these like exhibitions. But look at the work Mike has really put into this uniform mod. It's amazing. You'll be able to see it for the White Sox too in the windup. We all talk about his ballparks, but let's not forget this uniform mod. It's fantastic.
That's because they went to the new system for uniforms and such. Because I used to make a whole bunch of uniforms for Out of the Park for the David Miller MLB uniforms and stuff. I did that. I did all of those uniforms and did very good. But when they went to the new setup, it was a little bit more complex for me. I stopped. So now I let people like Mike Silva, the architect, go ahead and
absolutely. David, hey buddy.
Greenpool, welcome in. Shane O'Collins for the second out while we were discussing interviews, and Jerry Kuzman now hitting. And puts the bat on the ball, flies it to foul territory in left field. But racing over is Sheila's Joe Jackson to make the catch and retire the side.
And yes, Devin Lando is correct. Guaranteed Rate Field was built before Camden Yards. It was true, but yet Camden, all the new retro classic ballparks are based off of Camden Yards' setup, not Guaranteed Rate Field setup. I mean, you look at Camden Yards, which is, I think they consider retro. I think it's called retro classic, and you can see a lot of ballparks that had that. Same City Field is retro classic. Okay, so is actually Oracle Park is retro classic, but for some reason, Guaranteed Rate Field is just something about. There's just something there that just doesn't turn me on as a ballpark.
Oh, Carlos, I hope Kansas City doesn't get a new ballpark.
They're getting one. They're going to get one. Kansas City is going to get a new stadium. They're going to get one. It'll be brand new. They're going to get one. And the Oakland A's better think of something soon, because Manfred's already going to the Oakland Athletics and saying, hey, look, you need a fit place to play here, and we need to know in a few months because we got to put out the schedule. So you need to find out where you're playing for 2025 to 2027 while Vegas builds you a ballpark. So take your time. Could you please hurry it up?
So that park in Vegas isn't going to be done until 2027.
2028 actually is what they figure it's going to take.
Wow.
But the problem is that Oakland doesn't have a place to play right now. Because 2024 is the last year at Oakland Coliseum. What a dump. And and that's a worse ballpark right now in the majors. Okay, and the thing is, they're thinking, well, you could play in San Francisco, but right now, I think that would be a mistake. I think you need to make an agreement with the Las Vegas Aviators, who happen to be your AAA affiliate that play at Las Vegas ballpark, and play there for a few years right now. Okay, until they build a new one.
Well, yeah, because AAA parks have to be major league spec. So absolutely.
Right. So,
Carlos, this is so you're going to hear the game sound cut out. That's the way Out of the Park does. But this is
I did see that, Carlos. I was pissed when I read that.
That's terrible. That is terrible. Oh my God, who would do that?
Burn beyond recognition too.
I could say who I think could do it, but I'll keep my mouth shut.
When did this happen? When did this happen?
Last week, I think a week or two ago.
Oh my God. That's just despicable. I mean, and that's being kind.
It's the fact that you made a statue that could burn. It wasn't made out of bronze. Kind of okay.
Yeah. There's just. I mean, it just. Oh my God. This. Yeah. I mean, that it's wrong in so many ways.
Yeah. Well, no, we know it's so. I don't know who to blame, but I'll keep my mouth shut.
Right. I get it.
But still, yeah, that's hard. Yes, Carlos, you can't do that to. I mean, not to one of the guys that broke the color barrier, but also, could anybody here would agree with me that Jackie Robinson was probably the most exciting player in baseball history? I don't think anybody can argue that point.
No, not at all.
All right, so we want to get back to the action here. Swede Reisberg facing Kuzman. And swung and
struck him out.
There you go, RJL. And here is Urban Faber.
Strike three. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Come on, Kuzman.
All right, and here's Eddie Collins, Hall of Famer, leading back to leadoff position. Batting 286 this series. And ball four, so 2-out runner for the White Sox. As they looking to get something started here in the bottom of the third. And here is Chick Gard, or is it Gandil?
I don't correct pronunciations when people are doing it on my channel. You pronounce it the way you want.
I will not be doing a Gubazla here. Trust me.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. ID Jester, where are you when we need you, buddy?
Oh yeah, he'll correct us.
And that's a fly ball into left field, but there
Lazy
is
fly ball. He makes the play.
Mhm.
Another tight one here through the. Wow, not. This has been good games.
Mm-hmm. And Tommy Agee up the bat.
Ooh.
And
Right down the middle. Should have swung at that one. That's a called strike 3.
curveball buckled the knees there.
Yeah, he did. That did there, sure, there, my good man. Sure did there, Tim.
And here's Ken Boswell. Had a good series so far. 333 through 2 games. And Boswell gets it out the
base hit. Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets.
All right. Here's Art Shamsky, who hopes to play who's played about as much as he did in game 2. And there's a lazy fly ball into center. And Felsch puts it away, 2 down. And here's Cleon Jones.
Made the final out in the World Series.
Yes, he did.
Caught the final out.
Caught the final out, yep.
Jones' bat wakes up finally, huh?
And going first to third is Boswell, and he's in with a dive. So here's Wayne Garrett trying to get the Mets out to a 1-0 lead.
Another unsung hero of the 80s of the 69 Mets.
Oh, weak grounder to second. But there's Wayne Garrett. Go ahead, RJ.
Not too bad there, my good man. Yeah, I could see that. It was pretty cool. We got no score here after 3. Shoeless coming up to bat. Should be in the Hall of Fame. Absolutely. Kuzman on the mound. Gets the sign. In there. Now the pitch. And that is a fly ball to left field. That should be easy out there for Jones. And he'll measure it and take it. And that'll be the first out. Next up is Felsch. Felsch is, he's 0 for 1 here today. Kuzman gets the sign. Pitch on the way. And that is a fly ball into right field. But it's measured easily there by Shamsky. And he'll put it in the glove for out number 2. And now Buck Weaver. Weaver, he is 0 for 1. Kuzman with the deal. He grounds one right to short. That's an easy play there for Harrelson. And they'll toss that over and retire the side. Very nice job for Kuzman. 1, 2, 3. Go the Chi Sox. We got no score here going to the bottom of the 4th.
Hey, Beatles, can I ask something? Why are they making all the – it's almost like they're making them sidewinders.
Yeah, that's a good question. Anybody want to chime in? Maybe Mike or something. I usually don't play from this angle, so yeah, I'm not sure if Faber actually was this. I don't know if Faber was a sidewinder.
Kuzman was not a sidewinder. I know that. I know he wasn't one. That I did see him pitch. So
yeah, it might be the angle, maybe just the way they have the animation working on the angle or something, perhaps.
Kuzman was not a sidewinder.
Yeah, let's switch it to
I did watch
this one, and let's see if we can catch what his windup looks like here, or if he's thrown up. I have to switch both of them.
That's grounded to short. Easy play there. Throws to first. Nice play by Risberg. That's out number 1. Next up is Harrelson. May he rest in peace. Well-liked player. Well-liked human being, I heard, too.
Yeah, see, he's coming more 3/4 overhand.
Catcher, and he is just got in there.
Of course, Harrelson's the only person that was on both the 69 and 86.
Yes,
Bud
Harrelson
as a coach.
He was the third base coach, the only player in the Mets, only Mets player in uniform in 69 and 86.
Wow.
Exactly. Yes. Although there was another player that was in uniform, but he was wearing different uniforms in 69 and 86.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tim will know who that is.
Davey Johnson.
Yep. He made the last out for Baltimore, but he was the manager of the Mets in '86. Davey Johnson. There's Kuzman, who says, I don't need no stinking DH. Let me hit the ball. Fine, I'll go.
Yeah, so it must be the way they're doing the animation from that angle, because I'm watching these guys are coming now 3/4 delivery. So I think it's just probably a case of, because Marcus Heinsohn actually does a lot of the motion capture and all that, because I used to play some baseball. So maybe that's the answer, because they're not throwing sidearm from this angle.
All right. So we have Ray Schultz.
Underrated catcher, Ray Schultz. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame, but I mean, it's not fair to compare Schultz to the more modern catcher. He was a great defensive catcher and a natural on-field leader. He was a light hitter, but everything I've read about Ray Schultz defensively, he was just premier defensive catcher. I mean, how we were talking about Grody earlier, so we got a game with two superb catchers in it.
Grounded right back to second. And that'll be an easy play there for Boswell to throw it out to first. There's Shannon Collins. 0 for 1. And that's hit right to first. Harrelson. Looks like he'll take him. Cranepool will take it himself. That's out number 2. And now Swede Risberg. Rounded up right there. And this time Harrelson will get there. And the Mets are playing some basic, fundamental defense and getting the job done. No score. Going the bottom after 5. And now AG. AG is, 0 for 1 here? Let's see, 0 for 2. Right, swing, and a struck him out. Right now, here's
Faber's fan 5.
Let's see, Boswell's oath is 1 for 2. Faber. Looks like he's got plenty of gas in the tank. That's grounded short. Easy play there. Routine. Lots of routine plays. The pitcher's just dominating right now on the mound. Another pitcher's duel here. Red Faber. Was Red Faber another unsung hero for the White Sox back in the day?
I think so, yeah.
Because, like I said, my dead ball era knowledge is not as good as yours. But besides, from what I know from what I've played in dead ball games, which I did a number of times. But Red Faber, I heard a lot of good things about him.
He's a tough pitcher. I mean, relied a lot on his defense, but that was the thing. I mean, he got those pitches down and let this, this excellent infield work for him. Not a Hall of Famer, but definitely not Hall of Fame, wow. But Faber was definitely a formidable pitcher and somebody that pretty much forgotten out of history.
Here's Faber dealing to Shamsky. He's got a bomb in the series. Here comes the pitch, and he hits one into center. That should stay in the park. And that is there. And that's a 1-2-3 inning for the 69 Mets. Still no score. But Kuzman pitching a one-hitter here. Kuzman pitching beautifully.
Carlos says, he was reading up on Thurman Munson a few weeks back. Remember when the news broke on his death? Great ball player.
I think you should put Thurman Munson in the Hall. Just posthumously, just put him in the Hall. He would have been a Hall of Famer if he played a full career. Just put him in.
Yeah.
Put him in. Put him in the Hall.
But do you think they'll do it?
No.
Yeah.
Dick Allen, who should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh God, yeah, that's a travesty, right?
They didn't put him in. When you put in players like Scott Rowland, and yet you don't put in players like Thurman Munson or Keith Hernandez or Donnie Baseball. Like I said, we definitely need some new blood choosing Hall of Fame. I have no problem with what they had this year. I have no problem with Helton. I have no problem with Beltre, and I have no problem with Mauer. Okay.
Well, you were calling Helton like last year. He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Put him with Larry Walker at the exact same time. Their stats are similar. I don't know what the problem was, but Helton should have went in with Larry Walker. They should have both went in. Okay.
Yeah.
No problem with Beltre. 3,000 hits. Yes, absolutely. Lock. Okay. And yes, Joe Mauer was one of the best catchers, was one of the best Twins catchers of all time. And he batted 300. You know how hard it is to bat 300 as a catcher?
Really hard. Right.
Easy.
Yeah.
They got it right this year, and Wagner just missed out. I think Wagner has a good chance next year.
I hope so.
Week.
We got a shot next year. But next year, we all know. Can everyone here agree that Ichiro next year is a slam dunk?
Yeah.
Oh,
If he's not, fire all the.
Better be unanimous. It better be 100%.
Oh yeah. If Ichiro isn't in on the first ballot, you know what? Just get rid of all the baseball writers.
Get rid of all of them. No, Ichiro is the best Japanese player in baseball history, and the other person is CC Sabathia, and Sabathia's ERA is high at 3.74, but he's got 3,000 strikeouts. So,
and he has over 200 wins.
Every pitcher with 3,000 strikeouts, except for Clemens, is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So, and also what is it? I think Schilling has 3,000, but his mouth is keeping him out. But forget what they've done off the field. It matters what they did on the field. That's why you put in Rose. That's why you put in Jackson's. Why you put in Bond. I mean, come on. You know, it really stinks that here I was in the 1990s watching Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, Sosa blasting home runs and cheering, and yet you're telling me that these guys, and because you're not putting them in the Hall of Fame, you're saying they weren't good?
They, along with Buck O'Neil, saved baseball. They did. You know, I mean, they brought people back in the park. You know, there's you can't deny that. And okay, I've changed. I've evolved my opinion about PED use over the years. Before I was like, yeah, but you know what? You still, and Tim, you alluded to this earlier. You still have to be an amazing athlete to hit a round object with a round object. And I mean, I was watching Bonds in Pittsburgh before the steroids thing, and you saw greatness. Yeah, you saw greatness. No. Yeah,
and let me see here. Does anybody agree that if it wasn't for all the intentional walks, Bonds has over 800 home runs?
Oh yeah. Come on, they intentionally walk Bonds with the bases loaded. That's saying something,
exactly.
Right?
I think Ken Griffey Jr., if he doesn't get hurt, has 800 home runs.
Oh well, that's what hurt the kid was the injuries. But definitely.
That's what hurt the kid.
So what he finished with 600 what?
668, I believe.
Yeah, so just beating out Willie Mays. Yeah,
just beating out Willie Mays. And I think it was. I'm not.
Willie Mays had 660.
You know, it was 660. I mean, and yet he was not unanimous going into all of that.
No. The only unanimous one was
Mariano Rivera.
Rivera. Well, and then you get guys like Hornsby and DiMaggio that didn't make it in their first year of eligibility. I think Hornsby, it was 3 years before. I mean Rogers fucking Hornsby. Come on.
Yeah. Ken Griffey Jr., let's see. 284 batting average, 630 home runs. But yet you don't think he's a Hall of Famer. Okay, so what? Was the 600 home runs was the problem? Was it the 284 batting average? Was it the 13-time All-Stars? Was it the 10 Gold Gloves? Was it the 7-time Silver Slugger? I mean, what was the problem?
Right.
Personal vendetta is what it is.
Griffey Jr. had maybe the most beautiful swing in baseball. The only guy that's second to him to me was Darryl Strawberry, and he had a gorgeous swing too.
The other thing was that people were like, oh yeah, but he fell asleep in the clubhouse late in his career. For Griffey,
you're allowed to when you're that great.
You're allowed to when you're that great.
Yeah.
Griffey's swing was so great.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Griffey had a beautiful swing. Strawberry had a beautiful swing. I thought he had maybe he was behind. I mean, I watched Strawberry swing the bat, and I said at the time before Griffey, I said, if that is just not one of the most perfect home run baseball swings you'll ever see, you know, it just amazes me, you know how he did it, you know how Strawberry did it, and yet it's sad because of the drugs and everything, but.
What could have been? How about it?
What could have been? No, I mean, remember the Mets are retiring Dwight Gooden and Darryl Strawberry's jersey this year. I wonder why they haven't retired Gary Carter's jersey yet. His jersey needs to be retired.
Well, Gary's got Rue Gary Carter in Montreal, so that's there is a street of Gary Carter in Montreal.
Yeah. So Carlos Yaz sums it up nicely. So sound will cut out, but this is a worthy comment. If the babe can go and grab a hot dog during a game, surely one of greatness can take a nap.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Nose candy, Darryl. Hey, it worked. It worked, Mike. May have been nose candy, but it worked. That's got a World Series out of it, and yet we haven't won anything since then. Meanwhile, the Boston Red Sox have 4 titles. So you know what? The Red Sox got their revenge.
All right, so
Eddie Collins in there.
Collins rips this
A
one
little
to center
high,
field.
but okay.
Oh, what a play in center field.
AG. Yeah, AG would make that kind of play.
Yeah, that's worth a relook.
Actually, the defensive wonder of the 69 series has not seen the field yet, Ron Swoboda.
Who made the play of the World Series.
And yet a run scored on it, but still would have been more if he hadn't.
Would have been more if he didn't. Yep.
You thank Ken Burns baseball for me getting any type of knowledge of the 69 World Series. When they spent a whole segment on it, I was like, okay.
That one's going to be an easy fly out. You're out. No score after 6. Pitcher's duel. Mike Silva wasn't the only one. No, he was not, Mike. There's a great book I recommend to everybody to read. For anybody who's interested on the 86 Mets, it's called The Bad Guys Won by Jeff Pearlman. The book is hilarious.
Jeff Pearlman
is the best book written on the 86 Mets, and it is funny. I was reading it in the bathroom. I almost fell off the toilet. It was that funny. It's a hilarious book. I recommend anybody to read it about the 86 Mets. It is terrific.
Jeff Pearlman's a fantastic author. Yes, I'll bring football into this.
Jeff Pearlman is an awesome author, and he's done a lot. And he is, and that book is just funny. It really is funny. And yes, the 86 Mets, what might have been if they kept the team together. But nope, we get Kevin McReynolds in 87, and unfortunately, McReynolds never really fit in. He was not liked. He was not liked in the Mets, really. He was not a liked player here in New York. And the 88 Mets was better than the 86 Mets. It just, thanks to Mike Scioscia, who pretty much ended that run. Thanks, Mike.
I note a little venom there, Robert.
Yeah.
So our friend Joe Ben's coming in, and he's having a hell of a series so far. He's 1-0, and 6 strikeouts are coming on a relief. Faber's done. Yeah.
Joe Mercedes-Benz.
There we go. Thank you, Chris Berman.
Joe Mercedes-Benz. Here comes the pitch. And that is grounded right to first. That should be an easy play for the pitcher to get over there. No problem. All right now, none of these pitchers want to give anything. They don't want to give up the thing. It's Garrett. He's 0 for 2. And that looks like ball 4. Yep, that's going to catch the inside. It's going to catch the inside there. And the Mets get a base runner. Now Jerry Grody. That's hit down the line. Well, nice play by the first baseman. They're going to throw to second, but they're not going to get him in time. He's safe there. And now Bud.
Big at bat here. Big at bat
for Bud Harrelson. Gets in the sign. Now he sits in there. Here's the pitch. And that's up the middle, and that is going to drop for a base hit. Here comes the runner from third, and here comes the throw, and he is he is a dead duck.
You got to send him, though. With 2 outs, you have to send him.
You got to send him. I totally agree. Stadium cheers. Yay!
I was waiting for it. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
You got to send him. He made the right call. Here is the man who should be in the Hall of Fame, shoeless. And he is shoeless, and he was the best at that time. That's hit to straightaway center, a little bit over, but he's got room. He'll make the play. And Kuzma doesn't want to give up a thing here.
Tommy Agee is a veritable Hoover out there in center field.
Agee has such great range.
And the guy at bat here, Hap Felsch, they've got 2 great center fielders in this game, too.
Happy Felsch, I read a little about him. He was no slouch out there in center field.
No, he wasn't.
He had a pretty good arm, too, I think.
Yeah, he did.
By the way, Happy's real name is Austin.
Center field going back is Agee, but he's going to just mosey over there and just wait for the ball to come down, and he makes the catch. Here's Buck Rogers Weaver. Or I could say Buck Dreamweaver. And that's up the middle for a base hit. That's only the second hit given up by Guzman.
Some call him Buck and some call him George.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, yes, I'm going to start interjecting their quote-unquote real names.
Here is Way Shock of Celery.
Oh my God!
Here comes the throw to second. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, running himself out of the inning.
Not even close. Not even close. He was out by 10 miles.
Yeah, there's been a couple stolen bases, but everything else has been out by a mile.
Not that one, no. And Jerry Grody, hard to run on.
Yes, it was definitely had a good arm behind the plate.
Here is Crane's swimming pool. And you'll go ahead and get in here. And he hits one into left. That should be an easy routine play. Bop, one out.
Or as the baseball series, someone said, there's a marvelous Marv Throneberry who was marvelous at nothing.
Here's Jerry Koosman. And he popped this one up. It'll take him till Christmas for that to come down. That's out number 2. And now Tommy Agee. Hits this one hard, but that's going to drop for a base hit. Agee comes through with a nice clean single to keep the inning going. Only a 6th hit allowed by the White Sox. And now here's Ken Boswell. Mercedes-Benz throws. And that's hit right at first base. An easy play there. And Boswell's retired. So who's going to break through first here in this game there, Beatles? Neither one of these pitchers want to give an inch.
Yeah, tension building here at Comiskey.
So Ray Schalk back on the mound after the guy was thrown out at second base. So Ray Schalk will go ahead and get his shot. And that is hit to center. Agee ranging back a little bit, but he's got plenty of room. Out. Easily play there for Agee. Now Shano Collins. And that's hit right at third. Just had to slide over a little bit and make the play. 2 down. And now Risberg. Risberg go for 2. Koosman gets that one right at first. Kranepool is there. You didn't have to move maybe a couple of spots, and that is it. 1, 2, 3. Go the Chi Sox. Still no score.
You got to say it, Robert.
Not
but
yet.
Will we see some 9th inning magic?
Brilliant.
Top 9th first.
I tried to do you justice in the earlier games, but nobody can do justice like you do.
Here is Art Shampooski. And Mercedes-Benz with the pitch. And swing and a miss. Struck the mouth. Now Cleon Jones. Gets that one right at third. And that couldn't be easier there for Weaver. And that is out number 2. Now Wayne's World Garrett. He hits one to center field, going back, but and it's near the track, and he makes it, and it's a great catch. 1, 2, 3, go the Mets. Will we see some bottom of the 9th inning magic? Koosman still, 101 pitches, right? All right, well, the AI's, you're letting the AI controlling everything, right, Beatles?
Yeah.
Okay, so Koosman's still in there. Why not? Here is Captain Nemo Lebo. He's pinch hitting. Captain Nemo. And that is hit into center. That's it. Runner's on.
Lebo, decent speed at first.
Yeah, good D speed there. And here's
Collins. Will the White Sox
play
play it safe and lay down a bunt here?
Bunt might not be a bad idea. And he does.
And he's out.
Popped up.
Oh.
Popped up the bunt. Not a good one at all. Called the bunt. So I could see Tim called it 100% right, but he popped it up. Here is Gandil. Still a runner on first. He tries the bunt. He misses it. He'll try again. Again. Bunted to third. Should have a play. And he is...
Ooh.
And he's safe. Runners at first and second now. Good infield single. And now here's Shoeless.
Man.
Here comes shoeless Joe Jackson.
And he is due. One for 11 in this series.
He is due. And Kuzma knows he's got to be careful with him. But it's lefty on lefty, though. So we'll see what Kuzma decides to do. Brody will give Kuzma the sign. Jackson gets in there, who should be in the Hall of Fame. And yes, he is one of the greatest of all time. So Kuzma, let's see what he deals. He hits one to center. That's going to be good. Will it score the winning run? Here comes and he is. It's an
game over.
Missed him. It's going to be a win for the White Sox. It's going to be an error on AG. And how to lose a game on an error, on a throwing error in the bottom of the ninth.
You wonder if maybe maybe Gil Hodges is going to get some flack for not taking out Kuzman after a couple runners got on.
Yeah, maybe so. But the White Sox rallied past the Mets for a 2-1 series lead when the games really matter. The Chicago White Sox put on their best show, beating the New York Mets by a final score of 1-0 a day. Red Faber threw 6 innings of shutout ball. Chicago now leads the Mets 2-1 in their best-of-7 affair. The game came to an abrupt end with 1 out, the bottom of the ninth, on a pitch from Jerry Kuzman. Shoeless Joe Jackson hit a run-scoring single. It gave Chicago the 1-0 win. Jackson said this kind of win gives the team a buzz. I don't think they would actually say that in 1917, but the game is set. The next game is set to be played tomorrow at Comiskey Park in Chicago.
And our player of the game is Red Faber. So Faber went 6 and gave up 4 hits and struck out 5. Kuzman, not a bad performance, though.
Kuzman they didn't lose because of him, but yeah, Hodges probably should have yanked him out. He'll give up the 1 run. Actually, an error by AG because AG was given the error on that play. If that doesn't happen, he's a dead duck at the plate.
Oh yeah. In fact, I thought he was. It was a great throw.
But it was a throw. Would be what call inside pitcher call that an error on a throw, and that exactly what that would give the White Sox the win there. So White Sox have a 2-1 lead.
So did Faber's performance allow him to get a college bill after him?
So we are off the rails officially. I love it.
Doubling as Oregon University. By the way, yes, that is where Animal House was filmed, was Oregon University.
Great movie.
A lot of the buildings that they used are not around anymore, but there are still some that are.
Great movie. One of the greatest comedies ever.
Yes.
Links in the chat, guys. We can never have too many people in the broadcast booth. So if you're feeling froggy, leap. So we're going to finish today. And so
game 4.
We have Jim McAndrew against Jim Scott. So
Jim McAndrew against Jim Scott.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know
interesting.
really.
I would think Seaver would be pitching game 4.
Yeah, they've got him starting against Seacott.
1969.
Yeah.
I think they would have a 3-man rotation for the 60s, not a 4. That's interesting.
Right. Same for the White Sox as well, actually. So, but here we go. I don't know a lot about Jim Scott. Let's look at his record, and maybe you guys can tell me about Jim McAndrew. I have to wait till I get into the game to look at Scott. So, all right, let's do this. No surprises in the lineup.
No.
Either way. All right. Can I look at Jim Scott from here? Come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's look at his real life pitching. Let's see. So yeah, kind of journeyman, I suppose.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm looking at his fielding. There we go. So 107 career wins, 113 losses. What's his ERA?
2.3 ERA, but that's what you get when you pitch dead ball.
Right. Yeah.
Dead ball ERA. Yeah, that's one thing I sometimes wonder. When you got a dead ball team playing against live ball teams, I sometimes wonder if maybe the dead ball team get a little bit of a boost against the live ball team. I sometimes wonder when you cross eras like that.
Right.
Because baseball in 1917 was much different than baseball in 1969. So,
oh, absolutely. So Carlos Yaz joining us here in the booth. Hey, Carlos.
Hey, guys.
Hey, my friend. How are you?
Doing well.
All right. Welcome aboard, man.
Enjoying the broadcast so far.
Absolutely. Glad you're having fun, man. Just throw in when you want. So you're on. So what? Tell me about Jim McAndrew here, Robert. You're a Mets fan. I do have to say about. I love the nickname though. Before we go off, Jim Scott. Death Valley Jim. I mean, it's like this guy's a gunslinger, right? So what about this McAndrew fella here?
Jim McAndrew had he was actually kind of as far as I know, he was a decent pitcher. I mean, like I said, this is 1969.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like 6 months old when the Mets won it. So I hadn't seen much. I really didn't watch much baseball when I was like 6 months old.
Really?
I think what I was concerned about was my bottle.
Your bottle.
My bottle getting my diaper changed. Although that might be happening again sometime in the future.
I don't know, Robert. I was 6 months old in 1921, and enjoying watching the Giants Yankees World Series. But hey, to each his own. You were more into your bottle, and it's all right. It's all right, Robert.
I was getting my diaper changed back then. I may be getting my diaper changed in 20 more years now. Who knows?
Oh my God!
I know.
No, that's not going to happen. You're gonna be 95 years old, Robert, and you're just gonna be. Can we see some ninth inning magic?
Yeah, I can see it now. Say, can we see some ninth inning magic, whippersnappers? It just takes me a minute to lift the dice and throw it in the dice tower here. A baseball game will take me 4 hours to play because I can't lift the dice anymore. They'll be too heavy.
No, Robert, you'll evolve and you'll have the dice roller do it for you.
I'll have a dice roller, yeah, exactly, or something.
And you'll still be arguing that Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame.
He should be. I don't know. So we bet on. I think he should be. He should be. Enough is enough with this crap. They've suffered enough. Put them in the friggin' hall.
Yeah,
put them enough.
Absolutely.
They've suffered enough. Put them in. Oh,
so
we can't have cheaters in the Hall of Fame. So what about the 2017? So we can't have cheaters win. Okay, so what about the 2017 Houston Astros? I don't remember. I don't see anyone taking their World Series championship trophy away from them. Of course, Steeler fan is not in the chat. So, and of course, if I did, he would give me the block dragon, but that's okay.
I didn't like that argument they had that some people brought up that, well, everybody does it, but they got caught.
Everybody does, though, actually, and yeah, they did get caught. But everybody does steal signs. That was one of the. I thought personally, I think it was one of the more beauty of the game. You try to go ahead and get yourself a little bit of an extra help in order to win the game, but now, of course, with the pitch comm they're using, which I don't know about that thing, but still. You go ahead and you send the wrong message. Okay, I want you to throw a curveball. The pitcher comes over as a fastball right over the plate, bomb, gone. And he said, I told you a curveball. I said, but the pitch kind of winked out on me. I heard fastball. I mean, come on. Yeah. Enough is enough.
So do they throw a curveball, throw a fastball?
Yeah, something like that. Fastball over the plate. Fastball on the black. Fastball, letter high.
So we have some fairly evenly matched pitchers here, identical win-loss records. The ERAs, of course, different against Jim Scott, reflecting dead ball. But onus is going to be on a lot of pressure on Jim Scott today to take this back to New York with a Chicago looking for a 3-1 edge on this going back to Shea after today's game at Comiskey. So if we're ready to rock, let's do this. What time does your game start there, Robert? So just I know that thing you're watching tonight.
That little football game we got today.
Yeah,
they're not starting that till 6:30. So we got a long way to go yet.
All right. Here we go. Back to Comiskey.
It's as the late great Bob Murphy would say, it's a beautiful day for baseball.
In fact, let's check and see just how beautiful it is. And it is partly cloudy, 56 degrees, the wind out to center at 11 miles per hour.
A little breezy. Okay.
Should we go to Carlos Yaz for the traffic report? Over to you, Carlos.
Sorry, I had to step away for a minute. What was that?
I was sending it over to you for a pregame traffic report.
In 1917, what kind of traffic could there be? A lot of horses. Still a lot of horses.
Everybody going to the hitching post and
a horsemen are blocking the loop and whatever. Of course, we're down the south side, so yep.
And there may be a few. What was it? 1917. There may be some the occasional plane flying overhead. I don't know, 1917. Yeah, there were the occasional planes, but not what we got today, of course. So.
Also in here too on the ticker tape, President Woodrow Wilson planning to apply the work or fight order to baseball. So 1918, there are some rumors that the season will be shortened. We can wait and see, baseball fans. In the meantime, go to on-field action here. 1969 Mets, 1917 White Sox. Let's take a little fly around Comiskey.
If this is being played if we're doing this in October, that means that means we're already in World War I. Because the Lusitania was sunk.
Yeah, we are.
We're in World War I right now. The United States just entered it because the Lusitania was sunk in the middle of the 1917.
And if you see old films, so baseball, right? They were having like players do like drills with their bats as rifles, but Wilson wasn't buying it. And 1918, indeed, the World Series was played in September. It was shortened for the First World War.
Yes.
So, and just to remember those, I mean, that war kind of forgotten. In 10 months of the United States official involvement, 110,000 dead in 10 months. Brutal.
And the United States said, "Forget it. We're going to be isolationists from now on." That was until December 7, 1941.
Exactly. Whew. All right, here's Ken Boswell, and whoever wants to call, Carlos, Robert, anybody, go for it.
Carlos, he just joined us. Carlos, over to you for the play-by-play for the first.
I'm not a play-by-play guy.
All right, well, you got to do some color or something, man.
I'll chime in every now and then.
All right, sounds good.
Oh boy. All right. Well, Tim,
I'll tell you what. I'll go ahead and do the first couple innings here for you, Robert.
Go right ahead there, Tim. Over to you, Tim, for the first few innings.
All right, Ken Boswell leading off against Jim Scott, Mr. Death Valley facing Ken Boswell. Batting .279 this series. And a ground ball to first and taking it to the bag himself is Chick. And here is Art Shamsky batting second and playing right field. And Shamsky whips this one to right, and this will one hop the wall. And into second with the double is Shamsky.
What?
Oh, he's going for three.
Three. He's got himself a triple.
Yeah, unfortunately, the StreamYard version cuts out the right field, so I have to kind of.
Well, actually, I'll change that up right now, just as you were talking about that. So we're going to put this in dynamic action camera. Now, I'm going to try to do this without getting seasick. I'm going to do one more thing, which I usually don't do with this game, and we're going to do follow ball. So if I turn that off after a while, you'll know why, because it gets a little bit weird.
I tried that once. It got me a little bit nutty. I said, nah.
Yeah, it's weird. The dynamic camera is usually okay, but we'll see how that works.
I remember when the dynamic camera first came out in this game a few years ago, and it was oh boy, did that drive me nuts. They really improved it, though.
Oh yeah. Here's a nice little feature I always forget about in action or in Out of the Park baseball. There, the spray tendency. That's really cool. I have it turned off by default, but that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it is kind of neat.
That is kind of neat. All right, so Cleon Jones with a runner on third and two down, trying to give the Mets an early lead. Let's see if he can get the job done here. And Jones rips this one down to third, or down to short, and throwing to first and retiring Jones. So the Mets do strand one, and we go to the bottom of the first. Mets nothing, and the White Sox coming to bat. And here's Eddie Collins to lead off. And here's the pitch by McAndrew. It's a ground ball back to the mound, and McAndrew throws out. Or was that ball four? That was ball four.
Ball four. Beautiful. Some nice views here of Comiskey Park done by Mike Silva.
Yep. The green chairs, which Jacobs Progressive Field would steal, except a little darker green. All right. Here's Grindle facing McAndrew with a runner on first.
Collins got good speed.
Yep. And a bunt popped up and right to the first baseman Cranepool. Surprised he didn't try double off Collins, but one down. Here's Shoeless Joe Jackson. And Jackson rips this one to center field, but racing in is AG and makes the catch.
That camera's.
Yeah.
I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off.
Kill that camera.
Yeah.
Throw that camera in the garbage and never let's see it again.
That works.
Sorry.
No. I rarely use it. I rarely use it.
Camera, no.
All right. And so you can see how often I use it. So yeah.
No, that camera needs to be thrown.
Yeah, we'll turn off both that. We can turn off dynamic camera. And here I can change the field view a little bit, but
let's put that one with the glow puck and the never to be seen again.
Yeah, exactly.
Done and done.
Okay, right. And here is Happy Felsch. Face McAndrew.
What if he's sad? Is he unhappy Felsch then?
He's just Felsch.
Okay, he's just Felsch.
And he walks. So 2 walks in the inning so far for McAndrew. There's Buck Weaver. And Weaver into center field, and AG covers whatever is not covered by water, and he'll make the catch.
Like him and Gary Maddox.
Yeah. And Wayne Garrett, third baseman, batting 125 so far in this series. Probably 1 for 8. And here's the pitch to Garrett. And Garrett rips this one into right center field, and this will take a couple of hops and get to the wall. And sliding into second is Garrett with a leadoff double.
Comiskey Park back in that day, that cavernous looks really deep.
Yeah, it was a big ballpark.
Big ballpark back in that time, huh?
Oh, yeah. Most of them were. Baker Bowl was kind of the exception to the rule. That thing was a little tiny thing, 299 down the right field line, I believe, or less. Actually, I think it was less than 299.
All right, here's Jerry Grody trying to advance the runner, and won't be able to do it. Ground ball to short, and looks the runner back and throws the first. 1 down.
I look at Polo Grounds. I still don't know how Major League Baseball approved that for a while. I don't know how.
Yeah.
Polo Grounds. I mean, come on, really? That baseball stadium would never be approved now.
No.
Neither would Jerry Park, to be honest with you.
Which was that, Tim?
What would Jerry Park?
Oh, yeah, right.
Jerry Park would be another one that wouldn't get approved today either.
Bud Harrelson now up. And look, it stands there, looks like a house on the side of the road.
Thank you, Ernie Harwell.
And watched it go by.
Watched it go by like a house on the side of the road.
Yep.
And here's Ed Kranepool trying to get some 2-out magic here. And that's into center field, but hanging up there for the center fielder, Felsch. And that retires the side. So leadoff double does no damage. And we go to the bottom of the second. And here's Ray Schalk to face McAndrew. And ground ball right to Kranepool. Saunders over to the bag and that's 1 down. And here's Shano Collins. And Collins 3-0 pitch swinging. Wow. Grounds it right to Harrelson. Like to do a little bit better than that when you got a 3-0 count. You maybe want to get a little power under it. Weak ground ball to short. And here is Riceberg. And that's into right field, and that will get through to the wall. And firing in to center fielder AG, and that's a 2-out double. And here is Jim Scott trying to help his own cause. Oh, and that gets by Grody, and going to third is Riceberg.
They're calling that a pass ball.
Yeah. So Scott with a first run 90 feet away. And swung on and missed, struck him out, and that will retire the side. So the White Sox leave 1, and we go to the top of the third, no score. And McAndrew, then top of the order, AG and Boswell here in the top of the third. And that's a swing and a miss, strike three. So that is, let's see how many strikeouts that is for Jim Scott. That is second strikeout for Jim Scott. And here's Tommy Agee. And that's into left field, but racing over and making the catch is Shoeless Joe Jackson. 2 down. And now here's Boswell, the left-handed hitting second baseman. And that will get down in left field for a base hit. And here is Art Shamsky, the right fielder. Shamsky today is 1 for 1. And here's the pitch. And that's up the middle for a base hit. But stopping or going to third.
Oh, whoa.
They're going to test the arm, and he is in there. So Shamsky, 2 for 2. Go ahead, RJL.
Runners to the corners now for Cleon.
And he is 0 for 1 today, hitting 091 on the series. Like to get his bat going.
And Cleon, we just did.
Down the line, and that will be a fair ball. And scoring from third is, and will they score 2? Rounding's third, and he will be safe. 2-run double for Cleon Jones, and boy, the Mets sure missed that.
That ball had to be on the line.
Section 518 cheers. Yay!
Let's see this one.
Wow, that's one right on the line.
Yeah.
Right on the line, and that is a fair ball if it hits the chalk. Hits the chalk in any way, that is a fair ball.
Yep.
The umpire got it right.
Yep, so Wayne Garrett, chance to extend the lead here. And he hits a lazy fly ball. The center coming in is center fielder Felsch. That retires the side, but Section 518 gives a great cheer.
Yay!
As the Mets take a 2-0 lead. And bottom of the third now, Collins, Gandil, and Jackson due up here in the bottom of the third. And swung on and missed. You can feel the breeze from up in the booth here.
The whiff.
With the whiff. And here is Gandil. He is 1 for 1 today, I believe. And there's a ground ball. Oh, Harrelson bobbles it, and no, cannot make the play. And they're going to call it an error on Harrelson.
Well, I think they're being a little nasty on Harrelson there. Tough play. Play.
Come on, Harrelson passed away. Give the guy a break.
Here's Shoeless Joe Jackson, the hero in the previous game. 0 for 1 today. And that is hitting the right field, and that will get there on a bounce. And holding at second is a runner there, Gandil. So first and second with 1 out for Happy Felsch. And that's a ground ball that'll get through the right field, and rounding third and heading home is Gandil, and he is safe. So the White Sox respond with an RBI single, and first and second with 1 out.
Gamey AI making an error out there for Harrelson. Gamey.
And here is Buck Weaver. And Weaver lifts this one into right field, but easy play there for
AI cheats.
AG, the left fielder. 2 down.
So what is this everybody says in your community, Robert? Rigged.
Rigged.
So who started that anyhow in your channel, Robert?
Steeler fan. He was the
Steeler
first
fan?
one to start doing that. Yeah. Matt at Steeler fan. He was the first one to say rigged when his Astros started losing games in fast scores. So yeah. So anytime the Astros lose, it's always rigged. He was the first to do it. He is the inventor of rigged.
All right, good to
Ground
know.
ball to Garrett over to Kranepool, and that'll retire the side. The White Sox cut the deficit in half. Now trail 2-1 going to the top of the fourth. Robert, do you want to take over from here?
Quick public service message here, guys. Please subscribe to these two wonderful channels, Clee Baseball Fan 879 and be a networker with RJL Network. Two superb channels. Tomorrow night, Robert has the Minnesota Twins, Oakland A's. It's going to be Bly 11 versus Vita Blue. Robert, what time's the game tomorrow night?
I usually start those games at 7:30. I try to start them around 7:30. It's usually the regular games I do first. So 7:30, around there. I try to start the games around because I got to have some rest after working. So.
I understand that. And Tim says he's been null and void, but hopefully we're going to see some things ginning up again. So, but you know what? Even if Tim right now is, as he said, null and void, you've got an absolute just cornucopia of great baseball to watch on that channel. So do subscribe to these two great channels, these two great guys.
Did you finish your World Series for?
I've not even got to the World Series yet. I'm on Game 6 of the League Championship Series.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get that done. Jeez, man. Get your 2007 season done so you can start something when we get to the next season upcoming here in a few months. I mean, come on, pitchers and catchers report next week. Let's go.
Exactly. And Night Raven, that is.
Call. I'm going to get the cards set up for because I do have an injury for the LCS. Spoiler alert: Rafael Furcal was injured and will miss the Game 6 or Game 7 or Game 1 of the World Series for the Dodgers if it comes to that. So
that is 7:30 Eastern Time, Night Raven,
yes.
And it's like if you've never been to one of Robert's broadcasts, you're gonna love it. It's an absolute blast, absolute blast.
I always try to catch up if I see after work because I work second shift. But yeah, Robert and Tim both do excellent jobs. Excellent.
Superb. I mean, I got to tell the story just really quickly, and we'll continue with the game. When the thing that got me hooked with Robert, I forget when it was, Robert, when I subscribed to your channel a couple of years now, whatever. But I'm looking around, I'm like, I really wanted, to just watch a baseball game. And I'm like, it's RGO Network. Hey, he's doing some baseball. And I'm like, all right, whatever. It's cards and dice. And I get on, and I didn't know that Robert has a very unique style and brings his own crowd with him. And the first thing I hear, seriously, I hit the stream, and this voice, this unmistakable voice says, "Stadium barfs," and I knew right there I had to subscribe to that channel. I had to. So it's just an absolute blast. And also, I know Robert's still going through the 72 replay, but another cool thing that Robert does with every season toward the beginning of the season is he does a kind of exhibition tutorial type game. So for people coming in new to, in this instance would be Inside Pitch. Robert takes the time. It's a longer broadcast, really explaining the game, ins and outs, answering questions, very interactive with the chat. So for anybody that plays and Robert plays other games too, but he and David Baseball Demos, I think, are like just the gurus of Inside Pitch Baseball. And if you're getting into that game, I cannot recommend Robert's channel too highly, nor Baseball Demos. But the way Robert explains the game and the nuances and everything, it's something that you got to definitely catch. So there you go. Public service for these two guys who are just, excellent in this community.
I do thank you very much, my good man. One thing about Baseball Demos, that he is the opposite of me, where I'm crazy and all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
Baseball Demos is calm and cool. So you can watch a crazy game with me, and then you can watch a calm game with him. So,
however, that being said, when you have Baseball Demos in Robert's broadcasts, if you value your pancreas, beware the puns.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. But if you catch Baseball Demos, you will get a Tabby appearance at times, and that's worth it.
Well, Tabby, remember, Tabby always has to give him permission to stream,
Exactly.
Remember, he doesn't own Tabby. Tabby owns him. So,
exactly. Dogs have owners, cats have staff, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Cats have staff. So
all right, back down to the field, guys.
We know who wears the claws in that house.
Exactly. All right, back to the field.
All right, so we got Grody leading off against Jim Death Valley Scott, who's not been so Death Valley so far, but 2 runs in the last inning. We'll see what the Mets can do here in the 4th inning. And Grody smacks one down to third. Nice play there by the.
It gets short hopped at third by Weaver.
That's throw. That's an error on a throw.
Yes, it is.
So look at that. Weaver had a tough hop there at third. I think he rushed his throw here a little bit.
It looks like he one hopped it, and they, of course, with those small little gloves, they couldn't handle those hops like they did. Probably even in the 60s
play difficulty, only 2 stars, and Buck Weaver makes that error. Come on, I could have made that play.
That ball gets away from Gando. Grody gets second easily.
Yeah.
So big play there by Chick Gandil at first.
Mm-hmm. And here's Bud Harrelson, runner on first, nobody out. And he squares the bunt, misses it, 0-1 count.
Harrelson playing a little dead ball here, huh?
Yeah. He knew his role. He's got to move that runner into scoring position. And he squares around, misses again. Or he taps. He actually got it, but it foul. So
that was a powerful bunt right there. Jeez.
That was an Oscar Charleston bunt.
Yeah, it must be. Now
he swings away, and this will get down. So, but he's going to play it safe there. I was about to say, didn't think it was going to get in, but he still got to get to second base.
Second base there.
Yeah, Jerry, you don't have quite the wills.
I want to show some ignorance here. Who managed these 2 teams in real life?
Okay, so the Pants Roland was the manager of the 1917 White Sox, and Robert, help me with this. It's out of my mind.
Gil Hodges.
Thank you.
Took too damn long to get him in the Hall of Fame too. So.
Yeah, he should have been in a long ago as well.
Oh yeah.
All right, so Ed Kranepool, runners on first and second with nobody out. Here is pitch. And Kranepool rips one down the line, and I guess this is as good as a sacrifice because he just takes it to the bag, and the runners advance. Must have got that 6 roll on that grounder for the double play, huh, RJL?
Say that again?
You got that 6 roll on the grounder for the double play.
That would probably be a 6 roll, yeah, on a G3. So that would be a 6 roll on a G3 on inside pitch, yes.
All right.
The only play was the first. The runners move up.
So McAndrew trying to extend the lead here. And McAndrew, draws a walk. That's not a good sign if you're the White Sox.
Walking the pitcher.
Or walking any 9-batter. By the way, if anybody carrying, number 2 Iowa women's basketball team loses to Nebraska, and Caitlin Clark does not break the record. So Tommy Agee with the bases loaded, 1 down, could be a turning point in the game here.
I seen there was some expensive tickets for that Iowa game.
Yep, but he pops it up.
Yeah.
The shortstop calls for it and makes the catch. And boy, he's slamming the bat on his way back to the dugout. Big out there. Up to Ken Boswell, who's hit 357 this series.
Got a bomb. He is
1 for 2 today. And he rips this one down the line, and that will get in for a hit.
1 run will score. 2 runs will score. Section 518 cheers. Yay! Definitely not rigged.
They got just in ahead of the left fielder. And here
so Matt's looking to even it up in big style. 2 crooked numbers here.
Yep, and here is Art Shamsky, who is 2 for 2 today. I'd like to add to that. And he won't do that. Popped it up, or a little dribbler out in front of the plate, and the catcher Shelf throws him out, and that will retire the side. But Mets get 2 more and extend their lead to 4-1.
See if Joe Benz comes in for the White Sox, huh? Not yet.
Wonder if his friends all drive Porsches.
He must make amends. I couldn't resist.
I don't think they were.
I couldn't resist either, so that's okay. Shane O'Collins leading off against McAndrew here in the bottom of the fourth.
As we can see by Shano's photo here, he did not take his X-Lax. So, all right,
no,
here we go.
Did not. He does not look happy.
And ground ball, but right to Harrelson, throws him out, one away. And here is Reisberg facing McAndrew. And once again, picking on Harrelson. Don't want to do that, but the ground ball to short, throws him out, 2 down. So I'm looking up to see if Rich Hill gets an extra speed boost, and he does not. Jim Scott, the pitcher, due up. And here's a ground ball to second, and Boswell throws him out. Easy 1-2-3 inning for McAndrew and the Mets, or for the White Sox, I should say. And the Mets lead 4-1 going to the top of the fifth. And here's Cleon Jones.
Thus far, I think the White Sox have been very fortunate that this bat's been cold. I mean, he's 1 for 2 today, but still 167 on the series. You got to keep Cleon Jones quiet if you're going to have a chance against these Mets, I think. Not to sell the other guys short, but Jones is huge there, right?
Yes, he's batting cleanup in the lineup. You want to keep him.
And he's got speed on the base pads, too. He's not slow.
Yeah, and good contact hitter, too. So
that Mets team wasn't known for power.
No. You're right about that, Carlos.
And here's the pitch to Cleon Jones. And that's into center field. Will it drop? Yes, it falls in front of the center fielder. And Cleon Jones gets another hit as he's found his bat for this game number 4. And here is Wayne Garrett. I wonder if maybe Jones would take off here.
Ooh.
Not when Garrett swings and misses. Strike 3. So out number 1 here in inning number 5.
Brody's still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 9.
Yee.
Yeesh.
It'd be a good time for it here for Grody. And nope, that's a weak ground ball to short. The second for 1 on the first inning ending double play. And that will retire the side. And Eddie Collins now up for the White Sox. And he lifts this one to right field. Going back on it is Shamsky. He will make the catch and retire batter. And here is Grindle. And he lifts this one to right field, but this will get down and go to the wall. Heading for second, and will he stop there? Yes, he will. So 1-out double for Grindle as the White Sox look to cut into the deficit. And here is shoeless Joe Jackson.
Should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And here's a fly ball to left field. And shoeless Joe Jackson lists this one, and making the catch is Cleon Jones, 2 down. And here is Happy Felsch. Felsch on the day is 1 for 1 and 4 for 12 on the series. And there's a ground ball to Harrelson, throws to first, and that will retire the side. Through 5 innings, 4-1 Mets.
I've already got my tickets for spring training to see the Mets play the Marlins over here at Jupiter.
That's wonderful. When is that? When, Robert?
That's going to be March 2nd. That's a day game. So
nice.
I get to go there. I have to buy tickets for the Mets and the Marlins at Lone Depot because I always go see the regular season game as well down where I'm at. I love spring training baseball. It's the one thing I love about Florida down here. Spring training baseball is so relaxing to go to. It really is. It's exhibition, yes, but you get to see some of the young guys. You get to see a couple of starters here and there, and it's just a relaxing day at the ballpark. It really is. The atmosphere is terrific. Not as much as I love regular season games, and I do, I tell you, I just like spring training even more.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a big stadium. I mean, they play at Roger Dean down here, which seats about maybe 7,500, maybe about 75 to 10,000, about 3,500 fans. It's very everybody's on top of the field. And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people might think that it may be a little crazy. The Mets this year may surprise some people. This team may not be as bad as some people think they will be. I have a funny feeling the Mets are going to be better than some people think. I don't know if they're going to be. I don't think we're World Series or anything like that. But my Mets this 2014 may just surprise a few. We'll see.
If the Cubs get Bellinger signed, I think the Cubs could make a little noise.
Oh yeah.
I think that division is up for grabs. I don't think Milwaukee. I think the National League Central, Milwaukee. I am not impressed with them this year. I think the Cubs are going to be better. The Reds are going to be better. And for some reason, why do I have a funny feeling the Pirates are going to finally maybe break through for once?
I think Reds, they are.
Yeah, the Reds is a team that I think would be the biggest challenge. I think the Reds will be very good.
And Cubs disappointed me last year. I was really hoping. I mean, the Cubs just
20-8.
I know, right?
You started 20-8, and then all of a sudden you just collapsed.
Yeah.
I don't understand. And you never ever count out the Cardinals. You never count that team out.
Weird to see them in last place last year, though.
Very weird to see St. Louis in last place. That is something that doesn't happen every year.
No, not at all.
My problem with the Cardinals is that unless they can find a Mike Maddox or a great pitching coach, I can't. I mean, Flaherty's a good pitcher. Don't get me wrong, but you ain't got much after him. And Michaelis has not shown anything that he has shown in his first couple of years.
I said it last year, and I'm going to say it this year. One of the reasons why some of the teams that were predicted to do well, like the Mets, the Yankees, and a number of other teams, one of the reasons why these teams did not do as well as they should have, I'm going to say, and the same things be this year, the schedule. When you're playing everybody now in the league and not 19 games in your own division against the lousy teams in your division, and now you're playing everybody, you got to build your team to now face every team in the league. It's not like you're playing like you're the Yankees, that you're playing the Rays, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the Orioles 19 times a year. Now you're only playing them 13 times a year, and you got to play every team in the other league. That's 44 games now that you didn't have to worry about all those years past. I think the schedule had a lot to do with it, and I think a lot of teams may have learned from that.
I don't know. I hate the balanced schedule. I want divisional play to be meaningful again, and it's just and I mean, while I love baseball, there's just certain teams I don't care if the Pirates are playing the Angels. I don't care.
Interleague play needs to be gone.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I'm actually going to disagree with you on that. Since we do have interleague play, I think you should play everybody. But I think interleague play really should be scrapped. But the problem is you got 15 teams in each league now, so you really can't do it. I think baseball needs to expand to 2 more teams, 32 teams, 16 in each league. Get rid of this 3-division alignment. I hate this alignment.
Yeah.
I do agree with that.
East and West, and take the top 3 teams in each division, and then go from there.
Where would you add teams at, Robert?
Huh?
Where would you add teams at?
Well, now that Oakland's moving to Vegas, I always felt Vegas was going to be the first place. But since Oakland's going to move there, so Vegas is going to get their team. I think you need to bring back the Montreal Expos, and they are working on that. The second team, there's a couple of choices. Nashville is one of them, or Portland might not be a bad place for baseball. So I'm looking maybe Nashville or Portland. I don't think you need a team in San Antonio. Texas already has enough. You got Texas, you got the Astros. I mean, come on, that's enough. But Oregon, I know Portland would bring some serious baseball in the Northwest, along with Seattle. Okay, and Nashville, there's no team in Tennessee, so Nashville might not be a bad place. Or if you want to go on the East Coast,
Charlotte.
Charlotte. Charlotte could, something like that.
I can see that being a top choice right there.
Charlotte could be a top choice.
I know Charlotte's wanted a major league franchise forever.
Badly. Yeah. The Charlotte Knights AAA team always brings a lot of fans there.
So why don't they move Tampa Bay up to Charlotte? There you go.
Because Tampa Bay is getting a new baseball stadium. They're not going anywhere.
Oh, finally. Okay. I mean, it's about time.
It's going to happen. It's going to be in St. Pete, but Tampa Bay is getting a new stadium. They'll have one. It's just going to take a little. I think they'll have it opening day, I think, 28, maybe, possibly. But no, Tampa Bay is not going anywhere. A lot of people thought the Rays may move to Montreal, become the new Expos again, but Tampa Bay, there's too much money to be made there. So,
and with the unstableness of the Canadian dollar, the possibilities of getting a team in Canada again, slim to none, unless you see stability. A lot of people
are trying to get they want the Expos back.
They want the lure of the Expos, and until they get a new stadium, then
have they got a stadium already? Because I know the old Olympic Stadium was all apart.
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, Olympic Stadium, Stadio Olympique. Yeah, that place is falling apart. But they can but I know they want to build them something. I mean, at least they could play somewhere up there for a little while until they get the Expos a new stadium.
I read there tonight too that Canada's population, a lot of the people from India that have moved there, they're moving back home because the cost of living in Canada has gotten so out of control.
Yeah, that's another thing that's been happening.
Yeah, that is another thing too.
Yeah, Sean DeMarco, World's Worst Gamer, could give us a good homily on that one. Big Clue mentions in the chat, and for anybody, I would. Clue, if you still have that, if you could put it up in the Discord again, sometime, guys, when you have some a chance, Big Clue put up a really, really cool thing, a geographic realignment idea for baseball that makes absolute sense. It does.
Complete perfect geographic
realignment. The replay he's doing right now, I always thought it was weird when I was a kid. The Cincinnati Reds was in the West. I'm like, really?
Yeah, so are the White Sox.
So are the White Sox.
The Cubs are in the East.
Yeah.
Don't. I remember back in the day, the Chicago White Sox were in the American League West, but the Chicago Cubs were in the National League East. I have no why, but they were.
And back when baseball was more honest, the Brewers were in the American League. But we will just not touch on that, will we?
The Brewers
and Houston was in the National League too.
But
then again, that was one of the conditions for the sale of the team is you have to move to the American League. And they sold the team back when they absolutely had to get a new ownership. So, all right, let's see what Bud Harrelson has to do. He's been kind of waiting a little bit here. And there's a fly ball to center. Racing back, but not racing over, but not able to get it. And Harrelson takes the wide turn, but goes back to first.
Biggest lead by any team in this series thus far, if memory serves.
Yep. And here is Ed Kranepool. And Kranepool rips this one. Slow ball to second. They'll get one. They'll not no relay. And fielder's choice there for Kranepool. Here's McAndrew. Probably should be bunting. Yep. And bunted back to the mound. They make these bunts a lot harder than but hey, gets the job done. And here's Tommy Agee. Agee 3 for 13 on the series. Pops it up. And right to the first baseman. Okay. I'm going to take off because I'm actually going to film this Dodgers-Cubs game.
All right, Tim. Thank you very much, man.
I will be back, but I'll probably be back after I film this game.
We'll be here all day. So, all right. Thanks, Tim. Thank you so much. All right. Bernie says add a team to each league and have 2 8-team divisions, almost like it was in the 1960s. Just double the fun, 1 championship series per league, then the World Series.
Well, the thing about like I said, I think I actually like the idea of 2 8-team divisions. I think you take the top 3 in each division, and I think you do, and the division winners get a bye, and then 2 plays 3 in like a best of 3 series or something like that. and then you have a division, then you have your division championship series, and then your league championship series and your World Series. The thing about it is you're not going to take away any playoff teams because you lose money doing that now. So although I think Major League Baseball needs to make some changes to the way the scheduling works, because last year Major League Baseball, I know the Texas Rangers winning the World Series was great. I don't think I have a problem with it, but a lot of the teams, the best teams in baseball, did not play for the title last year, and they need and you need to work on that. I that's not good. All right,
I'm old school, and I think that there should be the American League and the National League, and that's it.
You never. I agree with you, but you're never. That's never going to happen again.
No wild card. No wild card. You win the AL. You won the AL. You won the NL. You won the AL. And then you play for the World Series.
Yeah. But the thing is I think, Carlos, for the only, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Robert, I think the only way that happens, though, Carlos, right, because you're not going to be able to do that with 2 16-team leagues. I mean, right. So that means contracting baseball, killing franchises.
Yeah. I mean, I know it'll never happen, but my opinion, I still hate to this day where, I'm watching, like, let's say the Astros, and they say, well, this guy now, he's going to have just as many home runs as Mickey Mantle. I thought, well, he played in so many more playoff games than Mantle ever got a chance to play in, and he played in a lot of World Series. I don't like when they do that kind of stuff. They do the same thing with, like, the Super Bowl.
Well, you can ask Roger Maris about that, right? Yeah. I mean, how many years he had to bear that asterisk, right?
Yeah. I agree with actually Carlos on that. I mean, you got all these extra playoff games now, so now you're saying, well, he's one of the best pitchers. You know what I'm saying? One of the best pitchers, and I'm saying, well, yeah, he's played in, like, back in the day, you only played pitchers like Koufax and Whitey Ford and
Bob Gibson played in what, 2 World Series, I think.
Yeah, you win get to the playoffs, you're only playing a World Series. Now you're playing a wild card series, you're playing a division series, you're playing a championship series, you're playing a World Series. I mean, now you're getting adding these extra playoff games. It's kind of unfair a little bit to the players, that used to play this back in the day. I understand why they do it, and I agree. And yes, Bernard Strom is 100% right. He is right. Okay, with the 3-team, which it does diminish the value of winning the division. I agree with him, and that's why I said that. And that's why I feel that the way I do it when I did the 3 division alignment in my replay, I did it where I kind of like it the way I did. Top 2 teams each division. The 3 division winners get a bye. The number 6 plays the 5 in a 1 game. The winner there plays the 4 in a 1 game. Okay, if you have the best second place record, you only need to win 1 game to get the division series. The other have to play 2 on the road. And I think that works in the division because Bernard is right. Because, okay, take a look. Okay, last year and the year before, there were no National League no division winners in the National League played for the championship of the league. None, because of the way they got it set up, where the top 2 division winners get a bye, and the third has to play a wild card game. I think I don't a wild card series. I totally agree with Bernard. I think if you win the division, you should automatically make the division series in some way. You shouldn't have to play a wild card.
You should be rewarded. I mean, it's a long season.
You should be rewarded. Yes, you should be rewarded. I agree. I think what they need to do is go to a top. I think the way to fix that is right now is, and although it adds an extra team, they were trying to get 7 teams in the each league, where the top 3 get a bye, 4 play 7, 5 play 6, and the winner of those play against each other. I think that might be a little too much, and you don't want baseball going into mid-November because you can't win in that weather. Just ask the 97 Marlins and Indians how cold that game was.
Oh, God. I remember watching that game. Oh, man. Yeah. That was awful. And I love baseball, but no, I don't want baseball extending into November. No.
Baseball in that?
No, not at all. All right. So Buck Weaver stands in. Robert, do you want to give your voice a rest? Do you want to call some more? I'm just kind of hanging out.
Rest up a little bit here.
All right. Buck Weaver steps in. Buck Weaver 0 for 2 on the day today. So Jim McAndrew peers in, has the sign from Jerry Grody. Here's the wind in the 1-1 pitch. Buck Weaver lined out to left last time, and a seeing eye single up the middle. So Bucky picking up the White Sox 5th hit here. 4-1. White Sox have a lot of work to do here, and try to get some runs on the board, because I think it's going to be inevitable that you bring in reliever Joe Benz. Here's Ray Cracker Schalk hitting just an even 100 in this series. Nothing for 2 today. Bucky Weaver, good speed at first, good lead. McAndrew checks the runner. Pierce home has the sign from Grody. Here's the 0-1 delivery. And Schalk showing bunt, but comes up empty. The count goes to 3-2. Here's the pitch. And Schalk swings. This one's just a little bounder to second. They are not going to turn 2, however. So it looks like Harrelson, slight injury into play. Looking at his hand, he's fine. Harrelson will stay in the game. 1 down, Schalk aboard in the fielder's choice. And here's Shano Collins. Nothing for 2 for Collins. Also hitting an even 100 in the series. Just 1 for 10. McAndrew checks Schalk, who had excellent speed. He really, really did. So not the prototypical modern catcher. The 2-1 pitch, Schalk not going on the pitch. Line to left, and a diving catch out there in left field. What a play by Cleon Jones. So big play. Let's have a look at that one again. So Cleon Jones, that one, boom. Nice extension there by Jones. All right, so 2 down. Ray Schalk frozen there at first for Swede Risberg. Risberg 1 for 2 in the game, 2 for 11 overall. Count full. Risberg swing and a miss. McAndrew fans 3 in this game. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We head to the top of the 7th. It's the New York Mets 4 and the Chicago White Sox 1. It'll be Ken Boswell, Art Shamsky, and Cleon Jones, number 2, 3, 4 hitters, due up for the Metropolitans. Boswell 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. Jim Scott hanging in there, 3 strikeouts and a walk. The 2-1 delivery to Boswell, who singled his last time up. Boswell swings and dumps this one into left field, base hit. So the Mets now in double digits in hits. Here we go. So the Mets looking to break this game open, and here's Art Shamsky. A home run in this series way back in game 1. Having a good day at the plate today. He is 2 for 3. Scott checks the runner. Boswell, decent speed, will steal the occasional base at first. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded to short. Are they going to turn 2? They will indeed. 6-4-3 double play. So good play there to get that one done. And here's Cleon Jones now. Jones 2 for 3 today, 2 runs batted in. He's had a quiet bat through this series up to this game, and Jones waking up. Base is empty. Jim Scott deals the 2-1 pitch. Cleon Jones swings, and this one a little flare to center, a little quail, but it's going to hang up. And Hap Felsch will make the play. 7th inning stretch time here at Comiskey Park. The Mets lead the White Sox 4-1. The White Sox holding a 2-1 lead here in this best of 7. Again, a little preview of some teams on the upcoming season 2 of the Field of Dreams League. Later on this evening, the winner of this series will meet the 1994 Montreal Expos. Jim Scott will lead things off here for the Chicago White Sox, and will swing around at the top of the order. Eddie Collins and Chick Gandil. Scott 0 for 2 on the day. McAndrew with 3 strikeouts, 2 walks through 6. Here's the 1-0. Jim Scott swings. This one, long fly ball to right field, but no worries. Art Shamsky measures it up and brings it down. 1 up, 1 down. Here's Hall of Famer Eddie Collins having a disappointing season thus far. 0 for 2 today, 2 for 11 overall, just 1 run batted in. McAndrew with the 1-2 delivery. And Collins swings and line drive center field, but Agee, covering miles and miles as he does out there in center field, makes the grab. 2 White Sox up, 2 down for Chick Gandil, who was the instigator, by the way, of the Black Sox scandal in 1919. Former boxer Chick Gandil. He's 1 for 3 with a run batted in, 3 for 13 overall. The 2-2 pitch to Gandil. Doubled his last time up, and this one line to center. Agee going back, and he's got to play it on the hop. So the White Sox with hit number 6 and trying to get something going with 2 outs brings up Shoeless Joe Jackson, and to say Shoeless Joe is due, is a gross understatement. He is a 1 for 3 today. 1 run batted in this series. And Jackson, first pitch swinging, and this one just a routine grounder to second, and that will end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left on. We head to the top of the 8th. The Metropolitans 4 and the Pale Hose 1. It'll be Wayne Garrett, Jerry Grody, and Bud Harrelson due up for the Mets. Jim Scott's still in there, so this may be the first game that we don't see Joe Benz. So the Mets looking to tie it up, taking it back to Shea for Game 5. Here we go. Wayne Garrett struck out his last time up, and this one, fly ball left field, wind carrying that one a little bit, and Shoeless Joe goes back, and that's a can of corn. So 1 up, 1 down now. Here's Jerry Grody, 0 for 10. Would you expect that from Jerry Grody? Wow. All right, so Scott sets and delivers. Grody swings, and his woes continue. Grounder to first. And Gandil has it, almost a little bit of a too-high throw, but gets it to Jim Scott, who pulls it down for the 3-1 putout. It's a 2 up, 2 down now for the shortstop, Bud Harrelson. He's having a good series, batting .500 overall and 2 for 3 today. The 3-2 pitch to Harrelson. Harrelson swings, and this one wrapped into left, base hit. That's number 11 for the New York Mets. So representing Flushing very, very well. And here's Ed Kranepool. So Robert, so Tim mentioned, and I guess this is true, is Ed Kranepool one of the original Mets? Is that correct? Like on this 1969 team, was he with the 62 squad?
I don't think he was with the 62 squad. If he, at least, I don't think he was here. Hold on,
Well, I'm doing this. Oh yeah, he was. Or no, he was not. Well, yes, he was.
He was one of the original Mets.
There he is. Yep, 1962.
Yeah, 62. Yeah, he was. That was his rookie year. He was 17 years old.
What a way to start!
Only had 6. You only had 6 at bats, but
right. What a way to start!
17 years old.
Wow. All right, so here is Ed Kranepool. Kranepool, nothing for 3 today, hitting 167 overall. 2 down. Harrelson at first. The 1-2 pitch. Kranepool, big swing and a miss. So Jim Scott coming with the old heat. No runs, 1 hit, no errors.
He had
1 left.
Kranepool had a .261 batting average career, 118 homers and 1,400 hits. His WAR was only 4.2, but I consider that a solid career.
Definitely solid player. Oh yeah,
solid player.
I'm looking at the 62 Mets now. I didn't realize that Richie Ashburn played for the Mets. He was 35.
62 Mets. What'd you say about?
I didn't realize that Richie Ashburn was on the 62 Mets.
Oh yeah,
he was. He was 35. He was 35 years old on that team, and there were a lot of interesting players that were actually on that team. Players. I'm pretty sure that what was it? That Beatles were recognized names like Marv Throneberry.
Yep.
Don Thomas.
Don Zimmer was on that team.
Yep.
But of course, Gil Hodges was on that team too.
Yep.
But of course,
Roger Craig.
How can you have a team with a guy on there by name of Choo Choo?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. All right, Hap Felsch leading it off here in the bottom of the 8th, followed by Bucky Weaver and Cracker Shock. So Hap 1 for 2 with a run batted in. McAndrew has the sign from Jerry Grody. Here's the wind and the pitch. Felsch going after the first pitch. Liner to center field, but as with many plays, Tommy Agee making the catch. All right, here's Buck Weaver. Bucky 1 for 3. Hitting .357 in this series, 5 for 14 overall. The 1-2 pitch to Buck. And Weaver swings, and this is going to stay up. Usually that's a little dying quail, but not this time. Cleon Jones makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down now for Ray Schalk, nothing for 3, hitting an abysmal 0.91. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Cracker, grounded out last time. And Schalk this time will send this out to left field, and Schalk's got himself, it looks like a double, not sure what's going on out there in left field. So as it is, Ray Schalk picks up a double. So runner in scoring position now for the White Sox, and here's Shane O'Collins.
How much longer does McAndrew stay in there?
Exactly, right? So McAndrew's running out of gas, 125 pitches. Shane Collins, an exact batting average before Schalk's extra base hit, also hitting 0.91, nothing for 3 today. But Pants Roland not going to his bench. Here's the 0-1 delivery to Collins. And Collins, little line drive out to right field. And this could be the second run for the... No, it will. Throw is offline.
Yeah.
And the White Sox cut the Mets lead in half. It is 4-2 with 2 outs.
That is an error.
Wow.
That was a very good throw.
Yeah, that is definitely an error. Let's have another look at that one. Bad throw. Should have had him to rights.
Well, look
Yep.
there. But
All right, so Swede Risberg trying to keep the inning alive. The White Sox now within 2 of the Mets here in the bottom of the 8th. When we go to the Mets 9th, we will probably see a pinch hitter for Jim McAndrew and then Tommy Agee and Ken Boswell. Risberg stands in. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Shane Collins, decent speed at first. The 1-2 pitch to Risberg. Risberg cuts through it. He pulled the string. But the Chicago Cubs, while leaving a runner in scoring position, do pick up a run. We head to the 9th here, and the Mets looking to tie it up. Yep. And here's Ed Charles to pinch hit wearing his Kansas City Athletics livery. Charles 0 for 1 in the series. Jim Death Valley Scott has fanned 4, walked 1, but finds himself in the short end of a 4-2 stick. The 1-1 pitch now to Ed Charles. Charles cuts on this, and this is a screamer over first base. Right field base hit. So here we go. Hit number 12 for the Mets. Tommy Agee now back at the top. Agee making some fine plays in the field, but 0 for 4 today. Charles, good speed at first. Scott checks the runner. The 0-1 pitch. Oh, and he hits Tommy Agee. Not good. This could be the game right here. This could be it. Oof. All right, so 2 on and nobody out. And that was a little screwball that got away from Jim Scott. And here's Ken Boswell. Boswell having a superb day at the plate. He is 3 for 4, baseball fans, and he is batted in 2. Charles at second, trailing him. Tommy Agee at first. Speed on the base paths for the Mets. Nobody out. Jim Scott with the 2-1 delivery, and Boswell showing bunt.
Bunt?
Yeah, interesting.
First and second? Okay.
So Scott missing with the fadeaway. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Showing bunt, fouls back. Count full now on Ken Boswell. He's got to swing away.
Swing, jeez.
Absolutely. Here's the pitch. Boswell swings, and this one is going to be a little bloop out to second, and that one is going to be for Eddie Collins. So 1 down. The Mets looking to blow this wide open, and here's Art Shamsky.
Swinging away on that. I'm not bunting there. Okay,
Shamsky, absolutely. Shamsky 2 for 4 on the day. Scott deals the 1-2 pitch to Shamsky. Shamsky swing and a miss. Another changeup. So 2 down. Cleon Jones needs himself a safety or a gift from the Chicago Southsiders. Cleon is 2 for 4 today, and he's batted in 2. Jim Scott ready to work. The 0-2 pitch to Cleon Jones. Oh, my goodness. Strike 3, and that time the fadeaway does the job. So the Mets strand 2. We go to the 9th, and we got to call on Robert one more time.
Ron Taylor.
Ron Taylor. And what do you say there, Robert, in the bottom of the 9th?
Hopefully we don't see any ninth
inning magic. All right, looking at Ron Taylor here. In the series, Taylor is 0 for, no wins, 1 loss, 1 1/3 worked, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, an ERA of 13.5. All right, so here we go. It's going to be the bottom of the order.
He was actually the main closer that year, even though you could bring in Tug, but Tug, of course, I think was designed for lefties.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tug yet. So
haven't seen Tug yet. So you got to believe.
You got to believe. So Nemo Leibold wearing his Washington Senators livery, pinch hitting. So he's 1 for 5 in this series. Ron Taylor has finished his warm-up pitches. We're ready to go. Grody crouches down, flashes the sign. Taylor has one he likes. The 2-2 pitch to Nemo Leibold. Here it comes. Liebold swings inside outs. This one right to second.
Out.
Easy play for Al Weiss in there. Didn't see Al Weiss
Weiss
sneaking
now.
in.
There's Al Weiss.
There we go. All right, back at the top of the order for Eddie Collins.
He's in there defensively.
Absolutely. Strong infield here. Third base, maybe Garrett. Not bad, but you look at short to first. Pretty fine infield here. Eddie Collins, an abysmal series. Collins just 167. So just as much as the Mets have needed Cleon Jones to wake up, Chicago needs Eddie Collins on so he can steal bases. Count full to Eddie. Collins swings, soft fly ball out to center field, and camping under it and toasting a few marshmallows is Tommy Agee. It's down to Eddie Murphy now, or the Mets tied up. Murphy 0 for 2 in the series, called upon to pinch hit. Ron Taylor looking to get the save. And here's the pitch. And Murphy slashes this one down the line to left for extra bases. And the White Sox refuse to go quietly into that good night. Thank you, Dylan Thomas, for that. All right, so Eddie Murphy on with a 2-out double.
Now shoeless.
Strides to the plate. His famous black bat in tow. Named Black Betty. All right. Shoeless Joe hitting just 188.
Shoeless was so good he can name the bat anything he wants.
Damn right. The 1-0 pitch to Shoeless Joe Jackson. Grounded out his last time out. And a little flare over first. This one's going to get down into the corner. And Shoeless Joe has himself an RBI double. And the White Sox are within one. Oh, my, oh, my. So rage against the dying of the light, says Big Clue. All right. So here we go. It's about ready to channel from League of Their Own. Oh, doctor. All right. So here's Hap Felsch now. Felsch 1 for 3 with a run batted in. The White Sox making it a game here in the bottom of the ninth, just as they did in game 1 and won the game. So we'll see. Shoeless Joe in scoring position. Happy Felsch in the box. Ron Taylor has the sign from Jerry Grody. Here is the 1-0 delivery. Felsch swings, and it's a little quail to center, and that's going to get down for a base hit. And this game is tied, baseball fans. Oh, my.
Yes.
Whoa.
Section 518 barfs.
Oh, my. We're going to look at that one again. Shoeless Joe coming
Ron
through.
Taylor couldn't get it done.
Oof.
I would have brought in Tug.
So the line for these teams thus far for the New York Mets 4-12-2, for the White Sox 4-11-1. BBN Buckshot says, way to go, Joe. And Bernard says, go Deadball. All right, Bucky Weaver now bats with Hap Felsch in scoring position. Bucky 1 for 4 today.
Wasted a great outing by Jim McAndrew.
Oof. Here we go. Ron Taylor desperately wanting to stop the bleeding right here. The 1-0 pitch to Bucky Weaver. Weaver swings. This one grounded to second. This should end the inning, and indeed it does. Al Weiss. Free baseball. We go to the 10th.
Free baseball here. Get the free
Chef
baseball.
Free baseball. And here is somebody we have not yet seen. Lefty Williams making his first appearance. Lefty Williams will face Wayne Garrett, Jerry Grody, and Bud Harrelson. Top of the 10th. This is our first extra inning game of this series. Wayne Garrett 1 for 4. Lefty Williams has finished his warm-up pitches. Sad story about Lefty Williams in that 1919 series. Lefty wanted to go out there and win when the White Sox realized they weren't getting their money, and Lefty Williams, his wife was actually threatened. They threatened physical harm against her, and Lefty unfortunately threw the game. Wayne Garrett ready to deal now. Lefty-lefty matchup here, the 2-2 pitch. Garrett swings, and this one line to left, and a sliding catch out there by Shoeless Joe Jackson. Wow, great play out there. All right, so 1 up, 1 down for the absolutely frigid Jerry Grody.
He's ice cold.
Oh, Yeah, liquid nitrogen at the plate. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Lefty Williams. Grody swings, and this is just a little twisting foul on the first base side. Making the grab is, we have Ziggy Hasbrook in there now at first. So Gandil's day is done for the White Sox. 2 down now for Bud Harrelson. Good day at the plate, 3 for 4. See if Harrelson can get something going for the Metropolitans here in the top of the 10th. Count full on Harrelson. Harrelson swings, line drive, base hit, right field. So Harrelson aboard.
Don Clendenin coming
Former Bucko in there now. Clendenin 0 for 2 in the series. Appears now been used as a pinch hit role by Gil Hodges in this series. So Schock sets up. Lefty Williams checks Harrelson. The 2-2 pitch to Clendenin. Steer right 3. That was a knee buckler.
Yep.
Bottom of the 10th, and we are knotted at 4. 26 hits in this game. All right, it will be Ray Schock, Shane Collins, and Swede Risberg due up for the 1917 White Sox. Ron Taylor stays in now. He's worked an inning in relief, and rather not a fun ninth inning for Ron Taylor. He's going to try to keep these Sox quiet. When we go to the Mets' 11th, we will see Al Weiss, Tommy Agee, and perhaps a pinch hitter for Ron Taylor at that point. Here we go.
Now at first.
Yep. And little pop up on the infield, calling for it and bringing it down is Al Weiss coming in from second. So 1 away. Here's Shane Collins. He has an RBI in this game. He's 1 for 4. The 2-1 pitch to Shane. And he swings, and this one, high fly ball. Agee charging in and making the catch. Tommy Agee is like the not-so-secret weapon out there in center field. 2 down now for Risberg, 1 for 2, 1 for 4.
Cleon Jones ain't no slouch out there either.
Oh, not at all. Not at
Take
all.
away from Cleon.
3-1 to Risberg, struck out back in the 8th, and hard hit ground ball to short. Risberg doesn't quite have the speed. We go to the 11th. More free baseball. 11th inning now, and Al Weiss making his first plate appearance. So pretty much a spray hitter.
215 average in 1969.
And lefty deals. Yeah. And swung on, routine grounder to first. And Hasbrook will take it to the bag himself. So Al Weiss is retired, 3 unassisted. 1 up, 1 down for Tommy Agee, back at the top of the order for the Mets. Ron Taylor has a bat in hand, but you don't expect to see him hit. 0 for 4 for Agee. If Agee gets on, Ron Taylor's day is definitely done. Count full on Tommy. Agee swings and a little quail to center field. Base hit.
Agee's got good speed.
And Ron Swoboda, here he is.
Swoboda.
So Swoboda making his first appearance in the series.
Who probably made the greatest catch in the 69 World Series.
Let's look at his spray tendencies there. There we go. All right. So Tommy Agee, incredible speed at first, 1 down. Lefty Williams needs to bear down here. He's going to try to get to infield at double play depth. The 0-2 pitch, runner goes, the throw down to second, and they got him.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Wasn't even close.
Yep, Schulk, they were anticipating Agee going, so.
Yeah, I would too. So
yeah. All right, bases empty.
He had good speed too.
Swoboda gets a base hit here. That stolen base, that cut ceiling is going to hurt. All right, Williams deals the 1-2 pitch to Ron Swoboda. Swing and a miss, steer right 3 and a curveball. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and there he is, Tug McGraw. So, Robert, you know the story of his frozen ice ball theory, right? Tug McGraw, do you know that story?
I've heard of it, but I never really researched on it.
So Tug McGraw was being interviewed, and they asked McGraw, and so this is classic McGraw. They said, "Well, how would you pitch to Willie Stargell in a crucial, bases loaded situation, whatever?" Tug McGraw thought for a couple seconds, and he said, You know, in about 100 million years, the Earth is going to be nothing but a frozen ice ball hurtling through space, and nobody will care how I pitch to Willie Stargell. Classic McGraw, right?
Yeah, he would say something like that.
You know, where are the great characters? You know, like we had, you know, you had Tug McGraw and Fidrich and Gossage. Where are the great characters in baseball nowadays, right?
Fidrich was
oh my, talking to the ball.
These days, you have to be politically correct. You can't, and you really can't just open up your mouth back then.
You're right.
Unfortunately, today you got to be careful what you say. Back then, nobody gave a damn,
and the game was better for it.
Yes.
I always have said Steve Carlton was a media darling. You know,
media darling.
Yeah, he got misquoted. You could not interview that guy. You could not.
Nope.
He just like,
nope.
I got misquoted. Hell yeah.
So Fred McMullen leads it off here for the White Sox in the bottom of the 11th. McMullen, a utility player for the White Sox, and uses a pinch hitting role here. McMullen will have 2 seasons left in baseball. Tug McGraw has finished his warm-up pitches. So McGraw, good movement, good stuff. Let's see what happens here.
Tug died young. It was only 59.
Yeah.
Count full on McMullen. Oh, McMullen swings. This one line to right field. This one is going to go all the way to the wall. Utility man Fred McMullen, however, is going to stop at first.
Wow. Did not take a double on that. A long single.
All right.
Good speed. I don't know why. All right.
All right. I don't know if the rookie didn't want to challenge Art Shamsky out there. Decent arm. So here comes Eddie Collins. Eddie Collins needing to make something happen here. McMullen, decent speed, but Grody knows the rookie could make a mistake. Grody sets up. Here's the pitch to Eddie Collins. Collins shows bunt, bunts it back to the mound, and it's going to be an infield hit.
Yep.
It is going to be an infield hit.
The gamey AI is taking it away from the Mets.
Oh, my, oh, my.
Gamey AI. One of the reasons why I don't play this stuff anymore.
Here's a dead baller that doesn't get enough press. Bobby Byrne steps in as a pinch hitter. So Byrne batting with 2 on and a superb bunter. So let's see if the White Sox are going to try to play a little small ball here in the bottom of the 11th, guys. Fred McMullen at second, trailing him. The even faster Eddie Collins at first. Tug McGraw in a little bit of trouble here in the bottom of the 11th. The White Sox threatening to take a commanding lead back to Shea Stadium. The 1-0 pitch. And there's the bunt, and it is a good one as advertised. Bobby Byrne gets his job done. The runners move up. The White Sox with 2 in scoring position, and here we go.
There's Jackson again.
Shoeless Joe Jackson. So the dead ball fans out here on the edges of their seat, and the Mets fans saying, we're going to get this score 2 for 5 and run bat in. But no, we have a great Mets fan here who has had nothing but praise for Shoeless Joe, and that's, of course, Robert. All right, Grody sets up.
He's a bum.
He's a bum. Hey, now he's a bum.
He's a bum.
I don't think it's going to phase him at the plate.
I would trade him for a pack of chewing gum and cigarettes.
All right, here we go. As Big Clue says, McMullen will get his 15 minutes. All right, Tug McGraw working from the stretch. The count 3-0, and Jackson holds up, and they say he did not go around. The bases are loaded.
Wow.
Rigged.
And it's Happy Felsch up, and Felsch is 2 for 4 with 2 runs batted in.
Happy makes Chicago happy.
Bases are sold out, infield in. Going to try to cut that run off at the plate. Speed all over the place. This is a huge opportunity for the White Sox. Can McGraw get out of this pickle? The 2-2 pitch to Happ. And Felsch looks at a knee buckler. So indeed, McGraw makes his pitch, drops the hammer in the outside corner.
All right, Bucks up.
All right, Bucky Weaver, 1 for 5. Will the White Sox blow a huge opportunity? Here we go. McGraw has the sign from Jerry Grody. The 1-1 pitch to Bucky. Weaver swings. This should end the inning. Grounder to short, and the White Sox leave him loaded. Oh, my.
5-1-8 cheater. Yay! More free baseball.
Dave Danforth now will come in for the Chicago White Sox. Let's see. We also have Ted Jordan playing at first, and I think we're okay there now for defensive substitutions. Art Shamsky will lead it off. Danforth making his first appearance in this World Series. Good movement. So Shamsky, 2 for 5 here, top of the 12th. Neither team asking quarter nor giving it. You know what? These two teams are wonderfully matched up. I don't know, because I was originally going to go like Expos Mets, but I'm so glad I picked these two teams. The 0-2 pitch now from Danforth to Shamsky. Swing and a miss, and that is a screwball. Ball goes around the horn. 1 up, 1 down for Cleon Jones. 2 for 5, 2 runs batted in today. Dave Danforth, the lefty deals, the 1-0 pitch. Struck out his last time, and this one, a line drive down the corner into right field.
He's going to second easy.
Shamsky is going to stop at second. Oh, and the Boo Birds are out here at Comiskey. Wow. All right, what can Wayne Garrett do here? He's 1 for 5. Cleon Jones, good speed at second. Gets it in the right spot, and Cleon Jones could score on a single. Let's see. Lefty-lefty matchup. Danforth has the sign from Cracker Schalk. The 1-2 pitch coming to Wayne Garrett. Oh, big swing and a miss. Changeup. So 2 down. Grody now.
What a time for him to get his first hit of the series.
Yeah.
Just about to say it. How about it?
Did he do? Hey.
All right, here we go. Dave Danforth has fan 2 in this game in relief. The account full on Jerry Grody, and Grody swings, and this one just a routine to Collins, who scoops it up, fires to first, and New York strands one in scoring position. We go to the bottom of the 12th inning. My goodness, and we have Ray Schalk, Shane Collins, and Swede Risberg due up for the White Sox. Schalk 1 for 5 on the day. Tug McGraw has fanned 1 and walked 1. The count full on Ray Schalk, who popped out his last time up. And this one just missing low, ball 4. McGraw wanting the call on that. And if we look at that was close call. Schalk has great speed at first. Here's Shane Collins, 1 for 5. He's batted in 1. Schalk an aggressive lead at first. McGraw checks the runner. The 0-1 pitch. The runner goes. This one bunted down to third. This is going to be, all right, sacrifice done. Schalk moves into scoring position, brings up Risberg, 1 for 5. Risberg having a 2 for 14 overall. I wouldn't be surprised to see Schalk go for third on this pitch, even though Grody's hard to run on. McGraw deals, and they're going to set up the double play, intentionally walking Swede Risberg.
Because you're gonna bring in Ted Jordan here.
Yeah, Jordan making his first appearance in this series.
Call. The runner, because Swede Risberg's run don't mean anything.
Exactly. Here we go. Tug McGraw ready to deal. As Robert says, you got to believe. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Jordan hits it. Is this going to get down? It will get down. Oh, my. Base hit. It will not. They're going to hold the runner at third.
Yeah.
So once again, baseball fans, so the White Sox had him loaded in the 11th. They got him loaded in the 12th. And it's Hall of Famer Eddie Collins, 1 for 5. Schalk at third, Risberg at second, Jordan at first. Eddie Collins, the lefty, stands in. Gil Hodges doesn't look like he's making any move from the dugout. He's going to stay with Tug. The 1-2 pitch to Eddie Collins. Collins swings. That's your ball game. Big win and no slam on the Mets. This was a great ball game, both sides.
5-1-8 barfs.
Wow.
Both teams 15 hits.
So the White Sox are going to go back to Flushing with a commanding 3-1 lead. So the White Sox get a strong game from starter Jim Death Valley Scott. But it was some clutch hitting that ultimately delivered the win. White Sox took the 5-4 win over the Mets in Game 4 of the series in a 12th inning walk-off today. The win capped off a fine outing for Scott. He threw 9 innings, allowing 4 runs in the win, which gave the White Sox a 3-1 lead in the best of 7. Clutch at bat came in the bottom of the 12th.
They're going back to Shea because this is Game 5. You're not doing the 2-3-2 format?
Oh, they might be going. Let me see. Oh, no. It's still a Comiskey. It's still a Comiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
So player of the game, as it should be, is Jim Scott. So, wow. So McAndrew for the Mets goes 8 hits, 2 runs, only one of them earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts.
Save.
Ron Taylor, just not a good day for Ron Taylor. Tug McGraw. I you know what? I mean, Robert, you know a lot more about the Mets than I do, but I would have brought in Tug McGraw.
I would have brought in Tug. I wouldn't have brought in Taylor for that. No.
Dave Danforth gets the win for the Chicago White Sox. So with an inning pitch, struck out 2, got the job done. There, big. So let's take a few minutes. We'll have a little just talk here. Anybody want to come on?
Hey,
and
Lefty Williams didn't throw the game.
He did. Now, so Game 5, we have a repeat of Game 1. Tom Seaver versus Eddie Cicotte. So I was reading in the Bill James Historical Baseball Abstract, and or no, it wasn't Bill. Yeah, it was Bill James. He was saying that there was a strong, although he doesn't rate him as the greatest, he said there is certainly a strong case to rate Tom Terrific as the greatest pitcher in baseball. He rates Walter Johnson, no surprise, of course, as number 1. But surprisingly, he makes that argument, Bill James, but I think he rates Seaver 7th or 8th. And I would have thought they would have rated Seaver a little higher. Great pitcher. You know.
I don't know how you rate. Tom Seaver to me is definitely one of the top 10 in baseball history, if not top 5. I mean, like I said, he is number 2 in my all-time starting rotation. I mean,
yeah.
First of all, I got to go with Koufax. I mean, how do you not do opening day without Sandy Koufax? Okay, to me, the best left-hander in baseball history. All right, then I got Seaver after him in the second spot, and then I got Gibson 3rd, which I don't think anybody have a problem with, and then I'll go with Randy Johnson 4th, and then I would pretty much split time with Pedro Martinez and Greg Maddux. Now,
so essentially, what you're saying is you're just not going to give the batters any chance to hit, Robert.
When you put together a pitching rotation, that's what you try to do.
Exactly.
Walter Johnson, like I said, I always mention this. Only 2 pitchers in baseball history have over 300 wins, 3,000 strikeouts, and a career ERA under 3. Walter Johnson and Tom Seaver. Johnson pitched during the dead ball era. Seaver did not get that luxury.
Right.
So,
but let's remember though that Walter Johnson did pitch in the live ball era as well, though the majority of the career was dead ball. But yeah, but here's the thing I would say about Johnson, that Johnson also didn't have a luxury that Tom Seaver did. Johnson didn't get run support and posted those ridiculous numbers. I mean, to me, Walter Johnson is almost an anomaly. Right.
Walter Johnson is one of the, look, we're not going to say anything bad about Walter Johnson. Is he one of the greatest of all time? Absolutely, he is one of the greatest of all time. There's absolutely no there is absolutely no anybody that tells you that Walter Johnson was not a good pitcher obviously does not know anything about baseball.
Exactly.
Okay? I mean, he had 417 wins. But remember also he pitched during a time where you pitched 40, 45 games. I mean, in 1914, he pitched 51 games.
Complete
we will never see. Last night, I had Wilbur Wood, in the All-Star game. He had 49 starts in 72.
Yeah, Wilbur Wood could, right, exactly.
I'm not going to see that ever again.
He could pitch 3 times a week.
I just welcome Dwayne Martin here really quickly. Dwayne, anytime after you get rested up from work, you want to come on, man, it's open mic day. So anyhow, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. I just wanted to welcome Dwayne.
Wilbur Wood. He pitched. And Wilbur Wood. He had. What is it? He started 49 games in 72, 48 in 73, 42 in 74, 43. Come on. Will we ever see a pitcher start 40 games from now on? No, we will not.
Come on, we've got these bullshit quality starts, Robert. We're
You
net
got these
right.
average the average amount of starts you get this now is what? Somewhere between 25 and 35 if you're lucky. If you're not, and of course you always want to give them a day off. Give them a break on the start. Said, well, you had 5 days off, but we'll bring in a spot starter today. You don't have to pitch for the next few more days. Take a break and enjoy the millions they're making. I mean.
And here's another question. You're not only talking about stress, Robert, but and you would know this better than I. How many complete games were thrown in 2023?
Oh, come on.
Exactly. It's a disappearing stat. It's yeah.
I mean, I don't think.
No,
let me see here. I brought it up real fast. I think there were 35 complete games pitched last year, and the team that had the most of it was the San Francisco Giants. Okay. The league average was 1, but there were a lot of teams that did not have any complete games. And the thing about it is you're getting a complete game when your team is probably blowing out the other team. All right. Back in the days when Seaver pitched or Koufax or Gibson, you were pitching complete games when it was a 1-0, 2-0 game.
And thank you for bringing that up, because a lot of people make the arguments like, oh, yeah, but those old-time pitchers, like, hang on. Gibby was pitching in close games and getting complete games.
Of course. And
who had the balls to go out to Gibby or let's say Don Drysdale and ask for the ball?
Right. I mean, you want to go ahead in a 1-0 game and you want to tell Gibson, hey, look, you got to come out. Gibson will look at his manager and say, will you get the hell out of here and let me pitch?
Exactly.
Go take a seat. All right. Seaver would look at him and said, man, I think you're on drugs. And you need to go sit down, Gil. All right. I'm going to finish this game off for you. All right. I feel just fine.
I would like to know, Seaver.
Link in the chat, guys.
I think it was 81 or 82. When they had a strikes year, and he was like 13-2.
Tom Seaver in 19
he was having
in
a
1981. In 1981, Seaver was 14-2. He was having one of his best years ever.
Yeah, at an older age.
Yes, and then in 1982, we had really his worst year ever. He was 5-13 with a 5.5 ERA. It was the only year he had an ERA that high. A 5.5 ERA in 1982 with the Reds. Okay. But after that, everything else, he went back to the Mets in 83, which a lot of people think was one of his he was 9 he was already getting up there in years, but yet I want to say that. But yet he went 15-11 in 84 for the White Sox, 16-11, 85 for the White Sox. I mean,
for 36 years old and going 14-2, a 2.54 ERA.
That's damned impressive.
That's impressive.
I mean, my gosh.
And yet Seaver's got 3 Cy Youngs. He should have 5 of them.
So here's another thing, and I don't want to honk anybody off in the community about this. And while I have a world of respect for Nolan Ryan, I don't think, and I'm going to say it, and I'm probably even going to get shit from you guys, Nolan Ryan and Tom Seaver are not in the same league.
No, they're not. And Nolan Ryan is the greatest pitcher in baseball history to not win a Cy Young award.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Nolan Ryan, yes, he leads. He has a career strikeout.
Great pitcher. I'm not saying he's not a great pitcher.
He has 5,714 strikeouts. He is the strikeout leader.
He's also the walk leader.
22,000. He had no control.
I was fortunate enough to be able to watch on TV 2 of his no-hitters, though.
Oh,
when
yeah.
When he had his stuff going on.
He was unhittable. Yeah, he was, literally.
Is Nolan Ryan still one of the greatest of all time? Yes, he is. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm not knocking Nolan Ryan.
Yeah. You're not knocking Nolan Ryan.
But he got better as he got older.
He got better as he got older, yes, and he was also on better teams too. But
he was.
But the funny thing is, as good as Ryan was, as good as Seaver was, they only got 1 world championship, and that was 1969 with the Mets.
Yep.
Well, and now the pressure's on him. Pressure's on him for the next game. So Tom Seaver and Eddie Cicotte will face each other again, and neither of them in game 1 got the decision. So we're going to see. It's going to be fun. We'll start this up.
Here's the other thing, though, Robert. And I think me and you are pretty close to the same age. But in our lifetime, though, some of the greatest pitchers, you mentioned Seaver, Ryan, Steve
Gibson.
I mean,
Don't forget Gibby.
Ferguson Jenkins was a great.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But they're not many World Series between them guys. Gaylord Perry, but there's not many World Series between them guys that you can, they were great dominant pitchers, but they just never played on the right team and stuff just didn't happen for them.
Same as the Big Train, one World Series.
Yeah,
one
World Series of the Big Train, Randy Johnson, one World Series for him
one
too.
World Series,
of anything like that.
And Johnson, one of those dominant pitchers ever.
He is the left-handed version to me of Bob Gibson. That's why I.
Oh, absolutely.
He is the lefty Bob Gibson. That's why I have him there. And then of course,
I love hearing the stories about Gibson. Joe Morgan. I think that's one of the best stories I ever heard was from Joe Morgan on, I think it was Sunday Night Baseball. We're talking about when he was with the Aztecs, and they said, "Well, you're going to get hit." And he's like, "What? Yeah, Gibson's going to hit you." And he's like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "He hits every rookie to let him know."
That's my plate. That's my plate.
Yeah, and Morgan said, "Yeah, he hit me."
And then of course I like we're talking about Greg Maddux. He only has one World Series title. Greg Maddux, of course, one of the greatest of history, unless he's pitching to Tony Gwynn.
True.
Yeah.
But Gwynn had his number.
In my lifetime,
Greg
Maddux
Maddux,
was
I could
the
strike
best
out anybody,
pitcher
but I could not get Tony Gwynn out to save my life.
Nope.
I mean, what did Maddux throw? Maddux threw like a 90 to 91 mile an hour fastball.
Yep.
But he could change speeds. He was the best pitcher.
Oh, Maddux could almost tell you what he was going to throw before he was going to throw it.
He still couldn't hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could change speeds up and keep you off balance better than anybody I ever.
Unless he was pitching to Tony Gwynn. I think about Tony Gwynn.
Gwynn was a hell hitter.
Tony Gwynn struck out only 434 times in his entire career.
Isn't that incredible?
In 1994, when he was flirting with 400, and he had a 3.94 ERA when that season was canceled. That is such a damn shame. I think he hit 400 that year. Mm-hmm. All right. He had only 19 strikeouts. I mean, was his eye that good? It had to be.
I think it was.
I mean, he didn't walk much. I mean, he walked kind of he had average walk numbers, but the man just would not strike out. He was able to always put his bat on the ball. He said, if you're going to get me out, fine. You're not doing it with me at the plate. I'm sending this to someone. Someone's going to have to make a play.
Reminds me of this dude that played for the Red Sox, Ted something or other. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Gwynn was like that.
Him and Gwynn were very tight, yeah. But Gwynn was going to be that man for his build. He could steal bases.
Yeah, surprisingly so, because he was not alive.
He did not look like a guy.
He was not live at all. No, my God, he was like. He kind of sort of like the beer truck look, but
in the early years, Tony Gwynn was actually pretty quick, and then later on, when he started getting a little bigger, he couldn't steal as much as he couldn't steal as much. But no, he had some speed back in the early years.
Kirby Puckett always got me. He had a build like Gwynn, in my opinion, and Puckett could just
Kirby Puckett.
Yeah, I always liked Puckett.
Kirby Puckett was such a loved human being as well. I mean, Hall of Famer, absolutely. The man was so loved. He had a great attitude. It's sad what happened with him. He died. He only died at 45 years old, which is ridiculous.
He lost his eyesight. Or was losing his eyesight.
Yeah. I mean, Kirby Puckett's one of the greatest twins of all time. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
No argument there.
A few years over the Twins with Herbeck and all them guys, and everybody kind of knew that Puckett was the heart and soul of that team. I think.
Yes, he was. He was. So, the Mets have a long road to hoe.
Let's see what happens here. Let's see if Tom Terrific can get us a win back to Shea.
So 25-7 in 1969 for Tom Terrific. For the knuckleballer, Eddie Knuckles Seacott, 28-12. ERA.
Cheater, thrower, Seacott, cheater, throw the game.
Hey,
good whip for these guys.
Give him a bonus if he got 30 wins, and then they benched him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
One of the reasons why he probably did what he did.
All right. Dwayne, are you still out there, buddy? Just want to check and make sure you're out there. I don't know if he's resting up after work.
Would have been a Hall of Fame? Would he have been a Hall of Famer?
Seacott?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Eddie Seacott. I mean, let's see here.
I think so. I mean, he needed some more seasons, but that was I think Seacott. I don't think like I wouldn't put Seacott like with Seaver, Randy, or Walter Johnson.
He had a 2.3. He had a lifetime 2.38 ERA. I don't see how I can't put him in the Hall. I mean, 209 wins, 148 losses, 1,300 strikeouts. I mean, no, I agree. He's not up there with Walter Johnson or Seaver, absolutely, but
I really don't know.
0.38 ERA, I just don't know how I can't put him in.
How old was Sakati in 1919?
He was 35.
Okay, so his
He
career
played
was
one more year with the White Sox in 1920 before he was banned.
But the thing is, Carlos, is so dead ball pitchers, right? You weren't. So for why they could, longer careers, and that's not taking any, because the style of baseball was different. So you weren't bearing down. So a 35-year-old dead ball pitcher, as opposed to a 35-year-old live ball pitcher, where you still got to keep bringing. Of course, nowadays, you can come out of the pen or whatever. But I still think Seacott had a few seasons. I think he could have squeaked in to the Hall of Fame, maybe not first ballot, but I think so. I mean.
I think he would have gotten in. I find it hard to not put a pitcher in with a 2.38 ERA, even though it is dead ball. I mean, dead ball, you expect the ERAs under 3, but in this case, if I was to gauge dead ball era pitchers compared to live ball, these days anything under 4 is considered good. All right. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's actually decent. Anything under 3.5 is considered good, and anything under 3 is considered excellent. Back to the dead ball, I would say anything under 3.5 would be good. Everything under 3 would be, or I should say decent. Anything under 3 would be good, and anything under 2.5 would be excellent. I can't see how. I think he would get in if it wasn't for the scandal.
Another guy that would have gotten in if he had not hurt his pitching hand by a stupid slip in the outfield was Smokey Joe Wood.
Joe Wood.
Now, he reinvents himself as a very good position player, but he was, Walter Johnson said nobody throws harder than Smokey Joe Wood, and he was such a great pitcher. Yep, but it was something like during batting practice or something, slipped in the outfield, hurt his pitching hand, and that was it as a pitcher. Too bad.
117 wins, 57 losses, a 2.03 ERA.
Yep.
And 3 World Series titles with the with Boston.
Yep.
Right.
Because I'm going to say, was it the 1914 series that Smokey Joe Wood dominated?
I think 1912.
1912. Okay.
Yeah.
I know it was right on that era that he was the most dominant pitcher.
He was 34-5 with a 1.91 ERA, which is
that's ridiculous.
Which is just stupid.
That is stupid. Yep, it is.
Okay. So,
well, I mean, if you get it on the more modern era, it still gets me on 1968, the year of the pitcher.
Bob Gibson.
Bob Gibson's numbers was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that Bob Gibson in 1968. Oh yeah, the 1.12 ERA. Yeah, sure. That's beyond stupid. That's just ridiculous.
And McLean 31 wins.
Yeah. That's why they raised the mound, and after that
of course,
or they lowered the mound.
I'm a Yastrzemski fan. Yastrzemski batted 301 in 1968.
So I want to remind everybody too, Bernie's going to be coming on and doing a broadcast on this channel, and I'm really honored he's going to be doing this. So we're going to have some 1914 baseball today. In fact, Bernie, when you're ready, it'll probably be as soon as this series is over. So we'll be doing the Wayback Machine. So going to be looking forward to that, and hopefully maybe we'll get Buckshot later to do a game. No pressure, Buckshot. It'd be fun if you do a game, though. And I want to get this going because, Robert, I know you're going to be leaving us here in about an hour or so, and I know you probably want to.
I may actually be leaving it now, so.
Okay, well, Robert.
I'm just going to lurk for the rest of the way, so it was a pleasure, my good man.
And likewise.
And we will
Always
see you
enjoy
guys.
having
So go Mets. And I'm just going to lurk. And
so again, one more time, tell them tomorrow night your game. Everything
tomorrow night we begin the second half of the Inside Pitch 1972 season. It will be the Minnesota Twins taking on the Oakland Athletics. Bert Blyleven, who is in the Hall of Fame, will be going up against Vida Blue, who should be in the Hall of Fame. That'll be tomorrow night, 7:30, as we begin the second half of the 1972 Inside Pitch season. Lots more baseball left to come. We got more to go, so we'll see you guys tomorrow
That'll be a
night.
great matchup.
I'm going to borrow your line one time, Robert. Be there or be square.
Be square. And by the way, you better send me the check for that because I am hereby copywriting that line.
You'll have it second Tuesday of next week.
I'm sure I will.
So Buckshot, if you want to do a Field of Dreams game, I that would be wonderful. I hadn't planned on doing a Field of Dreams game today, so if you would like to do one later, that would be great. It really, really would. All right, here we go. I've got to step up now because I had Tim and Robert calling all these games. So here we go. All right, so a lot of work here for the Mets to do. They've got to play catch up. They would like to try to pick up a win here before going back to Shea Stadium. Lineups look as they've always been. So let's go to Comiskey and get this one started. Game 5 between the 1917 White Sox and the 1969 New York Mets. Again, doing this as a sort of just a quick look at a couple teams from the seasons coming into season 2 of Fields of Dreams baseball. The third season, of course, being 1994. Later on this evening, the winner of this series will play a series against the 1994 Expos. All right, Tommy Agee leads it off. Eddie Cicotte will be finishing his warm-up pitches as we take another buzz around Comiskey Park in the south side of Chicago. Maybe we get Dwayne Martz on to do a World Series game. That'd be fun. Here's the pitch. First pitch of the ball game, and Agee hits this one deep to short, but Risberg plays it on a nice hop. So 1 up, 1 down, and they're already cheering loudly here at Comiskey. Ken Boswell now hitting .412 in the series, including a home run. So 7 for 17 for him. Eddie Cicotte with the 1-0 delivery to Boswell. Boswell swings. Will this get down for a base hit? Indeed it will. Left field. So Boswell aboard. 1 down. And that brings up Art Shamsky. Ken Boswell will steal an occasional base. Shamsky in the series hitting .267, including a solo dinger. Cicotte winds and deals the 1-2 pitch. Shamsky swings. Big league pop-up on the left-hand side. And waiting for it, and bringing it down finally is Bucky Weaver. So 2 away. Boswell remains at first, of course, and here's Cleon Jones. Jones with 2 RBI in the series, hitting .250. Schalk sets the target. The 1-0 delivery. And Jones sends this line drive into center field. This will get down for a base hit. And going for third is Boswell, and he will be in there ahead of the tag. So runners at the corners for the New York Mets here in the top of the first. 2 down. Wayne Garrett now strides to the plate. The lefty not having a good series at all, hitting just .143, 2 for 14 overall. Cleon Jones, good speed at first. The 3-1 pitch. Oh, and that one misses. Cicotte wanting that call and not getting it. Bases loaded. And it brings up Jerry Grody, who has been colder than liquid nitrogen, 0 for 13 as we enter game 5. Wayne Garrett at first, Jones at second, Ken Boswell at third. Mets looking to strike early here. 2 down. Grody needs a safety or a gift. Cicotte with a 3-2 pitch. Grody swings and misses, and the Mets leave him loaded. All right, so the Mets, despite 2 hits and getting the bases loaded, do nothing. We go to the bottom of the first. The Mets nothing. And the White Sox coming to bat. Eddie Collins will lead it off, followed by Chick Gandil and shoeless Joe Jackson. Eddie Collins has batted in 2, hitting .267. Tom Seaver ready to deal. The count full in Eddie Collins. Here's the pitch. And that one missing inside. So one of the keys for the New York Mets has been, Even though they're behind in this series, is to keep Eddie Collins off the base paths. Well, an opening walk by Tom Seaver, and the very, very fast Eddie Collins is aboard. So Mike Silva says he seconds Buckshot. All right, so Buckshot, are you up for a field? Are you up for doing a Field of Dreams game later, like maybe after Bernie or something? I think it'd be a lot of fun. I know you guys won a Field of Dreams game, so let's hope Buckshot will do it. All right. So here's Chick Gandil now. Gandil hitting 286 with a run batted in. Collins, good lead off first. Nobody out. All right. We got us a Field of Dreams game coming up after Bernie doing 1914 baseball. So stay tuned, guys. We got a lot of baseball on the way, and we will sneak in a non-baseball game, I promise. All right. Tom Seaver deals. And the runner goes. Gandil bunts this one back in the mound. Seaver's only play will be to first. So Collins would have had that base stolen regardless. So Collins in scoring position, one away for shoeless Joe Jackson. Jackson with 2 RBI in the series, 4 for 17, hitting 235. The lefty stands in. Tom Seaver studying the hitter, has the sign. The 0-1 pitch to Shoeless Joe. Shoeless Joe swings this one hard hit. Could be a gapper into left. This one could be trouble. It gets down all the way to the wall. Shoeless Joe Jackson with an RBI triple. Here we go, baseball fans, and especially dead ball fans. Wow. So Shoeless Joe coming out, swinging Black Betsy, and let's have another look at that one. I thought that was going to hang up long enough. As you can see, the exit velocity only 88 on that ball, but gets where it needs to be, off the wall and under the ballpark. So Shoeless Joe with an RBI triple, and the White Sox looking to win this series today in front of the Southside faithful, take an early 1-0 lead. Bernie says, how about doing Field of Dreams first? He says he won't be available to the game until about 8:30 p.m. Eastern. He says, loves dead ball baseball. All right. And Tim is back with us. Holy moly. Let's get Tim back on the broadcast. Hey, Tim, welcome back, my friend. He says that his Dodgers-Cubs game is filmed. So, guys, that means is it uploaded yet, Tim? I don't know if Tim knows he's here. You're not. No, you're here.
Sorry.
You're here.
Hi. No, I just got done filming it. So I am,
okay, guys.
transferring it onto my computer, and I will begin uploading soon.
All right, guys. So look for that. Again, Clee Baseball Fan 879. Subscribe. Excellent baseball. Good stuff.
I will probably be the lead-in for RJL tomorrow.
Oh, you will? Okay. So
I'll try to get this uploaded where it'll premiere tomorrow at about 6:30.
Okay, guys. So got a lot of baseball coming up tomorrow. So you got Tim, and then you got RJO Network. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. So the White Sox looking to take the series today. Joe Jackson at third, 1 down. And here's Hap Felsch. Hap Felsch hitting .312. 2 runs batted in. So, Tim, I hate to prevail upon you, but anytime you want to call, do anything, you're on, man. You can do what you want. We're having fun here today.
So Seaver. So what's the series now? This is game
3 games to 1. Chicago leading.
Okay, so Seaver making his second start of the series.
No decision. Yep.
No decision the first game. So here's Happy Felsch, who is 5 for 16 on the series, batting .312, and here's the pitch to Felsch. And he rips this one to third and throwing to first, and that's an out, but a run will score. And it's now 2-1. 2-0, sorry. The White Sox lead, looking to possibly get the party started early here.
Absolutely. Pre-series, when we were talking in the Discord, their predictions were White Sox in 6. Could it be White Sox in 5? We shall see, huh?
We shall see. See, we're getting roughed up a little bit, but if you're going to get to him early. Buck Weaver now batting. And Weaver lifts this one to left field, but there is Cleon Jones, and that will retire the side. But the White Sox get out to a 2-0 lead going to the top of the second. Or should say 2 runs on 1 hit and no errors. And now here's Bud Harrelson leading off the top of the second. And that's a chopper to short. And there is Riceberg to throw out. Harrelson 1 down. And Seacott will now face Ed Cranepool. Cranepool lifts this one into left field. This will get down for a hit. And rounding and holding there is Cranepool with a 1-out single. And here is Seaver 0 for 2 on the plate. He will most likely be bunting. And here is Seacott with the delivery. Yep, he will. And bunts hard. They try to go to second. No, he's safe. Everybody is safe. And not a good decision by Seacott there.
Not at all. Cranepool, not with a lot of speed, Tim. You're right. I would have gone for that shutout at first because, Cranepool's not going to score on a single. Dwayne Martz coming on the broadcast, everybody. Dwayne, how you doing, my friend? Can you hear Dwayne?
Good,
can
buddy.
You hear me? Hey, buddy. I got to get your thumbnail set. I got to get your thumbnail set
Nice to see you back.
Yeah, man. I got to get your thumbnail set for 1906. I see you're moving through with 1905.
3 games done.
3 games done, so I better get busy, huh? So, how you doing, man?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing well, and you, buddy? I missed you.
Yeah, I haven't been broadcasting.
Week.
Buddy, I came through a 6-day work week. It was hell. I was the only person in the office.
Off much at all either.
Yeah.
I had Friday off and didn't have to work the weekend. I got tomorrow off.
Well, you feel like doing a World Series game tonight on here?
About what time, Beatles?
Well, so we got Buckshot coming up, and we got Joe. I think Joe Murdy coming on here in a second.
You going to do 10 hours, Beatles?
I don't think I'm going to be able to beat your stream, but I don't know. With the help of guys like Tim and Robert, I'm going to do my best. But I'm going to have to take a break.
You're at 4 hours and a half now, buddy.
4.5. But if I want to switch to like PS5 for some MLB The Show, I've got to end this stream to go.
Oh shit! Well, it still counts. It's official. Hell with that.
No, we'll let you be the record. But I was going to ask you. Oh my god! And it just fell out of my brain. Oh no! I was going to tell you. So Buckshot's going to be doing a Field of Dreams game, and then about 8:30 this evening, Bernie's going to be doing a 1914 game. So
around 9:30, 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're going to be watching the Stupor Bawl, so in which case,
I mean, I got to get off here in a little bit, get something to eat. But other than that,
all right,
my plans, buddy. I was
all right,
watching at work. I was unable to chat.
Oh, I get it.
Work
hey, Joe.
Hey, what's up, Beatles?
Hey, welcome in, buddy. How you doing?
All right.
This is great, man. We got all kinds of fun in here. So let's.
I was just talking to Ken. He said he fell asleep on the couch, didn't even know you was on.
Oh wow! Thanks, Ken.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, let's get back to it, Tim. I'll turn it back over to you, and let's do it.
Dwayne and our other compatriot, please be sure to get in any commentary that you'd like. I'll be sure to give you some time to talk.
Tim, buddy.
Free for all, gentlemen. Free for all.
Here's AG to bat with runners on first and second after the failed play at second.
Oh,
and swung on it. This struck him out.
Sit down.
There you go, Joe.
All right, here's Ken Boswell, first and second with 2 down now.
Batting .444 in this World Series.
Ooh.
And that gets away from the catcher, Shulk, and the second and third go the runners. So
looks like they're scoring that one a pass ball.
And it's Boswell chance to tie this game with a base hit potentially.
He's got a home run in this World Series too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in the center field, but under it is the center fielder, Felsch, and he is happy about that one. Makes the catch, and that will retire the side.
Chicago looking to wrap it up. What's that, Joe?
Well, if it was 1-0, they would have had a chance. That might have been deep enough to score the guy on third. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
right.
Ray Shulk leading off, followed by Collins and Riceberg. Here in the bottom of the second. And that's down the third baseline, but Garrett long throw to first, and banger at first, and they got him.
Again, Shock with great speed. You don't think of catchers with great speed. Shock was fast. So close play. Wow.
And due up here is Shano Collins, the right fielder. And he lifts that to his right field counterpart, and under it there is Shamsky. He makes the catch, and that's 2 down. And here's Riceberg here, facing Seaver. Is 2 for 14 in the playoffs. And struck him out, and that retires the side. So after 2 complete, it's the White Sox 2 and the Mets nothing.
White Sox getting the jump on them now.
Yeah, they are.
They want to end. They want to end this as early as possible.
Yep, they're looking to do it here. What's that? What's that, Dwayne?
Being out hit, but they got the most important 2 runs.
Yep.
Hey, even though he doesn't come to the channel, he's still a member of the community. So I didn't have time to talk yesterday. I was so tired, but I stopped by Rob's channel. What's the big news in his channel? What's he up to?
I was doing that YRL racing,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he texted me yesterday. I don't know why he thought I wouldn't. He's like, do you mind if I take that back? Well, hell no, I don't mind if you take it back. So he's going to start that back up in a week or 2. So yeah.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
all right. So
cool.
I know we don't see Rob in here, but if it gets around to you, Rob,
join the Fields of Dream.
I wish he would. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yep.
Let him know he doesn't need to have because I know he's not a computer game guy. So, but yeah. So if this please let Rob know. Best of luck. I'll try to stop in when I can. I'm so behind on everybody's broadcast.
He's going through a lot with his parents right now.
Is he?
I feel for him because I went through the same thing. But right now he's able to keep his parents at the house. So they only live a little ways from him. It's not that far.
All right. Please tell him I sent him good thoughts and everything.
Oh,
right?
I sure will be.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
He's a good dude.
Oh yeah, he is. Rob is a good guy. All right, here we go.
And here is Archamsky. He is 4 for 16 with a homer on the series, 0 for 1 today. And Shamsky down the third base line, and making the play is a Weaver, and he throws out Shamsky, run away. And Cleon Jones, 5 for 17, 294 on the series, 1 for 1 today. And that's into right field, and coming on and making the catch is Shano Collins, 2 down.
Oh, welcome back, Carlos. Hey, Puppy Bowl, that is totally, yeah, man, the Puppy Bowl's awesome.
I forgot about that. Hold on. I have to put that on. It's on like every channel. Here we go.
There you are. Yeah, the Puppy Bowl's epic.
Left of the Puppy Bowl, but I'll catch the replay on it.
Love the Puppy Bowl, and they do. It's such a good thing. I'm glad people like. It's like getting that. Like people are like really looking forward to the Puppy Bowl as much as the Super Bowl. So there we are. And they do a lot of good things for. I mean, it's amazing. I love the Puppy Bowl. So go. Cats are too damned independent. You can't do anything with cats. So
they did one year. They tried having the Kitten Bowl, but didn't quite work out as the same as the Puppy Bowl.
Exactly. Cats would rather be the commissioners.
The anniversary of the Puppy Bowl, so good on them.
What, the 20th? Did you say?
Yeah,
20th. Wow.
20th Puppy Bowl.
Awesome. Way to go.
Small ad the.
Didn't they used to? Didn't they? Yeah. Before we do, didn't they used to actually? When they first started the Puppy Bowl, didn't they broadcast that on the same channel as the Stupor Bowl?
I'm not certain. I think it's always been
I think it started on USA Network.
USA Network. Okay.
Oh, the big dog trying to go in for a touchdown, and he's in there with a toy.
All right, way to go, doggies! Oh man, I love it. I wish I was around to. I wish I was allowed to stream it on here, but YouTube would kick my ass so hard. Damn it.
Yes. Fluff. They say Rough now in the lead over Fluff. I love the team names. All right, Wayne Garrett now up. He probably had a dog or two of his own in real life. All right, and Garrett, fly ball to center field, but there is the center fielder, Felsch, and he makes the catch to retire the side. And Tom Terrific now back on the mound, facing his counterpart, Eddie Seacott. And I'm going to be...
Strike three.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Dwayne, or the other guy, can you take for a couple of batters? I got to finish uploading this, or starting uploading this video.
Yeah. Dwayne, you want to do a couple, or you want to wait till do one later, or you? Yeah.
Go ahead, Beatles. I'll listen to you, buddy.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I heard you.
Well, I try not to give you a headache here.
Oh, hell no.
Base is empty. Eddie Collins steps in, one down here in the bottom of the third inning. Collins stands in against Tom Terrific, and here is the wind in the 0-1 pitch. Collins swings and shallow fly ball to center field, but once again covering the acreage out there in the pasture is Tommy Agee for out number 2. Brings up Chick Gandil now. Gandil hitting 286 with a run batted in the series. The 2-1 delivery to Gandil. Gandil swings, hard hit ground ball, plenty of time at second for Ken Boswell, and he'll fire on to first for the 4-3 putout. Side retired, and we head to the top of the fourth inning. The Chicago White Sox 2, the New York Mets nothing. Chicago looking to win it all today in this best of 7, ahead 3-1. Jerry Grody, who has absolutely been abysmal, will lead things off for the Mets, followed by Bud Harrelson and Cranepool. So Grody 0 for 14 in the series, 0 for 1 today. Seacott with 2 strikeouts and a walk, the 0-1 delivery.
Home run now, Beatles.
Brody struck out last time. We'll see. Little flare into left. Will it hang up? And indeed it will. So
Didn't jinx him.
nope. Chillis Joe makes the catch. Let's look at the weather and see if wind is going to play a factor today. Wind going out to center, 11 miles per hour. So a decent day here in the south side of Chicago, 55 degrees. Here's Bud Harrelson now. By the way, there's
Roy Brown, right?
Announcement coming in here across the ticker tape. Will MV please move his horseless carriage? So MV, please move your horseless carriage. All right.
In other words, move your ass.
Exactly.
Only if it was a donkey.
Well done. Oh, I love it. All right. We love you, MV. All right, here is Bud Harrelson.
He needs to go get the Steeler fans' buggy whips there.
Right, exactly. Well played, guys. All right, here we go. The 2-1 to Bud Harrelson. Harrelson swings, and this one, nice room service bounce over there to the left. A bit of a high throw by Bucky Weaver, but Chick Gandil able to pull it down for the second out. And here's Ed Cranepool now, 1 for 1 in the game. And we got Mike Silva coming on. He's in the car, so we get Mike Silva after we get the result of this play. And it's a fly ball.
The Model R.
The Model, right? All right, welcome in Mike Silva, not to be confused with Clee baseball fan. How you doing, Mike?
Oh, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you all right. We're going to keep the game sound off for a minute while you're there. How you doing, man?
Not bad. Just in the car heading home.
All right. Are we going to get you on here officially when you get home and get dinner and stuff?
It's a possibility.
All right. Good. So now we're going to really confuse everybody because everybody thought Tim was you, and now they're going to think you're Tim. So this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
Well, you know what? My audio is not coming in too good, so I think I'm using this on my phone. So I might just drop off for now and come back on later when I get home.
Okay, Mike, we'll look for you, man. All right, drive safely, buddy. Drive safely.
Yep.
All right, bye. All right, here we go. Shoeless Joe Jackson will lead it off. The heart of the order for the Chicago White Sox, followed by Happy Felsch and Bucky Weaver. Joe Jackson, already a hero in this game, has an RBI. He is 1 for 1. Buckshot says maybe we should have Mike make his debut tonight in lieu of you going on. Oh, now you both could call it at the same time. Buckshot tried to get out of it, man. Come on, Buckshot. Besides, Mike already has a couple YouTube videos up. So, yeah. I mean, whatever. It's all fun. And if you don't want to do it, man, there's no pressure. But, I just know I'm not going to do a Field of Dreams game. So somebody's got to do one. Somebody's got to do one, and not in the Discord either. Come on. I'll stream the Discord. I will. I'm like that. I'm that guy. All right. Here's Joe Jackson.
Right.
The 1-2 pitch now to Shooterless Joe. He had that RBI triple, and Jackson hard liner to first, and to no avail. Cranepool will shovel that one on to Tom Terrific. 1 up, 1 down now for Happy Felsch. The White Sox center fielder has an RBI in the game. The 2-1 pitch to Hap. Felsch cuts on this one, and this is a little flare into right field. Base hit for Happy.
Over the leaping first
Texas
baseman.
leaguer.
Absolutely. Little Texas leaguer, long before it was called. I forget. Somebody told me when they started calling these Texas leaguers. Was that the 1930s or 20s or something like that? I forget.
I don't remember that conversation. I can't remember the details. I do remember that.
All right,
Big
so
Clue, wasn't it?
Big Clue did tell us. I think he fell asleep. He hasn't made any anti-pirate remarks in a while. So
Oh, he hasn't been derogatory lately.
he's been derogatory almost the whole.
Yeah, I
4
was
hours.
listening to him at work. Yeah,
I think he told you to
started
go
out
to
with the low,
Kokomo,
and that
right?
was as nice as it got.
Yeah, exactly. Go to Kokomo. Exactly. All right, Happy Felsch, good speed at first. Here's Bucky Weaver, average contact hitter. Bucky hitting 278. He's 0 for 1 in the game. Felsch with the lead off first, the 1-2 pitch. Weaver cuts and misses, and that one a nice sinker. And Weaver chasing that. So Seaver up to 3 strikeouts now. 2 down for Ray Schock, who's nothing for 1 today. Seaver's delivery. The runner is going. Felsch running. The throw down by Jerry Grody. The slide. The dust settles. The wind blew. The shit flew. And Happy Felsch is safe. See, I'm starting to get punchy now. So here we go. All right. Yeah. Hey, what are you going to do?
Needles, huh?
Oh, my God. So Big Clue. Big
We awoke
Clue. Big Clue. You
He's
can,
awake.
like, bite me and gnaw on me. I can't believe it. Oh, it's like I'm watching the Pirates play. You just wait, buddy. Pitchers and catchers report next week, and it's on, Mr. Clue. It's on.
I thought it
Pow.
was this week, but I could be wrong.
It actually, yeah, isn't it usually a couple days after the Stupor Bowl?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Big Clue.
Hey,
All right.
hey, Beatles.
Yeah, Joe.
I don't know if I ever told you this story or not. I don't think I did. But bringing up spring training for a second, it was it was February 3rd of 2003, and I was coming back down from my grandfather's. I was up to my grandfather's birthday for a few days, and I'm going on the plane, right? I'm sitting there, and who walks up to me and sits down but Steve Blass.
Wow.
I'm like, whoa.
Oh, how cool is that?
So, I mean, he sat right beside me, and we spent the whole time on the plane talking. It was like 2 hours. It was like 2 hours going down here.
Oh,
And
man.
I was like, oh my, I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa. I was unfortunate not to be old enough to have seen him play or anything, but wow. I mean, what a moment that was.
I can
I'll
only
never forget
imagine. And I've heard he is such a nice guy, too.
He's a hell of a guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
He really was. I mean,
He
what
was.
What a story.
He was incredible in the 1971 World Series. He was an excellent pitcher, but what happened, unfortunately, is after Roberto Clemente had gotten killed in the plane crash, somehow Steve Blass just lost it. He was never the pitcher again after. He and Clemente were very, very, very close.
Yeah, that really affected him, I think, a lot, come to think of it. Now that you mention it. I wonder what that was, but that's probably a great deal of what it was now that you mention it.
Oh, yeah.
I would think.
There was no sports psychologist
back then.
No.
Diagnose it, yeah. I mean, he had some alcohol issues, I think, too, but Clemente was a great deal, but I'm sure.
Oh, my God. So, yeah, Clemente, geez. I mean, there are not enough superlatives for him.
No, not at all.
All right, Cracker Shock back. He's in the box here now. The Sox with a runner in scoring position, 2 down, 2-0 your score. Happy Felsch has some good speed. And Tom Seaver lets it go. The 2-2 pitch. Shock swings. This one a roller up the first base line. And hanging on to it. And, that was tough play there. But, that ends it. We go to the top of the 5th, and the White Sox holding on to a 2-0 lead. We're going to switch this initial view back because everybody liked the signage out there that Mike did in this beautiful Comiskey Park. So let me just switch this back to the 70s behind home plate TV camera, and we'll do that for the pitch as well. Because it's just so cool. There we go. All right. So Tom Seaver will lead things off back around the top of the order, and Tommy Agee and Ken Boswell, the Mets, do or die in this game and the next one if that should happen. And remember, this game today brought to you by Brookman's Malt Tonic. Get it wherever fine malt tonics are sold. And if anybody knows where they're sold, please let me know. All right.
Beside the Texaco Star.
There you go. The other thing I like out here is the look at the old airplane, the Richfield. Isn't that cool? I love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Here we go. Here is the delivery. And Seaver, routine grounder to first base. Gandil will glove it and take it to the bag himself for out number 1. Pickering says big clue is we're talking about Ollie Pickering. His penchant for weak bloop singles. Spent 10 years in. Okay, we're getting this story of the Texas Leaguer. So he's famous today as a trivia answer who was the first batter in the history of the American League. Mike in the truck. He says, "Wow, you weren't kidding. You're still on." Yeah. So Mike, I'm not a football fan. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. So yep, this is going. If there's only one other person, if it's just myself, yep. Because every year, Mike, during that game, I do something related to baseball, whether it's watch a bunch of baseball movies, some books, play some games. And it's been a tradition now on my channel every year to do some baseball. And this year I wanted to kind of do a lot of baseball. There's going to be some non-baseball possibly as well. So, yep, still here. Thanks, Mike, for coming in again, though. Really, really appreciate it. Besides, Dwayne Martz holds the record for streaming here at 9 hours and 50 minutes. I don't think I'm going to beat it, though. So I don't know, man. I haven't eaten anything since like 9 o'clock this morning. Yeah. So
that's why I said I got to get off here and get something to eat here too.
Yeah. I hear you. So listening, Mike says he was listening while he's picking up his daughter from her tutor. Jump back online. I really, really appreciate it, Mike. Thank you, man. Like to get you on for a chat some night. Respected member of the community. I see you around all the time. I see you in Owls. I see you everywhere, man. So it'd be great to talk to you sometimes, Mike. You're always welcome. Always welcome. All right, Tommy Agee, we're back at the top of the order. Tommy is 0 for 2. So Tommy's made some pretty fine plays in the outfield, but not doing a lot with the stick, guys. He's only hitting 235. All right, here's the wind and the pitch. And Agee, first pitch swinging, lines this one out to left field, but Shoeless Joe Jackson says, I'll take that one for out number 2. All right, Ken Boswell trying to get something started here for the Mets. Having a great series. He's 8 for 19, hitting .421 with 4 runs batted in. 1 for 2 today for the Mets second baseman. All right, Seacott peers in, has the sign from Ray Schock. Here is the 2-2 pitch to Ken Boswell. Boswell swings, and this one's going to be sky to center, ranging over and to his left and pulling it down is Hap Felsch. No runs, no hits, errors, nobody left on base. We head to the home half of the 5th. The Chicago White Sox still leading 2-0. Yep.
One thing I could maybe bring up for Mike Silva, I don't know if he could program this, but it'd be nice if we could get the scoreboard to actually match what the real score is.
Wouldn't that be fun? Like the way you see it in MLB The Show. Mike, even if you're not a baseball guy, that's all right, man. You could just come on and it's fair game. Come on, talk football, talk whatever. But Mike also says that he used to direct for MLB Network. That's cool. That is so cool.
Wow.
That is super cool. No, Mike, I mean, get you on, talk about some, if you're like, you're playing, because I see your Super Bowl tournament there is your talk about what you're doing with football, man. It's all good. Love to have you on sometime. So, yep. All fun.
He must have a lot of stories from some of the people he knows, like Harold Reynolds and all these other people that go on there.
I'm sure. Imagine. I'm sure he does. Wow.
Want to know who was drunk on the air?
Let's know who's drunk in the air. Love it.
Because God knows Dan Plesac's got to throw back a few before he goes on the air.
Oh, so he said he got with the whole the COVID thing and everything. It sucks. Doesn't know him personally. Still, Mike, you know what? We get on here sometimes, and usually the game is very, very secondary on my channel. We've gotten into long discussions about mobster movies, about you name it. We've probably talked about it on here. So it's not like this is just for baseball. What are we here? Oh, yeah, Shane O'Collins. So the number 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the White Sox. So Shane O'Collins, nothing for one today. He flied out to right his last time up. Collins will swing, and this one a little flare out to left, but it's going to hang up, and measuring it and bring it down into the glove is Cleon Jones for out number 1. All right, here's Swede Risberg now. Nothing for one. Risberg hitting. Hey, we got Buckshot coming on. Hang on. All right. Are you? Yeah, you're that Buckshot. Are you there? Speak to me, Buckshot. You're on. Is anybody there? Did this just freeze? Can anybody hear me?
No, you're good right now.
I can hear you. You're good.
Okay, so Buckshot is just having
He may be muted and not realize it.
Mr. Buckshot. Just chime in whenever you want, buddy. For some reason, I'm picking you up.
Beatles, he may be muted and not realize it.
Oh, unmute Mike, or unmute Buckshot. Unmute.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Yes.
Yeah, bring. There he is.
There you go.
How you doing, buddy?
Like Matthew would say, I'm all right.
All right. Good to have you aboard, man.
Story in here about the current response to how you were doing. So somebody brought this up to me at work, and this should now be a normalized response for if someone asks how you are doing, say the horrors persist, but so do I.
I love it. All right, Tim, you win today. You win the internet. No matter what happens now.
That's a secondhand win there. I think somebody else for bringing that to my attention.
Secondhand win. All right. Okay. We'll still we take a win. We're baseball fans. We take a win any way we can get it, right?
Or I'll get the save on that one. How about that?
You get the save. I like it. So we got Mariano Rivera here with us now tonight. Love it. All right. Well, actually, no. So Tim, who would be your favorite reliever? Actually,
oh boy.
Or your favorite closer?
Well, I don't know. Mitch Williams was always kind of fun.
Mitch Williams. Joe Carter's a big fan of Mitch Williams, right?
He's my favorite character. The best closer of all time, of course, is Mariano Rivera.
That was wrong, Beatles.
Right. I know it was wrong, but I can't help it.
If Joe Tidwell would have closed out the 97 World Series, it would have been him.
I think, Joe Carter. I think he's going to start some Mitch Williams kind of. I think I'll just stop there. I'm going to piss off Mitch Williams fans here. I don't want to do that. Mitch was awesome. He was cool. He really was cool, except for that night.
So was John Kruk. My goal.
So was John Kruk, right?
And I lived.
He may start a
Johnson
foundation in his honor, Beatles.
You're right, Joe. You're right about that. All right, back to it here. One out. Okay, so here we go. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Swede Risberg. And Risberg swings, and this one is going to be trouble at Gapper into the right field alley. This gets down off the wall. Risberg has two easily, and he's going to stop right there. So here we go. Extra base hit now for the Chicago White Sox. Their second of the game, I believe. And runner in scoring position with one out, and it brings up Eddie Seacott. So look for Seacott here to try to bunt the runner over. 2-1 pitch. Seacott swinging away. This one just a little grounder to third, and they look the runner back. So 2 down, and it's going to take a base hit here by leadoff hitter Eddie Collins. Chicago looking to add to this 2-0 lead here. So far, though, Eddie Seacott pitching a nice 3-hitter. 3-1 pitch to Eddie Collins, and this one missing, low and away, ball 4. So, needless to say, Tom Terrific not looking terribly sharp right now. Brings up Chick Gandil. Chick Gandil, nothing for 1. Gandil grounded out his last time up. Fly ball out to left field, and this will get down into the glove of Cleon Jones. Chicago strands 2. we head to the top of the 6th. Chicago looking to win this matchup today by right now holding a commanding 3-1 lead. It'll be Arshamsky to lead it off, followed by Cleon Jones and Wayne Garris. All right. So Shamsky, 0-for-2 in the game. 3-2 pitch. Shamsky swinging away at 3-2. Roller to third. And this one bobbled by Bucky Weaver. Score that one E5. And somebody's got some crackling going on.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good. It's all good. I was wondering if
that
it was
ain't me. I thought that was me typing.
No, I thought it was like my brain falling out of my head or something, which happens. It happens. David Lando says, opening day 1989, Mitch Williams comes in the 9th at Wrigley and walks the bases loaded Phillies, then proceeds to strike out the side. And that is, right, that's Mitch Williams. Oh, got something. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch to the computer. Okay, yeah, no worries, Joe. Just when you're back, I'll be looking for you, buddy. Joe says his phone is kind of going a little bit naff. All right. So Cleon Jones in the box now. He is 1-for-2. The 1-2 pitch. Jones swings, and this one soft roller to short, and they're gonna turn the 6-4-3 double play. All right, so 2 away, bases empty now for Wayne Garrett, and Garrett down to 133 now. He's just 2-for-15 overall in the series. The 3-2 pitch from Eddie Cicotte. And this one missing just up high, ball 4 in the 3-2 pitch, and Cicotte loses him. So a runner aboard, 2 down, and it brings up Jerry Grody, who is 0-for-2, and again 0-for-15. Can Grody get himself a base hit here? Let's see. Here's the pitch. Nope, not this time. High pop fly, and snow is going to be on that ball. Thank you, Legends, for that. And down, and that is it. The Mets do nothing. And tell you what, Joe, we're going to mute you because I think – oh, wait, no, it's stopped now. Okay, because I thought that was – but we got you. All right. It was just starting because it was feeling like it really was my brain falling out. Shoeless Joe Jackson, Hap Felsch, and Buck Weaver. All right. So Shoeless Joe, 1-for-2, run batted in. 3-1 pitch coming from Seaver. And Jackson, routine grounder to second. And routine for Ken Boswell as he pulls out a chaise lounge and makes the play. 1 up, 1 down now for Hap Felsch, who's 1-for-2 with a run batted in. The 1-2 pitch to Happy. Felsch swings. And it's the Ken Boswell show here. So 2 up, 2 down.
Yeah,
and let's see
somewhere else.
Right, exactly. Let's see what Bucky's going to do. All right. So Weaver, 0-for-2. The 1-1 pitch. Here it comes. Weaver cuts on this and definitely goes the opposite way for extra bases down in the corner. In the left field line, Bucky will have himself a 2-out double. So another extra base hit. The Chicago White Sox swinging the lumber today. All right. Here's Ray Schock now, 0-for-2. 1-2 pitch to the cracker, and he grounds this one to third, and this will end the inning. So Chicago strands 1 in scoring position. We head to the top of the 7th, game moving very, very quickly now. The Chicago White Sox 2, the New York Mets nothing, due up. Bud Harrelson, Ed Kranepool, and Tom Terrific. So the Mets only down 2 runs, so I would expect Seaver going to bat for himself. All right. So here's Bud Harrelson. Harrelson is 0-for-2. Here's the wind and the pitch from Cicotte. Harrelson, first pitch swinging, hard grounder to third, room service bounce to Bucky Weaver. Hard throw across the diamond nonetheless. 1 up, 1 down now. Ed Kranepool, 1-for-2. The wind and the pitch. Kranepool, little flare into right field. So that's base hit number 4 for the Metropolitans. Yep. So let's see what they decide to do. Gil Hodges will definitely go to his bench, and Ed Charles will come in to pinch hit. So Tom Seaver will, for all intents and purposes, finish this series with no decision. Ed Charles, 1-for-2, wearing that Kansas City Athletics livery. Eddie Cicotte ready to deal. What's that?
He can still get the loss here.
He could still get the loss. That is true. Yeah. No win, though.
No.
Charles, high fly ball, deep center. Hap Felsch back on it and pulls it down. So 2 away for the Mets. And here's Tommy Agee now. We're back at the top of the order. and he's wearing the collar. There's one for Ken Castro. Nothing for 3. 3-2 pitch. Agee swings. This should end the inning. Soft fly ball out into left. And that's Shoeless Joe Jackson catching Mr. Spalding for out number 3. 7th inning stretch time here at Comiskey Park. And it's the White Sox of 1917-2 and the Amazons of 1969. Nothing.
A 1 and a 2 and a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the White Sox. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Oh, that was beautiful. Give it up. Come on, guys. Give it up. Give it up. That was beautiful. Brought a tear to me, all it did. That me dear old mum right now would be weeping back in Belfast. That was beautiful. Awesome. All right, let's see what we have here. Gary Gentry making his first appearance in this series. So Gentry, decent stuff. So we'll see what he can do against these White Sox to try to keep them quiet. And Seaver has actually kept them quiet from that first inning.
Beatles.
Gentry, let's look at him. Let's look at him. I've got to go down here and this is so weird to look at. I like this thing. So Gentry.
You got to get them to put that in there, Beatles.
What's that?
When you're doing the playoffs, that you can still see their season.
Oh, yeah, right. So 13-12 in 1969 with a 3.43 earned run average. His ERA plus was 1.17, a WAR of 2.5, 154 strikeouts, 81 walks. What's that?
He didn't pitch in relief. All 35 games with starts.
Yep. Well, this is a must-win game, so the Mets are going to go right, all hands at the pump, as they say. All right, so Gentry's finished his warm-up pitches, and he'll face Shane Collins, Swede Risberg, and Eddie Seacott. So except for that 2 runs there, that big triple by Joe Jackson, it's been a pretty good game. We've had pitchers duels. The last game, of course, went extra innings, but here we go. The 2-1 pitch coming to Shane Collins. And Collins swings, and this is going to be a line drive base hit right field. So the Chicago White Sox, with their 5th base hit of the game, brings up Swede Risberg, who is 1 for 2. Swede has not been a strong contributor, hitting just 188. The wind and the pitch. Risberg shows bunt, pulls back in there for a strike. The count 0-1. Risberg shows bunt. And this one bounded foul down the first base line. Count full. Risberg swings, and are they going to turn 2? This is going to be a good old-fashioned 4-6-3 double play. So Risberg continues.
Double play.
Absolutely. Continues not to contribute for the Pale Hose. And here comes Eddie Seacott now. Nothing for 2. The 2-1 pitch from Gary Gentry. And Seacott pops this one about a kilometer high. Or actually a fly out. That one missed. I know I'm getting punchy now.
I'm glad not to be smart. I'm glad it tricked you because it tricked me.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll pop up and boom. All right.
I thought it was too. And then it kept going. I'm like, oh shit, I don't think so. The wind got a hold of it. We're in Chicago, Beatles. That's
there
our
it is.
Story.
Exactly. Big Clue says Harry Carey's old enough to remember these White Sox. He was probably drinking buddies with Hap Felsch. Love it.
Old enough to remember, but not sober enough to.
Exactly. So time running out for the Metropolitans here, and the number 2, 3, 4 hitters due up here in the 8th. Ken Boswell, Archamsky, and Cleon Jones. I wish my name was Cleon. I'm going to change it to Cleon. We got Joe coming back on. Joe, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, man. Good. So you heard the beautiful rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," did you?
I did.
Did that not bring a tear to your eye? It did to me.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's. It reminded me of the days and walking along the River Lethe in Dublin, and there it was. Anyhow, enough of that gobshite. Back to it. But that was beautiful. I really do. Next time that happens, I should have a keyboard set up and do some accompaniment. I just got to figure out what key you're in, and we're good to go. That was awesome.
I'll be in the Francis Scott off key for that.
Francis Scott off key. All right. So we'll just call it kind of like some good improvisational experimental jazz, some Stan Kenton or something, whatever. Good.
At least
All right.
it's better than Carl Lewis.
Give you that, huh? By the way,
not if I tried to sing that in real life, I would be
not, speaking of Carl, but a different Carl, didn't get a chance to say because I haven't been broadcasting, but memory eternal Carl Weathers.
Oh,
we lost Carl Weathers.
Yeah, I heard about that last
Wow.
week.
And then, also another community member passed away. I don't know if you know who Butch Haber is.
No. Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Oh, when?
About a week ago, maybe.
Oh my God! Memory eternal. Wow. Oh, geez. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man!
So what happened to Robbie Beatles? Do you have any idea at all?
Nobody knows.
No.
Nobody knows. Yeah.
Could be COVID. Could be I don't know. I mean,
hard to say.
If he wasn't that old, it could be. If he was.
What was he? 43 Beatles.
Wow.
Something like that. I mean, Robbie didn't drive either, so I don't know. Yeah. So memory eternal Butch Haber, and of course memory eternal Robbie Wartburg. We did our tribute to Robbie last week on Baseball for Windows. That was his favorite game. So this one's for you guys, both you guys. All right. So Ken Boswell will bat here. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Boswell swings, and is this getting out into no man's land? It is not. So Risberg making the play. And actually, so they're switching it up on me here a little bit. Make sure we're all right. So Risberg picking it up at short. All right, one down now for Art Shamsky, who is nothing for 3. The lefty stands in. C-cut ready to deal. The 1-2 pitch. Shamsky swings, and this one hard hit out into right field, but to no avail as Shano Collins will bring it down. And now what can Cleon Jones do, the number 4 hitter? He's 1 for 3 in the game. Grounded out to Risberg the last time up and struck out. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. The White Sox looking to win it all here in Game 5. David Lando had predicted, I believe Buckshot also predicted, the White Sox in 6. And it looks like it's going to be the White Sox in 5. But when we go to the Mets 9th, we'll have Garrett, Grody, and Harrelson. So, I don't know. Never like to call a game over before it's over. As Yogi Berra would say, it ain't over till it's over. But Grody's got to be thinking, I got to come through. If I was Gil Hodges, I think I would pinch it for Grody. We'll see what happens in the 9th, though.
Well, since this is Super Bowl Sunday, Dan Meredith would say, turn out the lights, the party's over.
Turn out the lights. Eddie Collins leads it off here, followed by Chick Gandil and shoeless Joe Jackson. 0 for 1 for Eddie Collins today. The count full on Collins. Here's the wind and the delivery. And Gary Gentry issues his first free pass of the game. And you don't want Eddie Collins.
For that.
No, you don't want. If you're the Mets, if you're anybody, you don't want Eddie Collins aboard. So Collins, and actually we're going to switch out of this view now. And we're going to go back to a wide low. There we go.
Guarantee you he's on the move right now.
Absolutely. So another thing that old time baseball does that I wish this game does. So old time baseball, if there's a runner on, you get that little camera view. And I really, really like that because that's like old, right? Like you watch, like baseball, right? And you had a base stealer on and you'd have that split screen type of thing. I love, and of course, if you have MLB net or MLB, whatever MLB, blah, 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 you can do that, set your own camera. But I wish this game had it. Damn it. Oh, well. Anyhow, the speedy Eddie Collins.
Beatles, that would have to mean that there would have had to have been base stealers past 1993.
Good point, Tim. Good point. Good point. All right. Check and mate there, Tim. You got me. All right. Eddie Collins leading off first. Here's Chick Gandil now. The 0-1 pitch to Gandil, and Collins not off with the pitch. Gandil tried to bunt and misses the count. Goes to 0-2. Here's the wind and the pitch. And Gandil dumps this one into right field, base hit, and we'll see if Eddie Collins is going. No, he bluffs third. Oof.
Made a wide turn.
2-1, not
looking
looking
at third with nobody out.
And it's not looking any prettier as Shoeless Joe Jackson strides to the plate. Jackson with an RBI. Exactly, right? Actually, that was a game I was going to maybe show later. It was called Knock on the Coffin Lid, but I don't know if we're going to get to it.
That's cool. I like it.
It's a cool game. It's actually pretty neat. So Shoeless Joe with 3 RBI in the series, and one of those today. The speedy Eddie Collins at second, and the slightly less speedy Chick Gandil at first. The 1-2 pitch now to Shoeless Joe. Oh, swung right through it. Nice fastball coming in there from Gary Gentry, and I think Shoeless Joe just fooled on that pitch. So 1 up or 1 down, and here's Happy Felsch now.
Doesn't get any easier. Batting 316, 3 RBIs in the series.
Absolutely. Gentry comes to the belt and lets it go. The 0-2 pitch to Felsch. Felsch swings, and this one hit deep to second. This is going to be an infield hit. Infield hit, a throw from the knees, but to no avail. So nice try there by Ken Boswell, but the bases are jammed, and here comes Buck Weaver.
So the infield should be playing in, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, they're in.
Yeah, it's showing in.
Okay.
Right here.
All right, good.
All right.
If that had gone to the outfield, Collins would have scored for sure.
Correct. I agree.
Big pitch here for Gary Gentry, gentlemen. Here we go. The 2-2 pitch. And he does it. Wow. So Weaver, who doubled last time, goes down swinging. And it's up to Ray Schalk to try to capitalize on this bases loaded situation. Again, you don't want to trifle with these Mets, even with Grody batting second. You don't want to trifle with these guys. So the battle of 2 world champions here. Ray Schalk now. Ray Schalk, just an abysmal 125. What can he do? 2 down. The full count. Here we go. Runners will be off with a pitch, and Schalk lines this into left field. Base hit. Unbelievable. 1 run will come in. 2 runs will come in, and it's 4-0. Ray Schalk waits to what could be the deciding game to come through huge for the Chicago White Sox. It is 4-0.
If Chuck Hearn was calling this game, he'd almost say the game is in the refrigerator, the door's closed, the lights out, the eggs are cooling, the butter's getting hard, and the jello's jiggling.
How about it?
You working people can go to bed.
Whoa. So
you wonder if maybe whoever is calling that game tonight might say that at about around 8:30.
It could very well, right? Could very well be. All
but
right.
Stay tuned for the worthless commercials you won't remember in 5 days.
It's one thing I'm really glad that I don't work Mondays. I work Tuesdays through Saturdays, so I don't have to hear all the did you in this commercial and that commercial, blah blah blah. I'm so glad tomorrow I'm going to be catching your game, Tim, and Robert's game, and hanging out with these guys in Discord or whatever, and I don't have to listen to it tomorrow. Thank God.
Dwayne, in case you didn't hear this, I'm kind of going for a somewhat, I'm not saying record, but I want to see how long it takes before I know. I probably will end up hearing it tomorrow, but I'm going to try to have the headphones in so I can't hear them to find out, to see who wins. So, yes, I will be avoiding Facebook, ESPN, and any talk radio tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to. You have to. Exactly. It's like you have to live like a Trappist monk the day after the Super Bowl. So David Lando
enough to watch on the streaming services, so I could get away with not watching, and plus I have a few movies that I have recorded. I have The Whale with Brendan Fraser.
Oh, nice.
Won Oscar. I have Whiplash with J.K. Simmons that won an Oscar, and The Wolf of Wall Street recorded. So I have enough to keep me.
You are loaded for bear, my friend. Absolutely.
Yes. And plus MLB Network, so I can get my fix in for all. And they'll watch
something over there. Too.
Ken Castro
in the house.
Oh my God! So first, David Lando come back and says, "Let's go Chicago." Chicago just a little bit away from taking this series through, or 4-1. Cousin Ken. Oh my God, is it great to see you, buddy? So everybody, Cousin Ken, a legend. What can you say?
Talking about coming down this way in the summertime, Beatles. I told him he has to stop and see us.
He says he wonders if any football fans have these same hang-ups about baseball. Probably not. Probably not.
Because they couldn't give two shits.
Because we talk about the World Series. They talk about the commercials. So, anyhow, good to see you, Legends. Hope you're doing well. I know you're getting ready. We're going to have some season 3 Franchise Stars Baseball League coming up soon, and I do hope your football project is coming along very, very well. So great to see Ken Castro in the chat too. Man.
After the next batter, I got a funny story about the 2007 playoffs and based on commercials. But
you bet. You bet. All right, here we go. Shane Collins in. Runners at the corners, 4-0 White Sox lead. 1917 White Sox looking to win it all here. The 2-1 pitch from Gary Gentry swung on, and this one just a slow tapper over to third, long throw across the diamond. That will retire the side. Chicago strands 2, but picks up 2 more. And now let's get Tim's story. I'll go ahead and click off the game so you guys can hear them.
Were the first time that TBS ever got the playoffs. They've now held it for 17 years.
Wow.
It seemed the only commercial that ever played during the Yankees-Indians series was the Frank Caliendo show. It seemed like it was the only commercial. Back to back to back to back. I was like, golly, did we not get any sponsors for this first postseason?
That's funny.
Ridiculous.
That is funny. Clinton Parks is in here. Oh man. Hey Clinton, how you doing? Now Legend says thanks. So his football starts this week. So I guess officially it's all done. So because I know he was doing that tournament, so I guess he's got everything done. So guys, Legend Sports Universe, if you haven't subscribed to that channel, why not? So he's starting football this week, and look forward to that. He's doing that on Madden, and did a lot of work on that. He said that was a lot harder work even than doing what the amazing work he's done at MLB The Show. I'll be tuning in. I'm not a football fan, but I love the stuff that Legends does, and certainly in awe of just how he makes these games do what they're not designed to do. Baseball's coming. Rating for 5 of the 6 divisions are established. This guy's he's a machine. He's a machine.
Legends, is there a way that you could work for EA to make a better football game?
Thank you, David Lando. All right, let's finish this up. The Mets.
But hold on. To David Lando's point, there was the white stuff that came down in the 97 World Series.
Oh God, we were talking about that series earlier. That was torture watching that.
I still want a Colorado Minnesota World Series.
Phew.
Just to make a point, you don't play baseball in November.
Wow.
Well,
so Legends,
you shouldn't play fool's ball in the second week of February either.
No. So Legends correcting me, says he has to still wrap up the tournament, but the football league will start for real coming Friday, guys. So tune in. Legends does great stuff. He really does. All right. Here's Wayne Garrett to start the 9th. The hapless Jerry Grody is on deck, and Bud Harrelson in the hole. You don't hear that said too much anymore, do you? In the hole. But there you go. Waiting for Big Clue to talk about the Hannes Wagner thing that night. So so Legends is saying, and he said he'll talk about that on his channel when he says, dude, the stupid stuff I've had to deal with to get around EA silliness is staggering. Yeah, it's been 5 hours of New York Mets, Chicago, but we're in the 5th game, so actually shorter than a major league game each time.
Game an hour, yeah.
Yeah, 2-2 pitch. And here we go. Seacott delivers, and this one grounded to Risberg. Risberg on to Gando for the 6-3 putout. So here we go. Time running out.
You're not going to pitch hit for him.
It looks like they're not. So Grody, for 16. Ouch. Ciccati deals. Here's the 0-1. And look at Grody. He drives this one deep to center field, but not deep enough. Hap Felsch will camp under it. And the Chicago White Sox now ready to celebrate. About to take this one 4-1. down to Bud Harrelson, who is nothing for 3. Harrelson was 8 for 17 in this series. Eddie Seacott ready to go, not asking for a new ball in fine dead ball fashion. The 2-0 delivery. And that's the game. Great catch. Gando making the leaping grab. The Chicago White Sox win it in 5. They win it in 5. So the money was on Chicago to do it in 6, and they do it in 5. Let's wrap it up, and then we'll retire this thing. The White Sox are champions today and forever. The White Sox topped the Mets 4-0 at Comiskey today to claim the crown. Blah, 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 blah. The atmosphere was electric as Tim sang Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and the newly crowned champs stormed the field, blah, 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 blah. So who's the player of the game? It's going to be Eddie Seacott. So that's it, guys. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, and we finished today to cap it off, so everything just goes bah. Whew. So when is Mike's ready for Talisman? I can bring that. RGO Network has to give us a rigged. So it's going to depend on when Buckshot wants to do his
because it didn't go in a sweep. Is that what he's saying?
I'm guessing. Well, he's a big Mets fan.
I'm just messing with you.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. So excellent all the way. Really, really fun game. Love it. Love this series. So the Mets, their only win was a 1-0 shutout in Game 2 of these White Sox, and Nolan Ryan got that win and beat Reb Russell. So no home runs in this game. Or no, we did have one. Art Shamsky. Oh no, 2. Art Shamsky and Ken Boswell in Game 1, and the White Sox came back in that Game 1 to win. So, Buckshot, are you ready, or do you want to? What do you want to do, man?
I'm gonna have to wait until about 6:30 or so.
Okay, I think I'm gonna grab something to eat too, guys, and we'll come back on. First thing back when I'm on will be a bit of Talisman. So Dwayne, your record is safe.
Oh no, we're still counting Beatles, buddy.
Nah, I gotta go off. Grab something to eat, and restart everything. So,
what time are you coming back on?
Probably in about an hour or so.
Okay,
but guys, hats off to Dwayne Martz, who holds the streaming record, as far as I know, in the YouTube sports gaming community for 9 hours and 50 minutes. He beat my 7-hour and 15-minute mark. So, a huge thanks first have to go out to Clee baseball fan, to Tim. Subscribe to the channel. He's got a game uploading. It will be on tomorrow night around 6 or so before RGO Network. Thank you to Robert, who came in.
6:30 is hopefully the premiere, and it should lead right into the game, the RGL's game.
Okay. And there's MV comes in at the end. He was there, and I am the previous record holder. I'll never be able to get that back. But thank you to Tim, for Robert, for calling some games. You guys were amazing. And again, so check that out. So you're going to have Tim doing Dodgers Cubs tomorrow, championship series in 2007, followed by RGO Network 1972, Twins versus A's, Blyleven versus Vita Blue. Nothing from me tomorrow, but a lot of good stuff coming up. Legend starting his football league Friday. I'm assuming the tournament's going on through the week. So, guys, lots of fun stuff. We'll be back in about an hour, and we'll show a really cool fun digital adaptation of a board game called Talisman, which is a lot of fun. David, you're welcome. MV, Ken Castro, we're at the point where YouTube does not let me go all the way back, which really, 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 really sucks. So I want to thank as many people as I can for coming in. Night Raven was in here. Mike in the truck, who's not a baseball guy, hung out with us. That really means a lot. Carlos Yaz, thank you. Joe Murdy, Buckshot, Dwayne Martz, who was working hard today. Mike Silva, of course. Hopefully we get Mike on later. Did I say MV's name? I did say MV's name.
Joe Murdy.
Yeah, Big Clue, Joe Murdy. Yeah,
Arnold
there we
Plummer,
go.
World's Worst Gamer.
Oh, yeah, Sean was here for a while.
Bernie was here.
Yep. This has been
here.
A hell of a lot of fun today.
Legend Sports Universe. Yep.
Yeah. Sakuni 007. Did we say him?
Sakuni 007 was here. Yep.
Yeah, good stuff.
Okay.
So all excellent. And so tonight, so after Talisman, we're going to have, whenever Buckshot's ready, we're going to have a Field of Dreams game in Action PC baseball. Bernie Strom is going to be doing some 1914 Red Sox sometime after 8:30 Eastern tonight. So we'll be continuing. That's probably around about halftime in that in the other game that's going on around the world. And then we'll see whether it's going to be more baseball for me or whether we finish it off with something nice and violent like Warhammer Inquisitor Martyr or Diablo 4. Who knows? Who knows? Who
wanted to see Stellaris.
There's also Stellaris. RGL says thanks, and he says I get by with a little help from my friends. That definitely counts, buddy, for both of us. All right, guys. See you in about an hour. So thank you so much. Enjoy whatever you're doing. Have some nice dinner, and come on back and let's have some fun. All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Sounds good, man.
All right.